Chapter 15, Building Team Pronglet, Part 4, Building Team Pronglet, The Ganging Up on Dumbledore Prank, July 4, 1994. Augusta Longbottom was a formidable woman. Scary was the word Remus had used when he wished Sirius well as he headed out of Griffin House that morning. Harry had just laughed at him and told him to convey his greetings to Neville. He smiled as he remembered the homely scene of lunch. He and Harry had been thrilled to be reunited with Remus and even more excited to hear how Remus had sent Dumbledore off to Thailand. Sirius was certain that Augusta was keeping him waiting in her parlor just to see him squirm. He smoothed his formal black robe, which had a neat column of tiny black buttons running from the high, stiff collar to his waist. It had taken forever to do up. The crests of the House of Black and House of Potter decorated the front right breast. His robes opened at the waist, angling away to give him freedom to move, and he had opted for muggle black leather trousers underneath. They were expensive but serviceable and very protective, as he knew from riding his motorbike. Expensive dragonhide boots completed the outfit. He fidgeted with the wide cuffs of his robes, which provided easy access to his wand. Harry had done the inheritance ritual for the House of Potter that morning at Gringotts. The family magic had immediately formed into the approving gold griffin totem, and the head of House ring had leaped onto Harry's finger. It had granted Harry access to the Potter vault and had removed some of the effects of the Death Fidelius, allowing them to access Potter family assets. Harry had been thrilled to look at some of his heritage and had pounced on his father's old-school trunk. Sirius suspected that Harry was after James's Animagus journals. A noise from just outside the doorway had Sirius rising, just in time for Augusta to enter. Her grey hair was tightly bound in a high bun, and her aged face was stern and foreboding. She wore formal robes. "Longbottom," Sirius said, settling into the conversation. Augusta raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of curiosity and skepticism. "How is young Harry?" she asked, her tone softening slightly. "He is well, thank you," Sirius replied, grateful for the shift in her demeanor. "As you may know, he has recently completed his inheritance ritual and is eager to strengthen ties with the noble houses." Augusta nodded, her eyes sharp and calculating. "And what does he propose in terms of this alliance?" Sirius leaned forward, his voice steady. "We seek mutual support and collaboration, especially in these uncertain times. The House of Potter values the Longbottoms and their legacy." Augusta considered his words carefully. "The Longbottoms have always been loyal to the rightful leaders of our world. What assurances can you provide that this alliance will benefit both our houses?" Sirius took a deep breath, knowing this was a crucial moment. "I can assure you that Harry understands the importance of loyalty and honor. He is committed to upholding the values that both our families represent." "Very well," Augusta said, her expression thoughtful. "I will discuss this with my family. But remember, actions speak louder than words. Prove to us that you are worthy of our trust." Sirius nodded, feeling the weight of her expectations. "I will do everything in my power to honor that trust, Madam Longbottom." With the initial formalities behind them, they began to delve deeper into the specifics of their discussion, laying the groundwork for a partnership that could benefit both the House of Potter and the House of Longbottom. Longbottom. He has only recently become aware of his heritage and the alliance that once existed between the houses, Sirius said formally. "We seek a renewal of that alliance." Augusta's pale eyes sparked with interest. "Well, that answers a number of questions. I suppose Dumbledore didn't tell the boy about his responsibilities." Sirius nodded. In fairness, it wasn't his legal responsibility to do so, although some could argue it falls under his chief warlock duties. He refrained from mentioning that another ancient and noble family could have stepped in, like the Longbottoms, who had a strong alliance with the Potters in the past. "What agenda will the House of Potter assume under its new lord?" Augusta asked. "Respect for wizarding culture and tradition," Sirius began, "but equality for all wizards and witches, including those with dual heritage or conditions such as lycanthropy. He aims to foster better relationships with magical races, adopt a common-sense approach to the control of magical creatures, and improve relations with the Muggle government." "That sounds remarkably like Charles Potter's old agenda," Augusta said slowly. Just even more ambitious. Sirius allowed himself a small smile. Harry reminds me of Charles. He's a remarkable young man. This is truly his agenda. Augusta probed. He's had something of a crash course in politics, but this is indeed his agenda, Sirius confirmed. He felt proud of Harry after their last lesson, which had focused on determining Harry's views on critical political points. Harry was very much an egalitarian with a strong sense of justice. Well, our agendas mesh, although the devil is always in the details, Augusta frowned. I assume the equality statement is a rejection of pureblood supremacy, but why equality for all wizards and witches? Why differentiate? Harry believes witches should have equal rights with wizards. As it stands, most of the Wizengamot seats, particularly in the ancient and noble houses, follow a patriarchal structure. The next steps. Sirius replied, we need to formalize the alliance. Harry wants to hold a gathering where both our families can discuss our shared goals and outline our plans moving forward. Augusta nodded. That sounds reasonable. We should also consider inviting some other families who might share our vision. The more support we have, the stronger our position will be. Absolutely, Sirius agreed. Harry is keen on building a coalition. He believes that by working together, we can create real change in the wizarding world. Change takes time, but it's encouraging to see young wizards like Harry taking these issues seriously, Augusta remarked. His commitment to equality and respect for all magical beings is commendable. Sirius smiled. He has a good head on his shoulders. I think with your guidance, he will continue to grow into a leader who can truly make a difference. Let's ensure we support him in every way we can, Augusta said firmly. The future of our world depends on it. What are the terms? Formally, they are the same terms that the houses have pledged before, mutual aid and support for common goals. I would appreciate your help in repairing the other Potter alliances that have gone dormant since 1981, Sirius replied quickly, pleased that they were discussing the principles so early. Informally, Harry would like your permission to foster a closer relationship with Neville. Perhaps he could join Harry for some lessons this summer? Harry didn't realize until I was awarded guardianship that Alice was his godmother and that James and Lily were Neville's godparents. You know, Albus Dumbledore has a lot to answer for with that young man, Augusta sighed. I couldn't agree more, Sirius said earnestly. Augusta regarded him thoughtfully. Will the House of Potter not seek an alliance with the Chief Warlock? The House of Potter will stand for itself, Sirius stated firmly. The last alliance was uneven at best and subjugated the House of Potter to Dumbledore's agenda at worst. I think some of that was our youth. James was very loyal and used to Dumbledore being in a position of authority over him as headmaster and leader of the Order. We all were. Yes, Augusta agreed with a heavy sigh. Frank was similarly affected. However, I know that the Chief Warlock is mostly supportive of the House of Potter's agenda. I won't disregard a possible alliance if one is proposed, but as Regent, I won't approve an alliance without further oaths from the Chief Warlock that ensure the House of Potter's independence. Augusta considered him for a long moment, and Sirius struggled not to fidget. I can see why Arcturus left you as his heir. As much as I might have despised his agenda, his skill in navigating the political arena was immense. You seem to have inherited it. The words took Sirius's breath away. He was unsure if he had been. The House of Longbottom finds your terms acceptable. Augusta drew her wand and tapped the coffee table. A ritual bowl appeared, along with a small knife. She slashed her finger, letting a couple of drops of blood fall into the bowl. I, Augusta Beatrice Longbottom, swear as Regent that the House of Longbottom renews its pledge of alliance to give mutual aid and support to the House of Potter. So have I sworn, so mote it be. Sirius took the knife she offered and allowed his blood to mingle with hers. I, Sirius Orion Black, swear as Regent that the House of Potter renews its pledge of alliance to give mutual aid and support to the House of Longbottom. So have I sworn, so mote it be. The bowl flashed, and a gold griffin and bear appeared briefly before disappearing again. Augusta gave a small sigh. Well, that's done. I'll expect a schedule of lessons so I can select which Neville will attend. Agreed. As part of our formal agreement, there are things that I need to brief you on immediately, Sirius said, picking up his tea. He explained that Voldemort was still alive in some form, mentioning the Horcruxes in vague terms. He also discussed the events at Hogwarts, Peter's escape, and the prophecy Harry had heard. What's the plan to deal with this? Augusta asked, her eyes filled with anger and a rush of red across her cheeks. She was furious. I'll be informing the authorities tomorrow. We're not really sure how much Dumbledore has shared with the DMLE and the DOM. Then we'll work with them to eliminate the things that keep Voldemort alive. Sirius paused. We believe there may be another prophecy at work, one involving Harry and Voldemort. Augusta winced. There is. She sighed, looking every year of her age for a moment. Frank told me about it before they went into hiding. It could have been Neville, you see. We surmised as much, Sirius noted. The prophecy was the adoption ceremony for Lord Potter into the House of Black, Sirius began. As part of that, I would like to propose a formal alliance between our houses. I understand the losses your family has suffered, and I cannot change the past. However, I believe that through unity, we can strengthen both our houses against the threats we face. Augusta's expression softened slightly, though her eyes remained sharp. An alliance, you say? And what would this alliance entail? Sirius leaned forward, his voice steady. It would mean mutual support in the face of danger, sharing resources, and standing together against Voldemort and his followers. We can ensure that our houses remain strong and protected. She considered his words, her brow furrowing in thought. You speak of protection, but how can I trust that the House of Black will not act against us in the future? I understand your hesitation, Sirius replied. But I assure you, my intentions are sincere. I want to ensure that the legacy of the Longbottoms is honored and that your family is safeguarded. We need to work together to defeat the Dark Lord. Augusta nodded slowly. Very well, Lord Black. I will consider your proposal. But know this, if the House of Black betrays our trust, there will be consequences. Sirius offered a small smile, feeling a sense of relief. I would expect nothing less, Lady Longbottom. Together, we can face whatever challenges lie ahead. A family meeting. In absentia, I will name them all Oathbreakers to the House of Black for taking the Dark Mark and call upon the family magic to render judgment. They will lose their magic. He paused, allowing Augusta to absorb his words. Judgment, Augusta repeated. It's been a long while since I've seen family magic invoked in such a way. I will also dissolve the marriage contract between the House of Black and the House of Lestrange and seize the Lestrange vault in compensation. The heirlooms and artifacts will be retained, but all else will be given to the House of Longbottom to cover the healing expenses for Frank and Alice. Bella will then be cast out of the House of Black. She nodded sharply in acknowledgement. I also propose to assume financial responsibility for the heir of Longbottom's education. I will provide a scholarship vault to cover the forthcoming years, including a mastery if Neville wishes to pursue one. The House of Longbottom will be reimbursed for the last 3 years, Sirius continued. Augusta pressed her lips tightly together. I accept the House of Black's restitution. As of this morning, the House of Black is formally allied with the House of Potter, Sirius said quietly. He and Harry had exchanged oaths after Harry's inheritance ritual. One day, I hope we will be able to ally with the House of Longbottom. One day, Augusta agreed, but not today. We will, however, be honored to attend the adoption in support of Lord Potter. She stood up, and Sirius knew the audience was over. He rose and bowed. Our elf will show you back to the flue, Augusta said, extending her hand as the elf popped in. Thank you for coming. Thank you for having me, Sirius replied, kissing her knuckles in farewell. He breathed a sigh of relief as Augusta swept from the room. He followed the elf out and checked the time. He was right on schedule, it was almost. It was time for dinner with the Grangers. Hedwig barked as Harry banked sharply on his broom and surveyed the house and grounds again. His new home was wonderful, warm and welcoming. It wasn't as formal as Black Manor, which was a relief. He loved the sign that said Pronglet on the door of his bedroom. The photos on the mantelpiece included his mum and dad, the Marauders without Peter, and a few snapshots of him, Sirius, and Remus. Dobby had been a huge surprise, but as long as the elf wasn't actively trying to save Harry's life, he was a good elf and did everything he could for Harry. It felt strange not having chores to do. However, Sirius had mentioned that once the week was over, Harry would begin culture and etiquette lessons to complement the magical and political lessons he was already taking. Sirius made it clear that he expected Harry to start performing duties associated with the House of Potter. Harry would be going with Remus to follow up on some of the Potter properties and would be actively involved with the scholarship set up in his mother's name. The good news was that Sirius hoped to offer the lessons to some of Harry's friends so he wouldn't have to face it all alone. Harry had asked about using magic since he was underage, but Sirius assured him they would apply for an exception on medical grounds. Besides, the Ministry would never trace magic performed under the Fidelius. Hedwig flew around him, and he wasn't surprised when he saw Reg join her. The resplendent black owl of the House of Black was rather taken with Hedwig, who ignored him. Dobby had constructed an owlery next to Remus's attic room for the 3 owls in the house, but Hedwig preferred her perch in Harry's room. Harry mused that it was useful to have different owls for different purposes. Hooter was very nondescript, and he understood the need for secrecy. He found it hilarious that Dumbledore was apparently in Thailand trying to track down Sirius. He would feel sorry for Dumbledore. Harry suspected that if Dumbledore knew where he was, he would try to send him back to the Dursleys. Sirius and Remus were determined that would not happen. Frowning, Harry pushed the broom into flight again. He looked forward to seeing Hermione and Ron. He already missed Kimi and Hewitt and couldn't wait to tell Hermione and Ron about them. However, he had to wait for normal time to catch up with the time he spent in the bubble before he could write to them. A shout from below caught his attention. He looked down and waved to Remus, who had come out of the back door and was gesturing that his time was up. Ignoring the faint tug of disappointment, he dived to the ground, with Hedwig and Reg following him. Remus looked a little pale when Harry dismounted. "Do you have to dive so fast?" Remus asked. "I dive faster during Quidditch," Harry pointed out. "Don't remind me," Remus retorted, ruffling his hair as he nudged him inside. "I'm likely to have a heart attack watching one of your games." Harry grinned at him. Remus and Sirius had told him of their plan to attend his matches, and he felt a warm glow at the thought. "Shower and change into Muggle clothes. Don't forget you have dinner with the Grangers," Remus instructed. "Thanks for organizing it, Remus," Harry said sincerely. Remus had set up a lot of things during the week he and Sirius had been gone in real time. Remus smiled and pushed him toward the narrow back stairs in the kitchen that led to the upper floors. As Harry ran up the stairs and entered his room, he had to admit that the time difference was still a little disconcerting. He and Sirius had been in the valley for 2 months while a week had passed for Remus. It was bizarre to think that summer holiday was still only nearly 2 weeks old, with most of July and August still stretched out ahead of them. Harry dumped his dirty clothing into the linen basket in the bathroom and Harry climbed into the shower and turned the water on, enjoying the heat. He loved his new room, especially having his own bathroom. No more sharing with the Dursleys. He luxuriated in the hot water, knowing he could take his time under the spray without being chased out. Well, at least not right away. He figured Remus or Sirius, or even Dobby, would pull him out if he was late for dinner. That thought motivated him to start washing off the sweat and dirt from his flight. Harry knew the next few days would be busy. Sirius had explained that they needed to fix many political alliances and set up protections before Dumbledore returned to chair the session of the Wizengamot, where Sirius would take his place as Lord Black and Regent of the House of Potter. As he turned off the water and grabbed a warm, fluffy towel to dry off, he reflected on their preparations. Earlier that morning, he had performed the Potter inheritance ritual and formally allied with the House of Black. The ritual had been fascinating. They had gone to Gringotts early to avoid crowds and were shown to a private room. The goblins brought in the ritual bowl, but Sirius insisted on using his knife. The cut on his palm had been momentarily painful, but it was nothing serious. The sensation of his family magic had been exhilarating, and the gold griffin that appeared, bowing to him, had been majestic. Sirius explained that family magic was usually used to bind oaths and, in extreme circumstances, for judgment. Oaths taken by ancient and noble houses were governed by this family magic. Sirius informed him that oaths in general were not very valuable. They were mostly another way to form a verbal contract, and like most verbal contracts, they were unenforceable in law. However, if someone took a ritual oath with an ancient and noble house, they became subject to its family magic. If they broke that oath, the magic could be invoked. The head of the house to judge them. Most members of ancient and noble houses viewed it as a matter of honor to uphold the oaths they made. Harry liked the idea of the oaths. He felt proud making his own oath as head of house and forming the alliance with Sirius. It changed his perspective on the politics lessons a bit. He realized he needed to learn about the things Sirius had been teaching him. He also wanted to be involved in deciding who to ally with and what his house stood for. He was thrilled when Sirius mentioned that his agenda resembled that of his grandfather's, and he looked forward to taking on some of his duties. The scholarship sounded brilliant. It was something his mum had wanted to give back to Hogwarts, and he was excited to help choose who would receive it. He felt a bit nervous about working with Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, but Remus pointed out that both professors had known Harry's parents well and might share some stories. Harry briefly wondered why they hadn't told him those stories while he was at Hogwarts. Remus explained that it was difficult because the professors weren't supposed to have favorites or personal relationships with their students. He even had to promise Dumbledore not to reveal how friendly he had been with Harry's father. Harry stopped in front of his wardrobe and sighed. He loved that Sirius and Remus had gone to so much trouble to buy him new wizarding and muggle clothes, but the sheer volume and variety always overwhelmed him. He picked out an emerald t-shirt he had worn a lot in the States and a new pair of black denim jeans. He finished his outfit with a black and grey sweater jacket and black trainers. He slipped on his new gold wire-framed glasses and tried to tame his hair, but gave up after a moment. He picked up his journal and a book he had bought for Hermione at the airport. Harry stepped into the hallway and met Sirius just as he exited his room. His godfather wore a white t-shirt with blue denim jeans and a stylish black leather blazer. His dark hair was pulled back into a ponytail with a simple black band. Sirius carried a black leather satchel and opened it so Harry could place his journal and a gift inside. "Looking good," Sirius said, taking in Harry with a glance. "I've noticed you like that t-shirt." A hint of mischief sparkled in his grey eyes. "It wouldn't have anything to do with Kimi telling you it brought out the green in your eyes, would it?" Harry made a non-committal sound, refusing to blush. "You said smart but casual, right? What did that even mean?" As though someone could base an outfit on such a vague description. "Indeed I did," Sirius replied, nudging him toward the stairs. "How did it go today?" Harry asked eagerly. "The House of Potter is once again allied with the House of Longbottom. They're attending the adoption." Sirius grimaced, his face twisting into an unhappy frown. "She's accepted the restitution the House of Black has offered, but she won't consider an alliance right now." "You expected that, though," Harry pointed out. "I did," Sirius confirmed. "Elmer Sampson sends his regards and appreciation for your thanks for his service as your former proxy." Harry grimaced at that. He understood the need for niceties, but he and Sirius had reviewed Sampson's record and were distinctly unimpressed. Sampson had voted for several laws that Sirius assured him Harry's father and grandfather would never have supported, including the discriminatory werewolf laws against Remus. To change the subject, Harry jumped the last 2 stairs to avoid discussing Sampson further. Just as he landed, Remus emerged from the living room into the hallway. "No jumping," he chided, then sighed upon realizing Sirius had mimicked Harry. Harry hid his smile. "Are you sure? You don't want to come, Remus?" "I'm sure Hermione wouldn't mind," Harry said. "Thank you, Harry, but I have other plans," Remus replied with a smile. "Give Hermione my best, though." Harry grinned at him. Sirius nudged him toward the flue. They traveled to Black Manor before taking the flue to Hermione's house, which had been connected just for the night. Harry stumbled out into a typical Muggle home, similar to the one he had grown up in, but it had a warm and welcoming feel that Privet Drive lacked. Harry, he barely had time to stand properly before Hermione launched herself at him, hugging him tightly. "It's so good to see you. I was so surprised when Professor Lupin wrote to my parents and asked if it would be okay for you and Sirius to come over. Had you been reading The Prophet? They've been talking about Sirius all of last week and this week, and everyone's wondering when they're going to see you and Sirius." "Breathe, Hermione." Harry laughed. She stumbled back and smiled at him. Her hair was its usual bushy self, a mass of brown that seemed larger than her. He noticed that Hermione was growing more and more into her hair as time went on. To his surprise, he realized she was just as cute as Kimi, especially in her denim skirt and summery top, which were much more flattering than their school robes. "You look nice," Hermione said shyly, and Harry realized she had been assessing him while he had been taking in her appearance. "You too," he replied. Just then, Sirius stepped out. He smirked at Harry and waved his wand, making the soot vanish from both Harry and Hermione. "We need to add flue lessons to your schedule," Sirius said. "I can't wait until we learn how to apparate," Harry said, looking at his godfather hopefully. "I don't suppose." "No, I am a responsible adult, and you will be learning to apparate in your 6th year and not a moment before," Sirius replied primly. Hermione let out a quiet laugh. "It's good to see you again, Mr. Black," Hermione said, standing beside Harry. "Sirius, please," he replied, taking Hermione's outstretched hand and kissing her knuckles. "Or Padfoot, if you prefer." A throat cleared at the door, drawing their attention to an older, amused-looking version of Hermione. "Mum," Hermione said, waving her hand at Harry and Sirius, "this is Harry and Sirius Black. This is my mum. Otherwise known as Miriam Granger," she added, crossing the room with a no-nonsense demeanor that reminded Harry of Hermione. "Mrs. Granger," Harry said, following Sirius's lead and kissing the back of her knuckles, which surprised the older woman. Sirius did the same. "Please call me Sirius," he said. "And I'm Miriam," she replied, her gaze sweeping over both of them. "Well, it's good to have you here. Come through. It's a nice day, so Wallace thought any excuse for a barbecue." She led them down a narrow corridor into a large family kitchen that opened onto a wide patio and a substantial garden. After another round of introductions, Sirius accepted a beer from a cooler beside the smoking grill Wallace had set up. Harry opted for unsweetened lemonade at the picnic table, which was laden with summer salads. The drink was tart but refreshing. He had learned his lesson about alcohol. Miriam coaxed her husband away from the grill, and they all gathered at the table. "I have to admit I was a little surprised when we got the request for a meeting, Sirius," Miriam said with a warm smile. "According to that magical newspaper Hermione reads, everyone thinks you're abroad." "Deliberate misdirection on my part and that of my advisors," Sirius confirmed. He nudged Harry's shoulder with his own. "We wanted to make sure my getting custody of this one went off without a hitch. Unfortunately, there are too many people out there who would have loved to. People have interfered since Harry is famous in the wizarding world, and after the events surrounding me," he shrugged. "Understandable," Wallace said. "And congratulations." "Thank you," Harry replied, beaming at Sirius again. "I believe you had something to discuss with us," Miriam prompted. Professor Lupin was quite vague, but he mentioned something about a life debt. "Hermione has already done some research, and she tells us that they're quite important in the wizarding world." Harry was not surprised. He turned to Hermione. "So, what did you find out?" "Well, just what Mum said really," Hermione admitted, a bit embarrassed. "There wasn't a lot of information in the books I have, and I haven't had time to get to Diagon Alley to find something more relevant. Maybe I should explain more," Sirius offered easily. Everyone nodded, and Harry was amused to see that all three Grangers wore identical expressions of fascination, curiosity, and anticipation. Hermione was nearly vibrating in her seat opposite him. Historically, life debts had much more significance than they do now, Sirius began. It used to be that if one wizard saved the life of another, the rescued wizard would have to stay beside their rescuer until they returned the favor. That practice faded around the time the ancient and noble houses were formed. Harry shifted slightly, a bit bored because he had heard this before. It then became a matter of honor for the houses, Sirius explained. If a member of one house saved a member of another, it created a political debt between them. This could only be satisfied with an alliance or an exchange of money or property, usually negotiated based on the relative value of the person saved. If you saved the youngest daughter, for instance, that would be viewed differently than saving the heir to the house or the head of house. The former might be offered in marriage, while the latter might determine a house alliance. It all sounds very Victorian, or do I mean Edwardian? Miriam commented. Austenish. Sirius smiled at her. If you mean old-fashioned, you'd be right. It is even for the wizarding world. What about if you weren't from a house? Hermione jumped in enthusiastically. What happens then? Ah, well. If a member of a house saved the life of an ordinary wizard or witch, then the ordinary wizard or witch would become beholden to them to a degree. They would pay off the debt by working on the estates of the house or performing other services for the house, Sirius explained. Equally, if it was the other way around, the house became responsible for the ordinary wizard or witch and would ensure their employment and safety. They would gain the protection and sanctuary of a house. Is it a magical bond? Hermione immediately moved to her next question. No, Sirius laughed. Magical bonds of any kind are very rare. The most common are between wizards or witches and their familiars. There are twin bonds, but beyond that, no. An oath might be taken as part of a life debt payment. He motioned with his beer bottle. If an oath already existed, incurring a life debt may make the person involved more inclined to keep that oath. But as I've told Harry, only oaths to ancient and noble houses can be enforced through magic. That's usually after the oath has already been broken. Oaths in general are nothing more than verbal contracts. All three Grangers went to ask a question but stopped abruptly and looked at each other, deciding who would get the chance to ask first. Sirius and Harry exchanged smiles at the silent communication happening in front of them. Both parents looked at their daughter expectantly, and Hermione sat back with a quiet huff, acknowledging she had already had the opportunity to ask 2 questions. Wallace waved a hand at his wife. Miriam smiled. You said this was the fashion but no longer. Life debts aren't usually acknowledged these days. If they are, it's usually at the insistence of the older generation. A token gesture is a favor or money, Sirius said. However, the houses follow the tradition among themselves because it's a matter of honor. Now my question, Wallace said, raising his beer, what does a life debt have to do with Hermione? Your daughter, along with Harry, saved my life, Sirius answered simply. Miriam and Wallace glanced at their daughter, who was turning cherry red under their attention. I assume it's because she gave evidence to aid your acquittal? Miriam asked, perplexed. Sirius raised an eyebrow at Hermione, silently asking if she had told them, and received a brief shake of her head in response. Harry threw her an apologetic look. They hadn't meant to get her in trouble. On the night I was captured at Hogwarts, Sirius said firmly, the headmaster gave Hermione and Harry permission to help me escape. They used a magical device to reach the right place, found transportation for me, and got me out of the office where I was locked up. If it hadn't been for them, I would have forfeited my soul to a Dementor. And why is this the first we're hearing about it if you had the headmaster's permission? Wallace asked, staring pointedly at his daughter. The device, Harry jumped in, the magical device we used, Hermione wasn't supposed to tell anyone else about it. Sirius and I only found out because the headmaster allowed us to use it. Hermione shot him a grateful look and nodded at her parents. I didn't want to worry you, she admitted honestly. I mean, this year has been relatively quiet and normal compared to first and second year, Anne. Hermione, Miriam interrupted sternly. Hermione grimaced, her eyes downcast. Sorry, Mum. We're not angry with you, Miriam said, casting a look at Harry and Sirius. Harry got the distinct impression that she regretted a conversation was taking place in front of them. "But I am disappointed that you felt you couldn't tell us, not even in general terms." "I feel I should apologize," Sirius began. "Please don't," Wallace said immediately. "I dare say Hermione's reticence is partly our fault. We may have indicated to her that we weren't happy with the amount of danger this school seems to place her in every year. Did you know someone let a troll into the school during her first year, which almost killed her? And then she was in a magical coma the year after." He huffed out a breath at Hermione's dejected face. "We even discussed not sending her back for her third year, which is why I think someone was reluctant to tell us what happened." Harry felt alarmed. Hermione had almost been withdrawn? And now they knew she'd been in danger again. "It's all my fault," he blurted out. "Nonsense," Miriam said briskly. "From what Hermione said, you saved her from the troll and were playing your broomstick sport when she ended up in the coma. You're a young boy, Harry. It's not your fault these events took place. You've been a good friend to Hermione, and you are one of the reasons why we decided to let her continue at Hogwarts." "Ah, well, she's been a good friend to me too," Harry said, a little taken aback by the heartfelt praise. He felt Sirius's hand on his shoulder and settled again. "I tell you whose fault it is," Wallace added. "That headmaster of yours. What is he thinking, allowing a troll and things that cause comas to get inside a school with children? And you'll forgive me, Sirius." Sirius nodded enthusiastically. "But what was he playing at, sending 2 kids to rescue you? Why couldn't he have done it?" "An excellent question," Sirius agreed fervently. "The headmaster is a great wizard and Hermione began to defend Dumbledore passionately. Harry knew that before his time at the clinic with Sirius, he might have been eagerly waiting for his turn to do the same. "And a senile old man by the sound of it," Wallace interjected, cutting off his daughter's defense. "I'm sorry, sweetheart," Miriam said, "but I agree with your father. If I ever meet this headmaster of yours, believe me, I will have more than a few questions for him." "I feel exactly the same way," Sirius added. There was a moment between the adults that made Hermione and Harry roll their eyes in unison while their guardians' gazes were focused elsewhere. Miriam cleared her throat and turned to her daughter. "That said, we're very proud of you, Hermione, for helping to save Sirius's life and see justice get done." "Very proud," Wallace repeated gruffly. Hermione's eyes sparkled, and her mother wrapped her in a one-armed hug, squeezing her tightly until the threat of tears faded. Harry fidgeted awkwardly with his glass of lemonade, unsure of what to do. "So," Wallace said brightly, "you owe Hermione a life debt." "Yes," Sirius said, enthusiastically returning to the original topic, "and I would like to honor it." Miriam and Wallace exchanged another knowing look. "Honor it how exactly?" Miriam asked briskly, keeping her arm around her daughter. Her eyes suddenly twinkled. "If you'd like to offer Harry as a potential bridegroom, I'd have no problems with that." "Mum!" Hermione yelped, her face turning bright red. Harry felt his own cheeks heat up, likely a similar color. He avoided looking at Sirius, knowing he would just tease him if he did. In some ways, he knew it was a compliment, but in others, it was mortifying. Hermione was his friend. It wasn't that he didn't realize she was a girl, it was just, she was his friend. Why would she be interested in him? He concluded with a fair amount of confusion. "I would offer him," Sirius began mischievously. Harry shot him a glare. "But Harry will have to choose his own wife." Sirius winked at him. "His dad did a fair job with his mum, so I think he'll choose wisely. Of course, his dad also chose the smartest witch of his generation." A ripple of chuckles spread around the table from Miriam and Wallace at the clear suggestion that Sirius would be pleased if Harry chose Hermione. Harry smiled apologetically, mouthing a sorry at her. She responded with a shy smile of her own. "Are marriage contracts usual in the wizarding world?" Miriam asked. "Betrothal contracts are not used anymore. A ruling after the war with Grindel effectively declared any outstanding ones to be null and void." Matchmaking still happens to some degree, where families may agree on an introduction and an intended arrangement. However, contracts to protect assets and set terms, especially for ancient and noble houses, are common, Sirius explained. Remus tells me that there's something similar in the Muggle world. Miriam offered. Prenuptial agreements, she supplied. They're usually only done by the very rich, though. Well, if we can't get Hermione married off, Wallace said, smirking in Hermione's direction, what are you proposing exactly? I'd like to offer her the sponsorship of the House of Black, Sirius said. There are 3 reasons. Firstly, because you don't have magic, you're quite restricted in what you can do as parents to protect her in the wizarding world, either physically or legally. In fact, under our legal system, you have very few rights. Sponsorship by an ancient and noble house means that Hermione would get the same protection as any daughter of my house. While Hermione is at school, it means that the House of Black could act in loco parentis. If Hermione ended up in the hospital wing for an extended period, I or my steward could visit and provide a conduit for news. The Grangers exchanged looks of surprised pleasure. We can see the benefits of that, Wallace said, especially after Hermione's second year. Miriam nodded. It was torture getting an owl from Professor McGonagall to say that Hermione was in the infirmary but not be able to see how she was. She patted her daughter's hand. That's why we seriously considered removing you, sweetheart. I'm sorry, Hermione said sadly. I can't even imagine. It must have been awful. Well, sponsorship would help going forward, Sirius said before they got sidetracked again. Secondly, I would assume financial responsibility for Hermione's education. He brushed aside their first murmurs of protest. Don't worry, I'm very rich. Hermione's parents exchanged a silent look. I can't say we wouldn't appreciate the financial boon of not having to pay for the tuition, Miriam said. We can afford it, but there's always something else we could use the money for. Holidays, or I've been wanting to remodel the kitchen, and then there's always the attic conversion we've been thinking of doing or buying a place in France. The third reason? Wallace said loudly. Sirius coughed to hide a chuckle. It will open up opportunities for Hermione after Hogwarts. A lot of Muggleborns find it difficult to secure high-paid employment in the wizarding world. It's hard for them. Magical schooling separates them from the Muggle world, so they can't go back easily. Yet the innate prejudices of the wizarding world mean they face an uphill battle if they want a career in the top fields, like the Ministry, St. Mungo's, or apprenticing with some of the masters of our world. The Grangers frowned. Remus says it's similar to the Muggle world where the government for a time only took people from Oxford and Thingamabridge. Sirius offered uncertainly. Or even getting into Oxford and Cambridge to begin with, Hermione suggested wisely. She brushed her fringe out of her eyes. I knew we'd have to choose electives for third year, so I started researching career options at the end of second year. I read some of the alumni records available in the library and realized the problem then. It's one of the reasons why I took everything I could. Why didn't you say something? Harry blurted out. Sirius felt upset to realize that something had clearly troubled Hermione enough to send her to the library without him knowing. Well, it was the end of the year, and it's not something either you or Ron need to worry about, really, Hermione replied, blushing again. I take it sponsorship will help Hermione attain the career she wants? Wallace asked. Sirius nodded. It'll open doors, and people won't dismiss her out of hand. But isn't it cheating? Hermione asked worriedly. I mean, I would prefer to get something on my own merits. And you will, Sirius said firmly. Nobody will offer you anything just because you have sponsorship. It's a bit like having Hogwarts as your school. It gives you an advantage, but you'll still have to do the hard work to obtain good grades and engage in extracurricular activities that will help you. So we've heard about the benefits of sponsorship, but what is actually involved? Miriam asked. An oath, Sirius replied promptly. He set his beer down and reached into his satchel, pulling out a sheaf of parchments that Remus had prepared. The full details are in here. Primarily, we perform a ritual where the sponsor puts a drop of blood into a bowl, and Hermione puts a drop of hers. They each swear an oath, one to do the sponsoring and Hermione to accept. Miriam took the parchments before Hermione could grab them. We'll read these over carefully. I should also tell you that it's not appropriate for me to be Hermione's sponsor as I'm a single male, Sirius said. I'll be asking my cousin Andromeda to take the role. She's married to a muggle-born wizard named Ted, and they have a daughter who just left Hogwarts to start at the Auror Academy. If you agree, I would like you to meet her ahead of the ritual. If there are any issues, we'll work something else out, but Andy's a great witch, and I don't think you'll have any problems with her. He paused. There is a small problem with timing as we have an additional. I have a favor to ask of you, Hermione said. For me? Really? Harry replied quickly. Anything, Hermione said immediately, blushing at the raised eyebrows of her mother. Sirius is going to adopt me the day after tomorrow, Harry announced proudly. Hermione jumped out of her chair, dashed around the table, and hugged him tightly. She released him and beamed at both Sirius and Harry. That's wonderful. Oh, I'm so pleased for you, Harry. Yes, congratulations again, Miriam said, watching Hermione closely. Sirius picked up his beer and ruffled Harry's hair. Thank you. We were hoping to perform all the rituals on the same day and combine it with a blessing ritual for the protection Harry's mother gave him before she died. That's a very good idea, Hermione agreed, casting another anxious glance toward her parents. Harry guessed she hadn't told them about Voldemort either, and he couldn't blame her. How will it work? Hermione asked enthusiastically, sitting next to Harry and leaning over to look at Sirius. Harry shifted back slightly. Sirius smirked at him. Well, the ritual is runic-based. Each female member of the House of Black will prick their finger and draw a specific protection rune on Harry's forehead, renewing the blessing from his mother. So if I take the sponsorship ritual, I'll be a daughter of the house and could take part. Hermione deduced quickly. Yes, Sirius replied, holding up his hand, but only if your parents agree. After some research, we realized that the protection spell will eventually fade if Harry doesn't live with his aunt periodically. Since that's not going to happen going forward, we think this ritual will acknowledge the adoption and mean Harry will only have to live with a member of the Black family. That's so clever, Hermione said, looking admiringly at Sirius. It was Remus's idea, Harry added. His former professor had done a lot of work researching the spells and understanding their complexity. Sirius coughed. Yes, it was. He gestured towards the parchment. Remus thought you would appreciate the details. He turned his attention back to Miriam and Wallace. If you consent to the sponsorship before Wednesday, it would be wonderful to have Hermione involved. Out of all the female members of the house, she is the only one who actually has a relationship with Harry, and that will strengthen the spell. However, if you need more time to decide, we can still perform the sponsorship ritual at another time. We'll look over the information, Miriam promised. I'll send Hedwig tomorrow, Harry said. She'll deliver your formal invite to the adoption ceremony. You can reply to us with your decision, Sirius added. Good, Wallace stated. He motioned towards the grill. Well, if that's the business settled, we should throw the meat on. Sirius perked up and followed Wallace to the smoking apparatus. Miriam rolled her eyes at the men before gathering the parchment and rising to her feet. I have some finishing touches to put on dessert. Hermione started to join her, but Miriam waved her back into her seat. Stay and keep your friend company, Hermione. Miriam winked at them both before departing. Hermione offered Harry another shy smile. Sorry about all that before. They've been teasing me all summer about whether I'll get a boyfriend next year, just because I was complaining about Parvati and Lavender going on about dates in Hogsmeade. Harry frowned. He hadn't considered Hermione dating anyone, and the thought disturbed him for reasons he couldn't quite understand. Maybe he was worried she would stop being his friend, he mused. That seemed silly, as Hermione wouldn't drop him for a boyfriend any more than he would drop her for a girlfriend. He hadn't thought much about dating all girls himself, beyond occasionally noticing that some of his classmates were becoming pretty and cute, like he had with Hermione when he first arrived or with Kimi at the clinic. He had ignored Dean's comments on the matter. Seamus had mentioned girls they fancied, but Ron had never brought up the topic. Harry realized he had never really participated in a boyfriend-girlfriend scene before. In primary school, when his classmates were playing at it, nobody approached him because of Dudley. Dudley had been kicked in the privates the one time he tried to play kiss chase with a girl, which was one of Harry's favorite memories. When he started Hogwarts, he was relieved that the whole dating thing didn't seem to be a big deal in the wizarding world, possibly because it felt a bit old-fashioned compared to the Muggle world. However, he knew he would have to think about it more in the coming year. It was common knowledge that most students started dating in fourth year. A few third years had already begun since Hogsmeade provided a great venue for dates. He hadn't completely escaped the gossip in the Gryffindor common room or the whispers in the classrooms. Great, he thought morosely. How am I supposed to go about dating girls? Hermione patted his hand, clearly reading his expression. Don't worry about it, Harry, she said with a smile. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a queue of girls lined up when you're ready to ask someone. Really? Harry looked at her doubtfully. Who would want to date me? She rolled her eyes. Only most of the girls in our year, and probably a lot from the others too. You're considered quite the catch, and I can imagine the publicity from the summer is going to increase your fanciability. Is that even a word? Harry teased, grimacing again. Anyway, from what you're saying, most of the girls want to date the boy who lived, not me. He could see Hermione about to protest, but she stopped abruptly. I guess you might be right about that, she admitted softly. But as someone who knows you, I think they'll be happy once they get to know you. And if you don't date them, how are they going to? To get to know you, you know. Maybe, Harry said, uncertain she was right. I was thinking it might be good to make some new friends next year. You and Ron are great and my best friends, and that's not going to change, he hurried to assure her. But it just occurred to me that I don't have a lot of other friends. You probably have more than me. What about the Quidditch team? Hermione asked. And Neville, Dean, and Seamus. The Quidditch team is great. Fred and George might be friends, but Oliver was, well, Oliver. The girls are older than me, Harry replied. As for the guys in my dorm, I guess I'm about as close to Dean and Seamus as you are to Parvati and Lavender. We're mates, but not friends. Hermione nodded in acknowledgement. Neville. Harry smiled. I'm hoping to get to know Neville better this summer. He's going to join me for some lessons. Our mothers were best friends at school. His mum was my godmother, and my mum was his. Oh, wow, Hermione said, her eyes narrowing. What lessons are you doing? Harry brightened and shared the details: wizarding etiquette and culture, politics and estate management, runes and magic. But what about the underage? She asked. Medical exception, Harry grimaced. Sirius got custody of me the night before they announced his innocence. We've been away at a healing clinic this past week. He explained the time bubble at the clinic, his treatment, and his power issues. He picked up Sirius's bag and took out the journal and the wrapped present. Because of the amount of time we were there, one of the healers suggested I write to you and Ron in a kind of journal, as though I was sending you letters. I put all my politics lessons in there too, since I figured you'd want to know about it. He handed her the journal and the gift. I picked the present up at the airport. It's a book on American magic. I thought you might like it, but it's okay if you don't. Harry! Hermione exclaimed, delighted. Thank you. You didn't need to get me anything. The journal would. On me. She was already holding onto it tightly. Her front teeth sank into her lower lip. Do you think Sirius will let me join you and Neville for your lessons? Harry nodded. If your parents are okay with it. He glanced toward Wallace and Sirius to ensure they were engaged in a discussion, then lowered his voice. I take it you didn't tell them everything about Voldemort and what happened with the stone? Hermione nodded. They kind of freaked out at Christmas about the troll, so, no. She sighed. I doubt I would have told them about the basilisk, but obviously they found out from the school that I was petrified. I pretended it was no big deal so they wouldn't worry. She made an unhappy face. I had no idea it was so bad for them. He moved to put his hand over her arm. You couldn't have known, and if it helps any, Sirius freaked out about everything when he found out too. There was a shared moment of solidarity between them. Well, that helps explain why he said what he did about the headmaster, Hermione noted with a hint of disapproval. I thought he'd be more grateful to him. Hermione, your parents were right, Harry interrupted fiercely. Dumbledore could have saved him himself. His chief warlock, he could have placed Sirius in his protective custody and overruled Fudge, but he didn't. Hermione's mouth opened and closed again, her shock evident on her face. But surely? She searched Harry's eyes for something, anything to explain it. But why didn't he then? Me, Harry said succinctly. He took a breath to keep his temper under control. Dumbledore was the one who left me with the Dursleys, Hermione. We think he was trying to make sure I went back there and didn't have somewhere else to go. But that's awful, Hermione exclaimed. How could he leave you with those terrible people? Oh, this is just too much. Sirius thinks it has to do with this spell that my mum did and some ward she put on me. Harry admitted, he thinks Dumbledore was trying to protect me. For a moment, Hermione looked furious, then her expression shifted to one of silent horror. What? Harry asked. Hermione sighed heavily and leaned closer to him, lowering her voice. You don't think he was Chief Warlock when Sirius was imprisoned? He should have made sure Sirius got a trial. Do you? Harry was already shaking his head. Sirius doesn't think it was deliberate. He says Dumbledore should have checked, but he's pretty sure from the conversation they had in the office when Sirius was captured that Dumbledore honestly thought he was guilty. He shrugged. It doesn't matter. Dumbledore's in Thailand, and by the time he gets back, I'll be adopted, and he won't have a say in it anymore. It's just so unbelievable. He's always seemed so good and kind and great, Hermione said miserably. He's Albus Dumbledore. He's not supposed to make mistakes, Harry said quietly. Sirius says nobody is perfect. I guess not, Hermione said with a huff. She sighed and changed the subject. Ron sent a letter with Errol. He's invited us to the Quidditch World Cup. My mum and dad are thinking about that too, although I'm not really sure I want to go. Have you talked with him yet? Harry shook his head. We've only been back a couple of days, and we've been settling into our new house. We're supposed to see them tomorrow evening to give them an invite to the adoption. Ron and his parents, I mean. She bit her lip again. You're not inviting Ginny? Her question took him aback. He hadn't really had much contact with Ginny over the past year, although they'd exchanged small talk in the common room and sat together occasionally at meals. He had tried to pay her some attention since the previous year had been so horrible for her, but he felt awkward around her. He still half expected her to fall into her batter dish if he was honest. If I invite Ginny, then I have to invite Fred and George, and I don't really have an issue with it, but Sirius wanted to keep it small, Harry said. Would it be so bad? Hermione asked. It's just that Ginny and I chatted a bit at the end of the year, and she wants to get to know you better. If we want to make more friends, like you were saying before, and I actually think that's a good suggestion, we should try to get to know more people. Ginny might be a good place to start. Harry sighed and confessed the real reason. Yeah, but I think Ginny has a crush on you. Hermione nodded. Of course she does. Then why? Because, Harry, she wants to get past it and become your friend, Hermione said. I know it's awkward, but the boy who lived was her childhood hero, and you saved her life, so of course she has a massive crush on you. It's quite a lot for her to get past. I helped save your life, and you didn't get a crush on me, Harry pointed out, proud of his logic. Hermione blushed and looked a tad guilty. Harry stared at her, speechless, as he realized the implication. Look, that was me. Obviously, I was mature enough not to get a crush on you. Hermione's cheeks reddened even more as she blatantly lied. She waved her hand dismissively. Ginny, I think all she really wants is a chance to get past her crush and get to know you. I'm not promising anything, Harry said, deciding they should drop the subject quickly rather than dwell on the fact that Hermione had once had a crush on him. But I'll talk with Sirius about inviting all the Weasleys. Hermione smiled at him brightly. Thank you, Harry. Then she frowned suddenly. You know I owe you a life debt for the troll and Merlin. I owe Ron too. I don't think so, Harry said. From what Sirius told me, you can't owe someone a life debt if they were responsible for placing you in danger in the first place, and Ron was the reason why you were in that situation. The bathroom. He waved his hand. As for me, if you ever owed me anything, you've saved my life since then. Besides, saving Sirius paid it back tenfold, Hermione. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. I tell you what, just to make sure there are no debts between us, I'll run interference for you if Ginny gets too crushy. That isn't funny, Harry exclaimed, though he wasn't truly angry at her teasing. It's a little funny, Hermione replied. And besides, you should be happy someone likes you. Her expression fell. I don't think I'm going to have a queue of boys lining up to ask me to Hogsmeade. Harry felt the same unsettling lurch in his stomach as before, but his desire to reassure her outweighed it. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to comfort her and settled for squeezing her arm absently. She smiled at him in appreciation, so maybe it had been the right thing to do. The sound of a throat clearing at the head of the table made them both look up sharply. Sirius smirked at Harry, his gaze pointedly falling to where Harry was still holding onto Hermione's arm. Harry blushed bright red and let go. Your dad wanted your help, Sirius told Hermione. She sighed and headed over to the grill. Sirius sat down and grinned at Harry. Don't, Harry warned him briskly, or I'll tell Remus about the time Healer Fey was over when we were swimming and you lost your... We swore we would never speak of that, Sirius reminded him quickly. Harry stared at his godfather. Fine, no teasing about how cozy you and Hermione were looking, Sirius promised in a grumbling tone. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and sat up straighter as Hermione returned with a plate piled high with burgers, steaks, and chops. I hope you're hungry, Miriam said with a laugh as she and Wallace rejoined them. The topic of conversation shifted to questions about how comfortable Sirius seemed in the Muggle world. Harry sat back, content to listen to stories about how his mum had ensured the Marauders could handle Muggle things. He glanced at Hermione and felt his stomach flip-flop again. He thought to himself that he was just hungry, that was probably all it was. Chapter 16, Building Team Pronglet. Sirius paced nervously in the reception room. There was a lot riding on the outcome of the meetings he was about to hold. If things didn't work out as he and Remus hoped, they would deal with it. Sirius thought briskly, there was always the obviate spell. He heard the cheerful voice of Penelope approaching and hastily smoothed his formal robes as she and Remus entered. Penelope smiled at him brightly. Very smart, Lord Black. How many times do I have to tell you? It's Sirius, he complained good-naturedly. Not during working hours, Penelope reprimanded him, brushing imaginary lint from his shoulders. You have an image to convey. Remus smirked at him and handed him a black canvas bag. Here's the pensive and the memories. He patted his arm. You'll be fine, Padfoot. It's only fudge. Right, Sirius said, and whose idea was it that I should be the one to tell him and not Brian as we originally agreed? Brian's, Penelope and Remus chorused together. Sirius glared at the two of them. Look, I think Brian's right. Fudge will probably take the news of you being Lord Black better if you tell him yourself, Remus said. According to Brian, he's all agog at the request for a one-to-one meeting with you about Lord Black ahead of the meet-and-greet session later this afternoon with Directors Bones and Croker here at the Manor. You'll be fine. If I get thrown back into Azkaban, I'm blaming you, Sirius stated dryly. Penelope cleared her throat. You should get going, Lord Black. You don't want to be late, the minister is expecting you. Sirius turned to Remus and opened his mouth. Yes, I'll go back to Griffin House and check on Harry later. I'm sure he and Minerva are getting along fine, Remus said, ushering him towards the flue. Sirius harumphed, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. Sirius tossed some power into the fire and announced, Minister's office. He stepped into Fudge's private domain, straightening up as he noticed the two auras flanking the minister. He felt a wave of suspicion wash over him. Fudge quickly sensed Sirius's discomfort and gestured toward the auras. Oh, they're just here as a precaution in case someone else steps out, Fudge explained. Sirius adjusted his tone to sound vaguely diplomatic. If the auras would like to check me for glamours or polyjuice, they're certainly welcome to do so, Minister. Fudge waved the auras forward. Shacklebolt. Dawlish. Apologies, Mr. Black, Shacklebolt said formally. We won't be more than a moment. He lifted his wand and performed an intricate gesture to begin the identification spell, something Sirius was well acquainted with. It was part of mandatory aura training. Dawlish stood back, covering Shacklebolt. Sirius recognized Dawlish from his aura days, a miserable GIT whom he had half suspected of being a Death Eater. Shacklebolt? Kingsley Shacklebolt? Sirius asked. I seem to remember you were at the academy after I completed my Hib Wizard training. That's right, Mr. Black, Kingsley replied with a polite smile. You held most of the records we were trying to beat. He turned to the minister. He is Sirius Black, Minister. May we ask what's in the bag? Dawlish asked roughly before Shacklebolt could request their dismissal. Sirius raised an eyebrow. A present for the minister for his sterling effort to uphold justice. Fudge's face lit up with a pleased smile as he almost clapped his hands in delight. He made a wavy hand gesture at the auras. Please leave us, gentlemen. The auras exited, with Dawlish clearly reluctant to go. Sirius? May I call you Sirius? You must call me Cornelius, Fudge said, charging forward as soon as the office door closed behind the auras. He extended his pudgy hand. Welcome to the ministry. Sirius shook hands. Sirius is fine, Minister. He requested permission to raise a privacy bubble, and Cornelius smiled ruefully. Brian does the same thing, he said, amused, as he indicated for Sirius to proceed. This is the safest office in Britain. I'm afraid I attended the Alastair Moody School of Constant Vigilance, Minister, Sirius replied. He waved his great-grandfather's wand, nodding happily when the privacy spell took effect and the office was secured. You've probably guessed the reason for this meeting already, Cornelius, so I won't keep you in suspense, Sirius began, placing the canvas bag on the minister's desk. Brian said he suspected you'd worked it out when he mentioned how quickly I responded to the query about custody when he initially wrote to Lord Black. Well, Cornelius looked amused as he took his seat. Obviously, you realized then that I was and, indeed, am Lord Black, Sirius announced briskly, ignoring the different shades of red Cornelius was turning. He mentally removed the concealment spell from his ring and waggled it at the minister. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your discretion in keeping my secret to date and supporting my guardianship of Harry. I am in your debt. He pulled out the brand new pensive from the bag and set it down in front of Cornelius. I hope you accept this as a small token of my thanks and appreciation. Cornelius's eyes dropped to the magical artifact, and he gasped. It's top of the line, newest model, Sirius stated as he took a seat. As you know, many countries have provided penseeds for their ministers for years, and it's criminal that the Wizengamot hasn't authorized a budget for you to have one yet. Criminal, yes, Cornelius touched it reverently. I can't tell you how envious the American ambassador is going to be the next time he comes around. This is much better than the one in his office. He sat back suddenly, gazed at Sirius. This was the pivotal moment, Sirius thought. Cornelius knew that Sirius likely realized he hadn't guessed at all. Cornelius faced two choices: to throw a tantrum or to graciously pretend he had guessed, saving face and continuing to build a relationship with Lord Black. Sirius understood that Cornelius had to consider not only that he was Lord Black, but also the Potter Regent. Cornelius had already glanced at the crests on his robes twice. Clearing his throat, Cornelius said, "I have to confess that while I did suspect, as Brian surmised, I didn't actually know for certain that you were Lord Black, Lord Black." "I thought we agreed it was Sirius," Sirius replied smoothly. He was surprised by Cornelius's admission, but it was a clever move, a half-truth that allowed Cornelius to save face while acknowledging the truth. Cornelius smiled widely at him. "Sirius it is. My new assistant calls me Lord Black, and I keep looking for my grandfather," Sirius joked, trying to recall all the lessons in political etiquette his parents had drilled into him. "I remember when my parents found a tutor for me before Hogwarts. Professor Lycan called me Mr. Fudge for the first time. I thought he was referring to my father and wouldn't answer him," Cornelius said with good humor. "I received a fair few raps on the knuckles for that. Harry finds being Lord Potter quite strange, but then nobody has ever told him about his house responsibilities until this summer." "Oh." Cornelius frowned. "I mean, I'm not surprised at the Muggles, because what would they know about it? But surely Albus?" Sirius shook his head. "I'm afraid not." He didn't have to pretend a heavy grimace that crossed his face. "Harry has been left entirely too uninformed about his place in our world, not just the boy who lived nonsense, but the House of Potter, his family, his heritage." Sirius sighed. "I've been told that his teachers were made to promise not to tell him about his mother and father." "That is terrible," Cornelius said, expressing his sympathy. "I've had concerns about how Albus has been handling things at Hogwarts for a number of years now, but his hold on the school is absolute." "Speaking of concerns," Sirius said, shifting the conversation to the reason for his visit, "I did have an ulterior motive for getting you the pensieve." He reached into the canvas bag and pulled out 3 vials filled with silvery fluid. "With your permission, I'd like to show you some copies of Harry's memories from his time at Hogwarts. I'm not certain how much you know already, how much information Albus has shared, but I believe it's important for you to see them. However, I must have an oath that you will keep this information confidential." Cornelius nodded slowly. "I'm intrigued, so I'll agree." He picked up his wand. "I, Cornelius Ambrose Fudge, swear to the House of Black to keep the contents of this meeting confidential." A flash of light erupted from the tip of his wand, and Sirius felt satisfied. Cornelius motioned for him to fill the pensieve, and they dove into the basin. The memory began with Harry and his friends approaching the Cerberus and continued from there. "What is this exactly?" Cornelius asked, a bit impatiently. "Some kind of student obstacle course for their first-year Dada exam?" "I can understand your concern, the dog is a bit much." "I'm afraid it's nothing as benign as an obstacle course," Sirius replied. "This is a set of traps created by the Hogwarts professors to protect Flammel's Philosopher's Stone, or at least that's what they're supposed to be protecting. Somebody has already gotten past them, and Harry and his friends are trying to stop the potential thief." He pointed Cornelius back at the action. They watched silently for the most part, although Cornelius muttered, "Oh, good show," as Harry caught the key. As Harry faced Quirrell, Voldemort's name made Cornelius pale considerably. Sirius had thrown up, so the minister was actually doing better than he had at that moment. He was shaking by the time Sirius led him out of the memory, just after Harry's discussion with Dumbledore in the infirmary. Sirius had been furious when he first saw it. Remus had to stick him to a chair until he calmed down enough to agree that trying to find Dumbledore in Thailand to hex him was a bad idea. "Fire whiskey?" Sirius prompted gently. Cornelius pointed at a cabinet. Sirius retrieved the alcohol and poured him a generous amount. He resumed his seat and waited for Cornelius to speak. "I assume there's no hope that the memory has been tampered with or that this isn't an elaborate fantasy of young Harry's?" Cornelius eventually asked, his hands tightly wrapped around his whiskey glass. "It's my intention to show the memory to Amelia Bones and Wilbert Croker later. I'm sure they can both vouch for its authenticity," Sirius said firmly. I'm certain it can be independently verified if necessary. No, just... Cornelius took a gulp of his drink and slumped back in his chair. I can't believe that you-know-who is still out there. He was supposed to be dead. How could Albus not tell anyone? In part to protect the wizarding world, I suspect, Sirius replied. From what I've heard, the days following Voldemort's downfall in 1981 were chaotic, with some Death Eaters walking free due to lack of evidence. Had they known for certain their leader was still around, I assume they would have continued their reign of terror and helped him find a body. I can understand why Albus may have kept it quiet back then. Cornelius sighed as he absorbed the truth of Sirius's words. And it's also probable that Albus didn't know for certain, Sirius added. My steward and I are convinced that Albus constructed the entire thing with the stone as a trap to prove Voldemort was alive, using both the stone and Harry as bait. Well, he should have told me then, Cornelius said angrily. Sirius looked at him calmly. Perhaps he would have, Cornelius, but your closest advisor since Harry returned to the wizarding world has been Lucius Malfoy. What's Lucius got to do with it? Cornelius asked, clearly bewildered. Lucius is one of those Death Eaters who walked free, Sirius replied. He raised a hand when Cornelius began to argue. I've investigated the matter thoroughly, Cornelius. He's married to my cousin, and tomorrow he will be subjected to our family magic. As you can imagine, I wanted to be very sure of my facts. Cornelius's eyes widened. Yes, I can imagine. But I still can't believe Lucius would. I mean, I know about the Imperius, of course, but he assured me that he simply agreed with you-know-who's wider political agenda and that the whole thing got blown out of all proportion. I will agree that he was under the Imperius the day he got caught in the Ministry. Moody diagnosed him, so I have some confidence in that, Sirius said. I'll even accept that there was no additional physical evidence of wrongdoing apart from the dark mark he had. His wand was clean at the time. However, I can unequivocally say, as someone who went undercover with Death Eaters, that you can't get the dark mark if you're under the Imperius. You have to be a willing recipient. There's also an initiation, a murder of an innocent. Now, perhaps Lucius only performed such an act at his initiation, and beyond that, his political influence and position at the Ministry were more of a benefit to Voldemort than having Lucius out raising terror. But the main point holds, Lucius was a Death Eater. Cornelius downed his glass of fire whiskey and poured himself another. Now, I doubt he knows for certain that Voldemort is back, but I think he must have his suspicions. His political advice and his agenda aligns with Voldemort's. He has sponsored and voted for laws that would benefit Voldemort if he returned. The budgets for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of Mysteries have been significantly reduced. Certain groups, like werewolves and other magical races, have been marginalized and are unlikely to support us now. Would Lucius rejoin Voldemort if he regained a physical form? I don't know, Sirius said. His answer will certainly determine his fate tomorrow. I should have him arrested, Cornelius said passionately. All this time, he has been using me. Lucius is a skilled politician, Cornelius. Whether he is trying to gain power to assist Voldemort in taking over the government or just trying to secure power for himself within the current administration, he would naturally befriend the most powerful man in the Ministry and work to become his chief confidant and advisor. He aims to push his own agenda above all others and convince you of its merits, Sirius pointed out briskly. But legally, he has done nothing wrong. There is no evidence of his Death Eater activities. I suggest you leave him to me and simply disassociate yourself. No one will be surprised if you distance yourself, since it is well known among Wizengamot members that the House of Black holds greater influence than the House of Malfoy. Cornelius took a deep breath and nodded. You're right, of course. I will leave this in your capable hands and distance myself from him. I would also suggest, if I may, that you consider distancing yourself from those who seek his advice or agree wholeheartedly with his agenda, Sirius advised. Your senior undersecretary seems to be a capable woman, but perhaps it's time to reward her with an ambassadorship to a South American country. For a moment, Sirius thought Cornelius might defend her, but he finally sighed regretfully. She is indeed wonderfully capable, but you're quite right. He smiled benignly. Perhaps it is time for her to move on. Sirius picked up the second vial. Speaking of moving on, are you ready for the next memory? He wasn't surprised when Cornelius downed his drink again before allowing Sirius to take him back into the pensive. Harry's encounter with the shade of Tom Riddle and the basilisk had been horrifying. Sirius had wanted to close his eyes the entire time he watched it, but it was informative. Fortunately, Cornelius emerged looking determined rather than pale and shaky. Perhaps, Sirius thought wryly, learning that Voldemort was still out there and that Lucius had conned him was the worst news. Everything else was manageable. Tell me that the diary was the only thing that could bring him back like that, Cornelius said harshly. I can't, Sirius replied. He and Remus had agreed that the term Horcrux would never be shared, although Wilbur Croker would probably know even if he wasn't explicitly told. My brother Regulus was a Death Eater, but he realized Voldemort didn't have any respect for purebloods. He turned on him and sent me a letter telling me all about these objects. Unfortunately, I only received his letter once I became Lord Black. There are other objects like the diary. We'll need to work together to track the others down and destroy them. Of course, Cornelius agreed. Our theory is that these objects may have helped Voldemort escape death in 1981. If we get rid of these, Sirius sighed, we can trap him again and get rid of him for good. However, there is an immediate concern. He led Cornelius back into the third memory, Trelawney's prediction of Pettigrew helping Voldemort to rise again. Well, this certainly adds some urgency to the matter, Cornelius said anxiously as soon as they left the pensive. He shakily poured himself another glass of fire whiskey. We're just not prepared. I thought he was dead. How was I to know, Anne? Cornelius. Sirius barked at the minister. Pull yourself together. Of course, you couldn't know. The public isn't going to blame. You acted like a peacetime minister for the last few years when they believed the same thing. But they will judge you on what you do now. Cornelius took a deep breath and calmed himself. Believe me when I say that this is my top priority, Sirius said firmly. Voldemort has an unhealthy fascination with Harry. I will do everything in my power to ensure Harry is safe from that monster. As of now, you have the considerable influence and wealth of the House of Black and the House of Potter backing the Ministry to rid ourselves of Voldemort for good. Sirius noticed Cornelius brighten considerably at that. Obviously, we need to bring Amelia Bones and Wilbur Croker into this, Sirius continued. But I'd like us to present a joint plan to them. I've outlined one with my steward, and with your permission, I'll take you through it now. Cornelius nodded absent-mindedly. What about Albus? Do you see a role for him? Sirius grimaced and sank back in his chair. My first inclination was to try and do it without him. He led the light last time, and we almost lost. It was only because Voldemort was defeated by the Potters that we gained a victory. He had no intention of revealing how much power Harry had or the spell Lily had used. He sighed. He's also kept information secret. While I agree with some of his reasons, I disagree with some of his decisions. By all reports, you two were close when you first took office. He could have shared his suspicions about Voldemort with you then and warned you about Lucius. There are also decisions about Harry that I have issues with. But, Cornelius prompted, I'm assuming there is a but. But, Sirius said, as my steward has pointed out, Albus is a powerful and knowledgeable wizard. If we can utilize him, we should. My steward has always been the more sensible and level-headed of the two of us, and I value his opinion. For what it's worth, I agree with your steward, Cornelius replied. I'm not happy that Albus hasn't shared vital information, but he is the only wizard who could face Voldemort and expect to survive. Perhaps with the exception of young Harry, who has survived a number of encounters, Sirius said, pausing for a moment. With that in mind, I agree that Albus shouldn't be the banner under which we fight this time. Sirius noticed a gleam in Cornelius's eye. I appreciate that people will fight under the banner of the boy who lived, but I don't want Harry exploited in the press. It will only serve to focus Voldemort's attention on him even more, and that's unacceptable to me. He paused again. Behind the scenes, I have no issues with using Harry's status as the boy who lived to persuade those who are reluctant into the political alliances we'll need. Perhaps then we should focus on ensuring that the press continues to be positive. Cornelius suggested. The press will likely print stories about Harry regardless, especially since, well, I really shouldn't say anything, but I'm sure you won't tell. The Triwizard Tournament is being revived and will be held at Hogwarts this year. Harry won't be old enough to participate, but the press will be allowed access to Hogwarts for the first time since he began his time there, and you can see the attraction for the journalists. Sirius thought the whole tournament sounded like a very bad idea, but he doubted it was something he could change. Cornelius was right, the press would pursue Harry regardless of his efforts to keep them away. It was better to try to control their public image than allow a free-for-all. Some press then, but everything is approved by me through Brian, as we did last week. Agreed, Cornelius smiled. It's marvelous how well we work together. Shall we cover the rest of the plan? Sirius bit down on his snarky retort and pulled out a parchment from his bag. He reminded himself that he didn't need to like Cornelius to work with him, and it was time to get to work. It was strange for Harry to see one of his professors during the summer. He mused ruefully as he led Professor McGonagall down to the basement. The basement was shielded so the rest of the Muggle house could function normally. Harry didn't fully understand it, but he knew that electricity didn't work well around magic. The basement and the kitchen were the only rooms in the house that were magic-proofed. The basement served as a practice room, and the kitchen was Dobby's domain. Dobby had a habit of switching off the electricity room by room when he cleaned. Harry had often questioned why Remus and Sirius had bought a Muggle house. It boiled down to two reasons. First, to make Harry comfortable since he was more familiar with a Muggle home, and second, because living in a Muggle area helped keep him safe. Wizards often found it difficult to navigate the Muggle world. Having Muggle technology was a bonus. They had enjoyed a movie night with Star Wars, and Harry had shocked Remus and Sirius by inviting Dobby too. The house elf had been glued to the screen, his thin arms wrapped around a bowl of popcorn. After a few days of living with Sirius and Remus, who were also known as the Marauders, Harry appreciated that they had to keep the magic to a minimum. Both had quite an evil sense of humor, and he was certain he would become a target at some point. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, bringing him back to the moment. She had placed her carpet bag on the side table and seemed to be waiting for him. He flashed and said, "Sorry, Professor." To his surprise, she smiled at him. "Outside of school, you may call me Aunt Minerva, like your father did, if I may call you Harry. What do you think?" Harry was stunned and settled for nodding his head. He gestured toward her and finally managed to say, "My dad called you Aunt Minerva?" "Yes," Professor McGonagall replied briskly as she began to unload small objects from her bag that Harry recognized from their transfiguration lessons. "Although when James got older and cheekier, he called me Aunt Minnie. I was good friends with your grandmother Potter. We were at school together. Remus said you might tell me some stories." Harry asked hopefully. She paused and turned to him with an apologetic look. "I owe you an apology, Harry. I should have approached you before now and offered to tell you about your family. I have no excuse." "That's okay," Harry said awkwardly. Remus explained there's a line you have to stick to as a professor regarding relationships with students. She nodded sharply. "I also owe you a second apology for allowing the headmaster to leave you with the Dursleys against my better judgment." Harry was speechless again. He had never expected her to apologize for that. "Professor, I mean, Aunt Minerva, it's fine, really. Sirius explained why the headmaster left me there, and I understand. I mean, I was mad about it, but..." He shrugged. He just wanted to forget he had ever lived with the Dursleys. Her gaze rested on him for a long moment. "Well, Sirius and Remus seem to be taking very good care of you." Harry smiled at her. "They're brilliant." Her lips twitched visibly. "Well, shall we do some transfiguration first? Then we can go over the scholarship details. We can end with afternoon tea and some stories about your mother and father." Okay, Harry agreed happily. Now, Sirius has explained to me that you had a binding and that you've been working with constrained powers for the last 3 years. He said you've worked hard at the healing clinic after the binding was lifted to bring your magic back under control, but you still require practice. She handed him a matchstick. When you're ready, Harry. He released his wand from its holster and set the matchstick on the table. A wave of his wand later, it transformed into a perfect needle. Excellent, Professor McGonagall stated brightly. If we were in school, I would be awarding you points. Let's continue. They worked for over an hour, moving from the first year's syllabus to the second, and then the one-on-one tuition helped Harry relax around her more. She corrected his wand movements to make the transfiguration easier and explained a theory he hadn't understood. Slowly, he started to get used to calling her Aunt Minerva, though it was still a conscious effort. He figured it would be some time before he called her anything but Professor McGonagall in his head. After he successfully completed the exam again, she stopped him. We should leave it there for today, Professor McGonagall said sternly. How do you feel? A little tired, Harry admitted. Most wizards your age would be exhausted, Harry, she assured him as she began to pack everything away. Clearly your power levels are as impressive as Sirius told me. I thought he was playing a prank on me. She shook her head. You were quite a powerful baby, come to think of it. She smiled at him. You should consider becoming an animagus. I seem to recall you have a natural gift for it. I do? Harry asked, surprised. Yes, Professor McGonagall said dryly. You turned yourself into a miniature version of Sirius's form when you were 3 or 4 months old. Your father flued me almost immediately. I'm not sure if he was more disturbed by the fact that you changed into a puppy rather than a young stag, or changed at all. I think that was the reason he placed a binding on you. Harry's mouth fell open, then he snapped it closed again. You knew? You knew that Sirius was an animagus? And my dad? And Mr. Pettigrew? Yes, Professor McGonagall nodded. The summer after your father's 3rd year, I was visiting Doria, your grandmother, when your father managed to transfigure his hand into a hoof. He couldn't undo it. Luckily, I came across him and reversed it. I also quickly realized that he and his friends had taken an unbreakable vow not to tell anyone what they were doing, which was very foolish. She must have caught Harry's confusion. Professor McGonagall paused in her packing and asked, Has anyone explained vows to you? Are they the same as oaths? Harry replied. They're very different. Oaths are only enforceable if sworn to family magic, but vows are a promise to magic itself. If someone asks you to take an unbreakable vow and you agree, if you fail to keep the vow, you will lose your magic and possibly die from the shock, she explained. Harry frowned. Why would anyone take one? To prove themselves worthy, because they owe a debt, or because they are not in a position to refuse, Professor McGonagall answered. In your father's case and his friends, I suspect it was more about helping a friend keep a secret. They likely realized Remus was a werewolf, and an animagus could spend time with him on a full moon without the threat of becoming a werewolf themselves. And you didn't stop them? Harry asked, curious. He handed her a teacup, which she changed back into a rock. I might have inadvertently forced them into breaking the vow if I confronted them directly, so no, Professor McGonagall confirmed. However, I did tell your father he could come to me for any advice or help with transfiguration problems without fear of reprisal, which he did over the next year or so. When they all successfully completed the animagus transformation and joined Remus on the full moons, I would keep watch in my cat fawn to ensure I was nearby to assist if they ran into difficulties. She paused and noticed him gaping at her. You're no doubt shocked I didn't take points and award them detention. Well, you did take all those points from us when we were first years and caught us out after curfew, Harry pointed out. I had already taken points from Slytherin's Mr. Malfoy for the same reason, she replied. It would have been favoritism not to take points from each of you just because you were in my house. I guess, Harry sighed, although he knew. Snape, in her position, would have simply let his house members serve a detention. While I realized after speaking with Hagrid that your rule-breaking was done in the same spirit of friendship that motivated your father's full moon affairs, at the time, I thought you were playing a prank on Mr. Malfoy, Professor McGonagall admitted with chagrin. This is also why I ignored your warning about the stone, I'm afraid. To some extent, I was as guilty as others in seeing your father in you rather than you for yourself back then. You mean like Snape, I mean, Professor Snape? Harry asked as she closed the bag and motioned for them to go back up the stairs. And others, Professor McGonagall said firmly. Their conversation paused as they focused on the steps, and Harry reflected on her admission with a frown. As soon as they were seated at the table in the sunroom and provided with refreshments by Dobby, he blurted out his question. How come you didn't realize the Weasley's pet rat was Peter if you knew he was an animagus? Her eyebrows shot upwards. The thought never occurred to me, she admitted ruefully. Not even when the rat lived for years and years. Harry questioned, inching forward in his seat to lean on the table. I assumed the Weasleys were doing what most parents do when a short-lived animal is a pet, Professor McGonagall said. Harry looked at her, bemused. Buy a similar-looking animal and pass it off as the same creature, she explained with a small smile. I got a pet fish called Bubbles when I was 5. I loved watching Bubbles swim around in her fishbowl. My mother told me later in life that there were actually 20 different Bubbles until I found her dead one morning rather than my parents. Oh. Harry suddenly remembered the goldfish Dudley had won one year at the town fair. It had died rather quickly, and Aunt Petunia had replaced it with an identical-looking goldfish. Obviously, Dudley had gotten bored soon after, and when that one had died. It hadn't been replaced, Professor McGonagall continued. I'm not sure I would have recognized Mr. Pettigrew even up close. I watched from a considerable distance during the full moons, as canines and felines don't mix too well, in my experience. Harry stifled a chuckle at the thought of Sirius and Remus chasing their former teacher in her cat form. And truthfully, I thought Mr. Pettigrew was dead. The idea that a rat could be him didn't enter my mind, she said. Just as it didn't occur to me that Sirius could use his animagus form to escape from Azkaban, as he told me this morning. I believed the presence of the Dementors would have made transforming impossible. Is that why you didn't tell the headmaster that Sirius could be getting into Hogwarts as Padfoot? Harry asked, curious. Her eyes widened. I assumed the headmaster knew. He did find your father and Sirius outside the Willow one full moon in their 6th year in an altercation with Severus. Harry shook his head. Sirius told me they were all in their human forms when the headmaster showed up. Professor McGonagall looked disconcerted. Well, I'm still certain he knows. She took a sip of her pumpkin juice. Shall we discuss the scholarship? Harry nodded, and she reached into her bag, pulling out a folder filled with parchment. Now, firstly, how much do you know about how Hogwarts assigns places to Muggleborns? Professor McGonagall asked. Not much, Harry admitted. Hermione probably knows, it's probably in Hogwarts, a history. Actually, I'm not sure how Hogwarts assigns places generally, he added. Well, it's a long story, Professor McGonagall said enthusiastically. Originally, the founders made Hogwarts open to all. It was the first school of its kind. Unfortunately, as you know, there was a falling out over whether Muggleborns would be welcome or not. Eventually, it was accepted that all magical children would be welcome, and the founders simply asked for donations from the families, contributing as much as they could afford, if anything. She picked up a chocolate digestive, dunked it in her tea, and ate it quickly before it disintegrated. Then our population grew, and Hogwarts began to struggle financially despite the donations because of the sheer numbers. She cleared her throat. Eventually, to keep the ministry from assuming control and to retain independence, the headmaster at the time made standard tuition fees mandatory, with scholarships available for a small number of places. The ministry had to settle for setting up an alternative school for those unable to afford Hogwarts. This all took place in the last century. So, there's a state school? Like a Muggle comprehensive? Harry asked, wondering why no one had ever mentioned it before. There are 7 now, Professor McGonagall said with a small smile. Belfast, London, Birmingham, Cardiff, Manchester, Durham, and Edinburgh. She listed quickly. Most have an average year intake of around 60 to 80 pupils, although the Irish and Welsh schools are much smaller. They don't board, but students either flew or port-key in on a daily basis. They're quite good, although they have to follow a ministry-approved syllabus. Some of our teaching staff came to us having previously worked at one. Professor Babbling taught at the Edinburgh Academy before she came to Hogwarts, and both Professor Flitwick and Professor Vector taught at King's Magic School in London. She paused and continued. Homeschooling is still chosen by many wizarding families. So why didn't I end up at one of the state schools? Harry asked. She smiled at him again. We have wandered from the point, haven't we? But luckily your question brings it back into focus once more. Generally, we have no upper limit on how many children we can take. Your class is somewhat small, but it was a terrible year in the war when you were born, and we lost entire families. She shook herself briskly. To answer your question, Hogwarts has a list. Usually, parents apply for their child to attend. Be placed upon it when they're born. Your parents did that for you. Your father's parents did that for him. Most members of the Wizengamot will send their children to Hogwarts, as will most senior members of the ministry. Harry vaguely remembered that Vernon had done the same for Dudley with Smeltings. He nodded slowly in understanding. Now, the founders, Helga Hufflepuff to be exact, enchanted a book that lists all magical births within the United Kingdom. It resides somewhere in Hogwarts, but nobody really knows where, not even the headmaster. Professor McGonagall sipped her tea. What happens is that a month before every child's 11th birthday, a Hogwarts notification is produced and delivered to the headmaster's desk so he can send a letter of acceptance. These days, they automatically get transferred to me. But not everybody goes to Hogwarts, Harry said, confused. Exactly, Professor McGonagall replied, looking pleased for some reason. I have a house elf who helps me, and she checks to see whether or not the student is on our acceptance list. If they're on the list, the usual letter is sent, which she signs in my name. If they're not on the list but have magical parents, the notification is forwarded to the parents so they can arrange their child's education. But it's the latter category that we're most interested in for your mother's scholarship, those without magical parents. Professor McGonagall paused to refill her cup, and Harry snagged a chocolate digestive from the plate, thinking about what she had said so far. In hindsight, it had been foolish to think that his Hogwarts class included all the magical children of his age in the country, he thought, feeling a bit chagrined. All Muggleborn notifications are set aside for my action, Professor McGonagall continued. All Muggleborns are provisionally accepted at Hogwarts, subject to whether they can pay the tuition. The headmaster and the heads of the houses are usually the only people authorized to perform visitations, although occasionally another member of staff is authorized if no one else is available. We deliver the letter personally, reassure the parents about the existence of magic, and determine their decision. If they cannot afford the fees, we offer them the opportunity to attend a ministry school. If they accept that option, we send the child's name to the nearest school so they can make the necessary arrangements by mail. They usually send a letter with a portkey and instructions on what supplies the children will need and where to purchase them. What if they refuse to attend? Harry asked. Well, there is no such thing as homeschooling for Muggleborns, as they don't know any tutors. Professor McGonagall sighed, her expression turning sad. If the parents do not want their child to attend a magical school at all, we bind the child's magic and obligate the family to the nature of the visit. They say goodbye to us believing that we came to discuss their child attending our school, but they have decided against it. We have to protect the statute of secrecy. Harry nodded in understanding. Now, there are some Hogwarts scholarships already available, Professor McGonagall said. One is for orphans, and another is to assist families with multiple children. Harry wondered if the Weasleys had received some help from that scholarship before he flushed, reminding himself it wasn't any of his business how his best mate's family afforded Hogwarts. He mused that the other scholarship might explain how Tom Riddle had been able to attend Hogwarts since he grew up in a Muggle orphanage without any money. What I propose is this: if a Muggle-born family cannot afford the tuition and opts to send their child to the ministry school, we will give them the option of applying for your mother's Hogwarts scholarship. McGonagall glanced at him. Is this acceptable to you? Yes, Harry said quickly. You're giving them the option of not applying. McGonagall nodded. Some parents will prefer not to send their children away to school. That's one of the most common reasons I hear. Some parents may decline Hogwarts even when they can afford tuition, while others might view it as charity and refuse it, she explained, gesturing with her cup. Those who accept will be informed that a decision will be made on August 1st, which is the latest we can manage. If they receive notification, they will have been awarded the scholarship. If not, they should proceed with the placement at the ministry school. Okay, so what about this year? Harry asked. I have already sent letters to the families who opted for the ministry school due to financial concerns, asking them to confirm whether they wish to be considered. They can simply write yes on the parchment letter, she replied, looking immensely pleased with herself. 14 have said yes. Now we need to decide what the criteria will be for choosing the recipient. The discussion that followed was spirited, and Harry was glad when his new aunt encouraged him to share his ideas. She challenged him on some of his suggestions. He argued that they should test for intelligence, reasoning that since his mother had been smart, it made sense for the scholarship recipient to be smart as well. Professor McGonagall questioned how they would assess intelligence, and Harry pointed her to the primary school tests. They both agreed that superficial traits, such as hair color or eye color, should not be considered. However, Professor McGonagall argued quite passionately for witches to be prioritized over wizards. Harry had no objections to that if it came down to a close decision among the final candidates, but he preferred not to factor gender in until then. Yes, his mum had been a witch, but the scholarship was intended for all Muggle-born children. He was surprised when the professor backed down and agreed. They eventually developed a points system. Families with greater financial need would receive more points, primary school test results would earn additional points, and there would be an assessment of the professor's impressions during the interview with the family regarding their general attitude, such as politeness, calls for good dispositions, and what Harry considered the not Dudley or Draco-like. Gender would be the deciding factor if a boy and a girl ended up within 1 or 2 points of each other. Harry hesitated before suggesting his final thought, but in the end, he gathered his Gryffindor courage and blurted it out. What about their home situation? Professor McGonagall paused, a cup halfway to her lips, and looked at him sharply. What do you mean, Harry? I mean, he took a deep breath, what if their family is like the Dursleys? I don't mean that they hate magic. I think those types will probably have already said no to the whole thing. But what if you can tell during the interview that they're not, that they maybe don't love, but I guess. He stumbled over his words. I mean, I wasn't theirs, so they didn't have to love me, Anne. He stopped, mortified, staring down at his empty pumpkin juice. Professor McGonagall reached over hesitantly and placed her hand over his. It wasn't you, Harry. The Dursleys would have treated anyone who didn't comply with their narrow worldview the same way they treated you. They were absolutely wrong to do so. They are the worst sort of muggles, of people. He glanced up at her, not surprised to see her face set in stern lines, but her eyes were warm and fierce. I can also tell you that it does happen between parents and children. Sometimes parents don't love their children appropriately or don't like them very much. In the worst instances, there is neglect and abuse. But there is a large grey area where, rather than outright abuse, there is disinterest or, for lack of a better term, coldness. These cases are harder to spot, but we come across them from time to time. She paused. I believe you want us to prioritize these disadvantaged children over those with comfortable family situations, to help remove them from their homes to at least give them respite. And to give them a home, Harry said, feeling awkward under her kind gaze. Hogwarts is really the first home I can remember, Harry said. Professor McGonagall nodded slowly, absorbing his words. I see no issues with your suggestion. We will award points again, a larger number to those children we feel would benefit from a separation from their home environment. She pressed her lips together. I have reported cases of evident abuse in the past to the Muggle authorities, but perhaps I should also report these additional cases too. Harry nodded, relieved that she understood what he meant. I'll go back through the notes of the interviews from this past year, Harry. Some of the families with children in these situations may not have responded to my letter, so I will pay them a personal visit, she promised. Harry felt much better after hearing that. Well, I think we have a very workable set of criteria, Professor McGonagall said. Is there anything else you want to add? He shook his head. We should take a break, she declared briskly. I could do with stretching my legs, and I'm sure you could use some exercise. She motioned toward the outside where the sun was shining. How about we take a walk outside, and I'll tell you about when I gave your mother her Hogwarts letter. Harry grinned at her and quickly accepted her offer. Sounds great, he hesitated and continued, Aunt Minerva. She smiled understandingly at him. And Harry? He looked at her inquisitively. I swear on my magic that you will never return to the Dursleys. Her eyes flashed with fierce protectiveness that shocked him. Do you understand? He nodded, realizing she was waiting for some kind of reply. Good. She rose from her seat, stretched in an absent-minded way that reminded him of a cat, and gestured for him to join her. He scooted out of his chair. Now, your grandmother Marigold was the one who answered the door, she began, and Harry listened intently, eager to hear about his mother and his grandparents, eager to learn about his family. Chapter 17, Building Team Pronglet. Almost 2 hours of working with Cornelius had reaffirmed Sirius's belief that he didn't like the man. However, he had come to appreciate Cornelius's sharp instincts regarding politics. Cornelius knew every member of the Wizengamot, their positions on key policies, and what they would or would not accept. He had dirt on most of them, and those he didn't were either the best at hiding it or far too boring to have any. He also understood the power of the press and how to spin a story. More importantly, Cornelius wasn't stupid. He was aware of the threat Voldemort posed to his position and to the Ministry. While he was scared and a bit of a coward, Sirius doubted Cornelius would ever face Voldemort with any dignity. He wasn't foolish. He was lazy when it came to execution. Sirius had an unfortunate feeling that this was how the dreadful Umbridge had made herself invaluable. Cornelius's main flaw was his belief that doing nothing and maintaining the status quo would keep him as Minister of Magic. Conversely, when he felt his position was truly at risk, Cornelius displayed a remarkable sense of self-preservation. This explained why their plan to clear Sirius's name and get Harry away from the Dursleys had worked so well. Sirius was glad he had thought to make Cornelius watch Harry's memories before discussing Voldemort. He suspected the minister would have preferred to bury his head in the sand like an ostrich. But after witnessing undeniable proof that Voldemort existed in some form and knowing he had a political patron who would not tolerate inaction, Cornelius had no choice but to realize that if something wasn't done, his days as minister were numbered. The minister was doing his best to protect himself, but Sirius didn't mind, as it meant Cornelius was actually doing his job. In fact, Sirius had eased off the backup plan he and Remus had considered to replace Fudge with someone competent. It turned out that Cornelius was competent in his political arena and, as a bonus, was easily swayed once they understood what he wanted, to remain Minister of Magic. They also learned how to pique his interest, by assuring him that Sirius would ensure Cornelius would always be Minister of Magic if he could assist in getting rid of Voldemort and revolutionizing their society. As Sirius stepped back into Black Manor, he watched Cornelius arrive through the flue, his eyes wide as he took in the impressive black crest. It was a valuable lesson, one they needed to remember. They could not afford to underestimate anyone if they hoped to defeat Voldemort and keep Harry safe. It was a lesson they should have learned with Peter, Sirius thought wearily. They had underestimated Peter when they confronted him at Hogwarts, and he had escaped. There had been extenuating circumstances, Moony and the full moon, and the Dementors, but they had underestimated him nonetheless. In hindsight, they had also underestimated him when he betrayed them. They had never considered Peter talented enough to be a spy, or devious enough, despite him being as much a marauder as any of them. Merlin, Peter had even spied for them during their pranks. They knew he was smart when he wanted to be, he was just very, very lazy. Minerva's comments to Peter during their school days had been sharp and pointed, all amounting to the same conclusion: he could do better. The Marauders had fallen into the habit of thinking Peter was less intelligent than the rest of them. He had often languished in the middle of the class rankings, while the others excelled. After school, Peter took a lowly entry position in the ministry, working in some obscure department related to flying carpets. This blindness led to Peter's betrayal. He sold Lily and James out to Voldemort, set up Sirius, and hid in plain sight for years as the Weasleys' pet rat. There was no doubt that Peter was a coward and a traitor, a sniveling piece of excrement that Sirius wanted to erase from existence. Yet, he was sneaky and smarter than they had realized. It would be wise, Sirius thought, to sit down and seriously consider what Peter might have already done to find his master. Sirius led Cornelius through to the front parlor, where they were scheduled to meet with Amelia Bones and Wilbert Croker. Penelope knocked on the door. "Welcome back, Lord Black. Shall I arrange for some refreshments for your meeting?" she asked. "That would be great, but if you wouldn't mind coming in for a moment, Penelope," Sirius replied, motioning for her to enter. "Cornelius, this is Penelope Clearwater, my executive secretary." "Penelope, the minister." Cornelius shook Penelope's hand and offered her a warm smile. "Lovely to meet you, Miss Clearwater. I don't believe I'm familiar with your name." "Penelope's a Muggle-born," Sirius explained. "Top of her Hogwarts class, very smart. She eventually wants to work for the ministry, but we convinced her to help me out in the meantime." "Well, once you're ready to make a move, you'll have to come and see me," Cornelius said smoothly. Penelope beamed at the minister. "Thank you, sir." She glanced at Sirius, who nodded his dismissal, and she left the room. Creature popped in a moment later with the refreshments and disappeared again. By the time Sirius had finished pouring Cornelius some tea and himself a cup of very strong black coffee, Penelope returned, escorting the remaining visitors from the reception room to the parlor. Wilbert Croker grinned widely as he shook Sirius's hand and waved the invitation, which included the location for accessing the house. "Lord Black. A Fidelius charm. I haven't seen one in operation since the Long Bottoms. Is it part of the wards, or did you set it up separately? And did you set it up, or was it part of?" "Bertie," Amelia said sharply. She inched around her Department of Magical Law Enforcement counterpart and extended her hand to Sirius. He shook it rather than kissing it, and she seemed glad for the propriety he showed since they were meeting in her official capacity. "Lord Black, I assume." Sirius smiled at her. "I see Cornelius wasn't the only one who suspected the truth." Amelia's eyes widened, but she quickly caught on to the delusion Cornelius had suspected. "Indeed," she huffed, nodding a hello at the minister. "Cornelius." "Amelia." "Bertie." Cornelius greeted him with a handshake. "It's good to see you can climb out of the depths of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. You never attend my meetings." Well, a new Lord Black sounded interesting, unlike the latest persecution of some hapless magical creature your senior undersecretary wants to pursue, Bertie replied simply. He sat down in one of the comfortable chairs and accepted a cup of tea. His grey robe suited his rounded stature and wild white hair. He wasn't as old as Dumbledore, but Sirius knew the man had been at Hogwarts with his own grandfather. His piercing blue eyes revealed his intelligence, and Sirius reminded himself not to underestimate the head of the unspeakables. Amelia took the seat next to Bertie and accepted a glass of pumpkin juice. "I have to admit to some curiosity as to why you brought us together. I assume you're not just meeting us to introduce yourself. In your formal position, Lord Black." "It's serious, please," Sirius replied as Penelope left the room and closed the door. "I've asked to meet you both to discuss something important." He gestured with his wand, revealing a pensieve on the coffee table. It was the same model and make as the one he had given Cornelius. He touched the memory vials in his pocket. "I have some memories to share with you. I've already shared them with the minister. These memories are intelligence vital to our national security," Cornelius said pompously. You are both under confidentiality oaths regarding your positions, and you must treat this information as top secret." Bertie and Amelia exchanged a look, but Sirius was pleased when they both nodded. He poured the first vial into the pensieve, and they all dove in. Sirius couldn't bear to watch the events for a third time, so he focused on Amelia and Bertie, observing their reactions to Harry's encounter with Voldemort at the end of his first year. Amelia looked furious when they exited, while Bertie appeared quietly contemplative. Bertie raised his hand before any of them could speak, and they all deferred to him as the elder. "Let us watch all the memories you have to share and then discuss." Sirius nodded in agreement, and they quickly moved through the other two memories. Amelia sank back in her chair, pale with rage and shock. She set her pumpkin juice aside and asked for something stronger. Sirius had Creature bring them all a fire whiskey. "Well, let's get the facts on the table," Bertie said authoritatively. "You know who is still out there thanks to items such as that diary. He seeks a body to return to power, and there is a prophecy that states he will rise again with the help of his servant. I take it the servant is Pettigrew?" Amelia asked gruffly. "We think so," Sirius replied. "Why hasn't Dumbledore said anything, and what the hell has he been doing in that school?" Amelia erupted. Quirrell's death was reported as an accident. Dumbledore claimed the situation with the basilisk was under control. She glared at Cornelius. "Why you arrested Rubeus Hagrid back then is beyond my understanding." Cornelius flushed. He was heavily suspected of opening the Chamber of Secrets during the first incident, Amelia, and his arrest warrant was ordered and signed off by your head Aura. I merely went along to witness justice being done. Obviously, we now know who did it. We should arrange for Hagrid's record to be cleared, and an apology from the Ministry wouldn't go amiss, Sirius interjected before Amelia could continue arguing. But frankly, I think we have more important things to focus on as an immediate priority. We have a plan, Cornelius said swiftly. He nodded at Sirius, who produced the parchment they had been working on in Cornelius's office. There are 3 prongs of attack. Sirius rolled the parchment out on the table and directed the others' attention to it. Firstly, there's Operation Tag the Death Eater. We need to watch all those known Death Eaters that walked. Voldemort will want his followers back. He and Peter are bound to make contact with them eventually. That's a job for the Auras, Amelia said immediately. Our thoughts exactly, Amelia, Cornelius replied. We thought a special investigation unit. We need to ensure the Auras serving in it are not unmarked Death Eaters, Sirius said firmly. Obviously, Amelia snapped. And I will expect fouls. My department might be able to help with this too, Bertie said. I have an unspeakable in the intelligence department who was a spy during the last war. We're aware of which Auras and hit wizards are suspect, along with 2 members of my own department and another dozen throughout the Ministry. You've left them in place? Why have you never told me? Amelia asked, furious. Because there was no proof, Bertie replied. All I have is the word of my own spy, and unsubstantiated evidence are indeed what we believe them to be. We cannot proceed without that evidence. Amelia nodded. Agreed. We need to ensure everything is above board. This is not just about us. It's about keeping the entire wizarding community safe. Bertie glanced at the parchment again. I'll arrange for the witnesses. We need credible individuals, not just anyone. Make sure they understand the gravity of the situation, Sirius added. These objects are dangerous, and we can't let them fall into the wrong hands. Right, Bertie replied. And we should also consider how to keep Harry safe during this operation. He's already been through too much. Amelia's expression softened. Yes, we must protect him at all costs. He's not just a target, he's a key to understanding everything. Sirius agreed. We owe it to him and to everyone affected by Voldemort's actions. Let's make sure we do this right. With a shared sense of purpose, the 3 of them began outlining their strategy, determined to confront the dark forces looming over them. He is a crucial part of our strategy. We cannot ignore his role in this, Bertie insisted. I will not allow any claims that we kept him for study, Sirius replied firmly. There is no need for that, and I will not risk the safety of the wizarding population. I suggest Sirius, in his capacity as Lord Black, act as one witness, Cornelius said, nodding his agreement. Perhaps we can handle the rest ourselves. I agree, but we are getting ahead of ourselves, Sirius pointed out. We need to find these objects first. Bertie nodded. I will put a team together. Once again, I will make a vow of loyalty and confidentiality mandatory. Well, the last prong belongs to Sirius and me, Cornelius said firmly. That is Operation Power Play. Sirius refrained from rolling his eyes at the name Cornelius had chosen. Cornelius and I will work on pushing through some new laws to make it harder for Voldemort to gain control. So effectively shutting down his finances and improving our relationships with those he would ally with. Amelia deduced. Bertie raised his eyebrows. That won't be easy with the current Wizengamot. Sirius smirked. The current Wizengamot is about to find itself with a new Lord Black, who is also the Potter Regent. Lucius will be muzzled, one way or another, Cornelius said briskly. The old Pureblood Alliance will find itself adrift from current opinion. Many of those families may not want to ally with Voldemort when they realize the truth about his origins. Some might even be eager to remain neutral at least. And we can see that you and Sirius will have the political machinations under control, Amelia interjected. Well, I think we've covered everything so. Not everything, Bertie said firmly. He turned to Sirius. There is another prong that we have not discussed, your ward, Harry Potter. Sirius felt the weight of Bertie's perceptive gaze. My godson is not up for discussion. I can understand why you wouldn't want him to be, but I'm afraid he must be, Bertie countered. There is no doubt, after seeing these memories, that Voldemort has an unhealthy interest in him. There is a connection. If I were running Amelia's tag team, I'd be watching young Harry because Voldemort will make a move on the boy. There are 2 rituals he could use to create a body that involve the use of an enemy, and I would think Harry would be his target. Even if he doesn't use him in a ritual, I cannot see Voldemort allowing the existence of a boy who almost killed him, who has so defied him, to continue. I think you know this too. Sirius resisted the urge to order everyone out of the house, to run to Griffin House, snatch up Harry, and run far away. Instead, he forced himself to reply to Bertie. I'm not denying that I know Harry will be a target, but I don't want Harry involved. He's not even officially 14 yet. He's had to face Voldemort too many times as it is. We're the adults here, this should be our job. Here, Amelia said softly. Sirius is right, Bertie. Harry may be the boy who lived, but the key word is as boy. This isn't his fight. Bertie sighed. There is a prophecy which sits on a shelf in the Department of Mysteries, labeled with both the Dark Lord's name and Harry Potter's. The mention of the prophecy made Sirius flinch and turn away, pacing restlessly to the fireplace and back again. We know, Sirius admitted. My steward and I compared notes on why James and Lily went into hiding, and we realized it was probably a prophecy. Madame Longbottom confirmed it when we renewed the Potter-Longbottom alliance yesterday. Albus never told you? Bertie asked, surprised. The prophecy was told to him by Sybil Trelawney the year Harry was born. Neville Longbottom was the other candidate, but ultimately it was Harry who fitted the bill. You know the exact prophecy? Cornelius asked, speaking up for the first time. Bertie raised the topic of Harry. No, he said, glancing back at Sirius, but we can guess the content since it was hearing the beginning of this prophecy that compelled Riddle to attack the Potters. I believe he hoped to eliminate a prophesied threat. Harry, Cornelius surmised, looking over at Sirius. We should know the exact contents of the prophecy. I had intended to track it down, Sirius admitted. But let me make one thing clear right now, even if this prophecy says Harry is a threat to Voldemort, it will still make no difference. I will protect Harry as much as possible, and I will proceed with or without your help with the plan. Cornelius's eyes widened in surprise. Oh no, I wasn't suggesting we abandon our plan. No, no. I always believed prophecies are a waste of paper. I never did get the point of divination." He made a dismissive gesture with one hand. "It's a whole load of hooey if you ask me. But we should know what the prophecy says to understand what you know who knows." "I believe Sirius here needs to know," Bertie corrected, "and his ward if that's his decision, but the rest of us don't need to know." He spread his hands in a conciliatory gesture. "We don't actually know how much of the prophecy Voldemort knows. My spy believed Voldemort's intelligence about the prophecy was sketchy at best and learned from a Death Eater who was eavesdropping on Dumbledore and Trelawney's meeting." "I agree with Bertie," Amelia said firmly. "As much as I abhor that Dumbledore hasn't shared vital information, the reality is that we should keep certain things on a need-to-know basis, even among the four of us who I guess form a war council of sorts. The exact nature of unspeakable objects at the heart of the treasure hunt prong is obviously one need-to-know piece of information, the prophecy is another. There may be political maneuverings that are best left between yourself and Lord Black." "Cornelius," said Sirius. Cornelius didn't look pleased, but he nodded. "Very well." He turned to Sirius. "May I offer you additional protection for Harry?" "Thank you, but no," Sirius replied politely. "I believe the best way to protect Harry outside of Hogwarts is to ensure as few people as possible know and have access to his location and plans ahead of time." "And inside Hogwarts?" Amelia asked, pointing at the pensive. "I don't know about you, but I will definitely be following up with Dumbledore on a number of issues after seeing those memories, and I would think you'll do the same." "And you'd be right," Sirius confirmed. "Harry loves Hogwarts, and I won't keep him from attending. But by the same token, I'm going to need some reassurances from Dumbledore about Harry's safety within the school." "Is Harry here?" Cornelius asked, looking up towards the ceiling. "No," Sirius said sharply. "I'll be using this as a base of operations for the Wizengamot, so no. Our home is elsewhere. It sounds as though you have the boy's safety well in hand. In which case, may I suggest that you allow me a time for us to arrange for you to hear the prophecy at the Department of Mysteries. Once you learn the exact contents, you may wish to revise your plans, and I'm sure the Minister will offer any assistance you may need," Bertie suggested. "Absolutely," Cornelius agreed, sounding eager. Sirius nodded in agreement, hoping that the content of the prophecy wouldn't change anything he had already arranged with Harry. "We should also agree on what we're going to do about Albus," Bertie said, looking around the room and catching everyone's eye. "He is the chief warlock. From an official point of view, if this is a war council, he should be part of these discussions." He motioned at Amelia, who grimaced. "I don't deny he's kept secrets, but we could use his knowledge and expertise going forward." "Sirius and I came to the same conclusion," Cornelius said. Sirius sighed and turned to the folder Penelope had placed on a side table in anticipation of the discussion. Sirius began the meeting by extracting 3 parchments and handing one to each visitor. Amelia's eyes widened as she read the invitation. "You're adopting Harry tomorrow?" she asked. "Yes," Sirius confirmed, "and you're all invited." "I'd be delighted," Cornelius said brightly. He looked thrilled and Sirius could tell he was internally celebrating the chance to be part of such a prestigious event. "As will I," Bertie added with a smile. "It has been a long time since I saw family magic in action." "May I ask what this has to do with Albus?" "You want to ensure that Albus can do nothing to challenge your guardianship before he is brought into the council," Amelia stated, motioning with the parchment she held. "If the official ministry witnesses are us, it will be difficult for him to argue that it isn't valid." "Yes," Sirius agreed, "with tomorrow's adoption ritual, I aim to ensure that he won't be able to challenge my guardianship of Harry. Look," he sighed heavily, "Dumbledore already knows the things I've shown you. I have no doubt he has some grand plan in mind for defeating Voldemort, and I'm certain that plan involves Harry. What he needs to understand is that he no longer has a say in what happens to Harry outside of his schooling at Hogwarts, and that there are others now with a plan." He paused for a moment. "I like our plan. I think our plan is sensible and will work." I believe it is best for Albus Dumbledore to realize these things and help us, but I'm not blind to the fact that unless we have everything in order, he will find some way to convince everyone that he knows best. You may be right, Bertie began. Maybe, scoffed Cornelius, pointing a finger at Bertie. He's perfectly right, and you know it. Albus always believes he knows best. I'm prepared to admit that sometimes he does, although perhaps if he shared more than just but it's for the greater good, it would be. It is easier to accept his reasoning, but he has made mistakes, as the past couple of weeks have shown. He was partially responsible for a man not receiving a trial, which left a child, who vanquished the most terrible dark wizard of our time, with abusive and neglectful muggles who hated magic. He has almost gotten a boy killed twice, looking at those memories. I agree that Albus should be a part of our council, but Sirius is right. Albus needs to understand that he will not be leading the fight, and we do not always have to submit to his way of doing things. Amelia was quietly nodding, and Bertie looked at her questioningly. You too, Amelia? He asked. I have a lot of respect for Albus Dumbledore, Amelia said firmly, but I cannot deny Cornelius's point or Sirius's. Dumbledore has made mistakes here, especially with Harry. Given Dumbledore's actions to date, she waved a hand towards the pensive again, it seems likely he will place Harry at the center of any plan. I agree with Sirius that we should not accept any plan that relies upon a 13-year-old boy. Albus may have placed Harry in such a position because of the prophecy, Bertie pointed out. Well, he can bloody well unplace him, Sirius retorted fiercely. Amelia pinned Bertie with a frank stare. Apart from the fact that for the first time I find myself in complete agreement with Cornelius, in that I also believe prophecies are a load of hooey, do you honestly believe we would be better served placing the defeat of an evil like Voldemort on the shoulders of a young, inexperienced, and partially trained wizard? Should we just sit around twiddling our thumbs as Dumbledore seems to be doing, rather than follow the plan we've come up with? She pointed at the parchment on the table. No, Bertie sighed, inclining his head. I happen to agree that it would be best for us to present Albus with a fait accompli. However, I do believe the prophecies have some merit, just as I believe the third memory we witnessed, with the prophecy of the servant helping his master, holds significance. We may try to keep Harry safe and out of the fight, but prophecies have a way of coming true despite our best intentions. Perhaps, Sirius agreed. I will say that I am ensuring Harry receives as much tutoring as possible so he has a fighting chance if the worst comes to the worst. I will do everything I can to give him every advantage when he faces Voldemort. However, I will not assume it must be Harry who defeats him. Bertie nodded. Fair enough. I do have one concern, Sirius, Amelia said, waving her invitation at him. The adoption? You've only spent just over a week with Harry as your ward. I know you want to shut down any avenue Dumbledore has to challenge you, but I'm not convinced it's a good idea to push it through so fast. I would agree with you if I had only spent a week with Harry, Sirius replied, holding up a hand before she could argue. You remember that you insisted I get medical treatment? She nodded warily. You took Harry with you for a week's treatment in a clinic abroad? Yes, Sirius said. We went to the Valley Clinic. It exists in a time bubble. A week passes on the outside, but months can pass inside. Harry and I spent 2 months there together. Bertie's expression brightened. With Noshi Blackhawk? How is he? He's good. Very good and an excellent healer. Harry and I are both back to full health now. Sirius leaned against the mantelpiece and turned back to Amelia. Maybe the adoption is fast, but it's something we both want. Then I'll represent the WO tomorrow and see that the legal papers are sorted at the same time, Amelia offered. I assume Brian will be attending. He is, Sirius acknowledged. Excellent! Cornelius exclaimed, clapping his hands. Now, Sirius will be attending Thursday's session of the. After the Wizengamot, I believe it would be prudent to meet with Albus and inform him of the plans, Amelia said. Why don't we do that Friday morning? Sirius suggested. I think I should probably meet with him alone after the session itself. Suits me, Amelia replied, and Bertie nodded in agreement. Very well, Cornelius agreed. Shall we meet weekly for a progress report? We should meet here, as we know it is a safe and secure location, Amelia said. If that's all right with you, Sirius. Fine with me, Sirius said. They wrapped up the details, and Sirius escorted them back to the flue. Cornelius left first, followed by Bertie, leaving Sirius alone with Amelia. I should thank you for all you've done, Sirius said, feeling a bit awkward. I wouldn't be here if you hadn't cleared my name, she replied with an understanding smile. She reached into her robes and brought out a wand box. I meant to give this to you when I arrived, but, here. She handed him the box with a nod of ceremony. I thought this should be returned to you. Sirius took the box and opened it swiftly, breathing out sharply at the sight of his old wand. He clutched it to him, the warm familiarity rushing through his veins like quicksilver. Thank you, he exclaimed. Amelia smiled at him. You can thank me by looking after Harry. She paused. I take it the clinic you were at was good for him. For both of us, Sirius repeated, not wanting to reveal just how much healing Harry had required. She nodded, compassion and understanding lighting her eyes. She said goodbye, which he hastily returned before she tossed her flu powder into the fire. Ministry of Magic. She was gone a moment later, leaving Sirius alone in the reception room. He sighed heavily and rubbed his forehead tiredly, even as he held his returned wand with glee. The plan was in motion, but there was still a lot to do. Oh. I thought you wanted to wait until the adoption ritual before Harry claimed the black air ring. Remus asked Sirius as he positioned Harry in front of his desk in Black Manor. Harry looked down at the waiting ritual bowl and small knife, feeling a mix of trepidation and eagerness. He wanted to participate in the air ritual, but Sirius's comments about the magic being very dark in origin worried him. But I've had a rethink, Sirius said brightly. Cornelius and I both agree it's best to keep Lucius around but neutered. Although that's subject to what Lucius admits to tomorrow. We also think he'll try to stab us in the back at the first opportunity. So, I want to make sure the air stuff is all done before tomorrow's family meeting, so Lucius has no chance to interfere. Remus sighed and nodded. Should I leave? No, you'll be fine since you're a recognized steward, Sirius assured him. He moved to stand beside Harry. You remember what I told you? I remember, Harry replied. You'll proclaim me heir, I'll accept, and then the magic tests me. Right. Not to be a killjoy, but that test could take some time, and we are expected at the Weasleys, Remus pointed out, taking position on the other side of Harry. You're expected at the Weasleys. Harry and I are unexpected guests accompanying you. Sirius waggled his eyebrows, and Harry hid a smile. They had decided on this subterfuge because the Weasleys seemed very respectful of Dumbledore. They didn't think the Weasleys knew that Dumbledore was in Thailand and why, but Sirius wasn't taking any chances. Thank you, Remus said dryly. So it's only me who'll hear the sharp edge of Molly Weasley's tongue. We have plenty of time before we go to the Weasleys, Sirius contradicted. He waved his hand dismissively. Besides, if this goes anything like his Potter inheritance ritual, we'll be out of here in 30 seconds flat. He grinned. Harry rolled his eyes at his godfather. Okay, let's get on with it, he said. Remus ordered, Familius Magicus. Sirius picked up his wand and tapped the ritual bowl. Silver sparkles erupted from the bowl. He cut his palm, allowing his blood to drip into the hollow. I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, name Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, as heir to the House of Black, by blood, by magic, by law, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. Harry took the ritual knife and tried to suppress the nerves churning in his stomach. He sliced his palm with a grimace and let his blood drop into the bowl alongside Sirius's. I, Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, accept the duties of heir to the House of Black, by blood, by magic, by law, and by this my oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. The black magic surged up sharply and surrounded Harry in a silver mist. He felt it pressing against him, testing him. It was so different from the Potter magic, which had been warm and welcoming. The black magic felt cold and icy in comparison. But he remained firm at the center of the Silver Tempest. He wanted this to work for Sirius because he owed his godfather more than words could express for rescuing him from the Dursleys and giving him a home, for loving him. Suddenly, the magic left and settled above the ritual bowl in the shape of a silver snake. Harry felt the ring settle on his finger. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and said, "Hello." The snake rose up, its hood flaring. "A speaker?" it hissed. "Yes," Harry replied. "Had you had a speaker before?" "Only one other speaker has come before you, youngling," the snake said, rippling and twisting. "Sirius told me you were a snake, but I didn't realize I would be able to speak to you," Harry said, fascinated by the creature. "You are a speaker, and so we can understand each other. You are of our blood and magic, youngling. We will do all that we can to protect you, just as the Griffin of Potter." The snake shifted, glancing toward Sirius, who was looking on with concern. "We reunited you once before and will always do so again when called. Remember that, youngling." The snake vanished without another word, and Harry caught his breath as he felt a cold tingle spread across his skin, as though the black magic was seeping into him. "Harry?" Sirius placed a hand gently on Harry's shoulder. Harry looked up at him and smiled. "I'm fine. The snake said it would protect me like the Griffin." "Ah." Sirius still looked concerned, making Harry wonder why. "That's good, isn't it?" Harry asked cautiously. Sirius and Remus exchanged a look over Harry's head. "What?" Harry demanded, feeling annoyed. "It's just surprising," Sirius finally said. "Family magic isn't supposed to work the way it does for you. I've never heard of the totems being so." He gestured around his head. "Interactive? Talkative? Cooperative? Protective? All of the above?" "Oh." Harry frowned. "Well, the snake did say it hadn't had the chance to talk with a speaker in a long while. I would guess the other totems don't have a way of speaking." "That's a good point," Remus agreed. "And at least we know you still have your Parseltongue ability. I had wondered if the cleansing of your scar might have taken it away." Harry nodded slowly, having wondered the same thing. "I guess I'm stuck with it." "I know it isn't the most popular ability to have, Harry," Sirius comforted him, "but it could prove to be useful in the future." "Only if I plan on becoming a snake handler," Harry joked, feeling his tension ease with the reassurance that it didn't matter to Sirius and Remus that he was a parcel mouth. "Funny," Remus nudged him, catching sight of the. Harry looked at the clock and blanched. "We should leave," he said. Sirius rolled his eyes but carefully cleaned the bowl and knife before locking them away. Remus hurried them out of the study and toward the flue. Remus went first to warn the Weasleys about the changes to their visit, and Sirius had Harry go next. Harry stumbled out of the flue into the burrow and quietly thanked himself for not ending up flat on his face. He moved aside to allow Sirius room to walk through and was immediately gathered into a hug by Molly Weasley. "Harry," she beamed at him as she stepped back. Harry took the opportunity to step away and stand beside a grinning Ron. "It's so good to see you. And don't you look well? You're still a bit skinny, though, but no matter, we can feed you up tonight." "We weren't expecting dinner," Remus said quickly. "We wouldn't want to put you out." "Nonsense," Molly chided him. "It's only another couple of mouths to feed." Sirius stepped through with elegant precision, and Harry noticed Molly stiffen slightly. "Apologies," Sirius said. "I had a small delay on the other side." He offered his hand to Molly, and she reached out to take it, her eyes widening in surprise as he turned her hand over deftly and kissed her knuckles. "Madam Weasley." Arthur, who had been standing off to the side with a half-read Daily Prophet tucked under his arm, moved forward. His eyes quickly caught on the crests on Sirius's robes and the ring he wore. "Lord Black." "Mr. Weasley," Sirius replied as he shook hands solemnly. "Please call me Sirius." "Blimey," Ron muttered under his breath to Harry. "This is all a bit serious." He elbowed Harry and snickered. Serious? Get it? Molly shot her youngest son a look that clearly said behave. It's Arthur and Molly, Arthur replied in response to Sirius's earlier request. He waved around the rest of his brood, which included an older-looking Weasley. Harry had not seen them before. My eldest, Bill, Percy, the twins, Fred and George, you know Ron, of course, and finally, Ginny. We're just missing Charlie. They all gave small waves or muttered hellos. Well, this is an unexpected pleasure, Molly said brightly. It's so good of Professor Lupin to bring you both. Please, it's Remus, Remus said quickly. I've only just broken Harry out of the habit of calling me Professor. He had, Harry mused, smiling back at him. I'm afraid the subterfuge is my fault, Sirius said smoothly, apologizing for their unexpected arrival. Not many people know Harry is already in my custody, and we're keeping a low profile at the moment until we can make the formal announcements at the Wizengamot. Arthur nodded understandingly. May we congratulate you both on the guardianship? Molly looked desperate to say something, but she held her tongue. Thank you, Harry said proudly. Sirius ruffled his hair and smiled at him affectionately. We're both very pleased. He sobered a little and motioned at Arthur. The reason for the visit is there's a bit of business between our various houses that we should discuss. May we make use of your dining table? Of course, Arthur replied, his gaze sharpening on Sirius. Molly waved her hands in a shooing motion. All of you children go and play outside. Sirius placed a hand on Harry's arm to prevent him from leaving and cleared his throat. Harry will be staying, Molly. As both head of the House of Potter and heir to the House of Black, he has to be present. The desire to protest was written across Molly's face as prominently as her freckles, but she nodded sharply, conceding in the face of Sirius invoking the house positions. And as this involves a service Ron has performed for both our houses, you may wish for him to stay, Sirius continued, undaunted. But that is, of course, at your discretion. His gaze moved from Molly to Arthur. Molly turned to Arthur with urgency. Arthur, dear. Ron can stay, Arthur said firmly. And Bill? He paused as his eldest son hesitated at the door. You should stay as my heir. Arthur gestured toward the table with a nod. Harry found it odd and awkward as Arthur guided Sirius, Remus, and himself into seats on one side, grabbing Ron before he could sit next to him. The three Weasley men took their places across from them, while Molly settled down next to Arthur. From the looks exchanged between them, Harry sensed that Molly wasn't meant to be part of the meeting but insisted on staying. Arthur sighed and relented. I have to admit I'm surprised, he said to Sirius. It's been a long time since the Weasleys were openly acknowledged as an ancient and noble house. Sirius shrugged casually. There's more to house honor than the trappings, Arthur. He pointed at the thinning redhead across the table. You may regain your seat in time, if not your title, but that's a discussion for another day. Arthur raised his eyebrows. And today's discussion? Well, the first bit of business is Harry's. Sirius nudged him gently. Harry cleared his throat nervously. Mr. Weasley, you and your family have been very kind to me since I returned to the wizarding world, and Ron was my first friend of my own age, so. He took a deep breath. As head of the House of Potter, I would be honored if you would consider an alliance between the House of Weasley and the House of Potter. Ron blushed bright red at Harry's declaration of their friendship and beamed at him. He clearly understood the significance of an alliance, especially with a house as prestigious as the Potters reaching out to the Weasleys, given their relatively lower status. Bill also looked intrigued. Molly looked astounded and quickly glanced at her equally stunned husband. That's... Arthur began, clearing his throat. That's a lovely thought, Harry, but... Harry's heart sank. Sirius interjected, we thought the term should be an alliance of friendship between the houses, Arthur. The Weasleys weren't in a political or financial position to agree to an alliance of mutual aid and support, having lost their Wizengamot seat years ago. Harry believed there wasn't much difference in the intent of the alliance, just the wording. Arthur's face brightened. Friendship. He looked from Harry to Sirius and back again. Lord Potter, I would be honored to accept such an alliance. How could I not? Ron and Harry exchanged grins. Harry felt Sirius nudge him again. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, he said. I think it's probably time to start calling me Arthur, Harry, Arthur replied with a smile. His expression suddenly turned serious. I'm afraid I don't think I have our ritual bowl on hand. It's probably somewhere in the family vault. We can complete the alliance ritual another time, Sirius said agreeably. Your word is certainly enough until we can perform it. Molly smiled at Harry. That's a lovely thing you've just done for our family, Harry. Thank you. Harry felt himself blush. Our second piece of business, Sirius said, rescuing him, involves the House of Black. I hope in time that we will also agree to an alliance of friendship, but clearly, we need to get to know each other a lot better before then. Arthur nodded in agreement. For now, the business we have involves a debt of honor between us, Sirius continued. I got rather enthusiastic when I went after the rat at Hogwarts, and Ron here ended up getting accidentally injured. Harry watched warily as Molly's expression shifted to one of anger. He wondered whether Ron had told her about his leg injury or about the night Sirius had. Perspective, Sirius said, addressing Arthur. According to my solicitor, you were well within your rights to have me charged with assault. If you had, I would still be on the run or back in Azkaban, and Harry would still be at the Dursleys. Harry noticed that this comment seemed to ease some of Molly's anger. In gratitude for your act of kindness and to honor the debt between us, I would like to assume financial responsibility for Ron's education, up to and including a mastery if he wishes to pursue one. This would cover his tuition fees, school supplies, and a small allowance to be agreed upon by you. Sirius stated. Whoa, Ron murmured, his eyes wide with surprise. Remus retrieved a piece of parchment from his robes and handed it to Arthur. All the details are stated here, Arthur. Well, we couldn't possibly. Molly started to protest. Molly, Arthur said firmly, causing her to quiet down. He handed the parchment to Bill. It's a generous offer, but I hope you understand that it isn't necessary. My decision was made in the same spirit of friendship that is at the heart of the new alliance between the houses of Potter and Weasley. Sirius smiled. Granted, but my house honor demands I repay you, Arthur. I won't take no for an answer. Ron squirmed anxiously in his chair beside Bill, glancing between his father and Sirius. Harry understood Ron's feelings. He was hopeful that their days of second-hand clothes and books were coming to an end. Arthur sighed and gestured to his eldest son. What's your view here, Bill? Bill placed the parchment on the table, his expression serious yet amiable. The earring he wore glinted in the late evening sunlight streaming through the window. Everything seems to be in order from a legal perspective. It's a generous offer, Arthur said. But in order for me to know if it satisfies the debt, I'll need to know what exactly happened and how Ron got injured. That's a fair question, Sirius replied, stopping Arthur from dismissing his son's inquiry. Let's see. I guess you know the background context of me being innocent and Peter being the traitor hiding out disguised as your family's pet rat. Bill nodded. Well, there are two incidents. The first one, I merely scared Ron by breaking into the dorm and trying to get to the rat. The second one, I ambushed him on the Hogwarts grounds while he was carrying the rat and dragged him into a tunnel to the Shrieking Shack, accidentally breaking his leg in the process. You broke my son's leg. Molly yelled. Arthur turned to her with a fierce expression. Molly. Molly glared at her husband and sat back with an angry huff. I was right as rain the next day, honest, Mum, Ron said tentatively. Well, Bill said, smiling at Ron, I give my blessing to the proposal. I think since Sirius interrupted Ron's education this past year, paying for his future education is an acceptable payment. He paused. But in fairness to the House of Black, I think we should only agree on the basis of Ron maintaining acceptable grades. Ron grimaced. I agree, Arthur said, looking at his youngest son. We don't expect outstandings across the board, but if you fail anything, We shouldn't expect Lord Black to continue paying for you. Bill added the addendum and handed the contract back to Remus for review. Remus nodded at Sirius. Sirius conjured a quill and signed the parchment, passing both over to Arthur so he could do the same. Yes, Ron exclaimed gleefully. Remember, this agreement is dependent on you getting good grades, Ron, Arthur said. Molly nodded her agreement, her eyes narrowing on Sirius again. At the same time, I'm not sure money can make up for harming a child, she said frostily. Harry inched closer to Sirius, sensing the anger in Molly's voice. I agree with you, Sirius said simply, surprising everyone at the table. Although, in my defense, I wasn't quite sane at the time. 12 years in Azkaban as an innocent man took its toll. Molly looked discomfited, but the glint in her eye told Harry she hadn't completely given up the fight. And you're saying now? After only a week of healing. Molly! Arthur protested, his face as bright red as his hair. Harry and I spent some time at the Valley Clinic in the States, Sirius informed briskly. As you may know, it's located in a time bubble. We spent about 2 months there in the week we were gone in normal time. Molly opened her mouth to speak again. However, that's beside the point, Sirius said before she could continue. Regardless of my questionable sanity, I know what I would do to anyone who broke Harry's leg, even accidentally. So yes, I agree with you that monetary compensation can't make up for what I did. And knowing that, I assure you the scholarship isn't an apology for that act. It's a thank you for not pressing legal charges so I could take guardianship of my godson. Arthur placed a hand on Molly's arm. I'm grateful that you can appreciate my wife's point of view. As Ron doesn't seem to hold a grudge and it was him who was harmed, I suggest we put it in the past and move on. His gaze rested intently on his wife. Molly huffed and nodded. Sirius inclined his head. Thank you. Ron, Arthur said, turning in his chair to face his son, there's some additional business that I have with the House of Potter that you don't need to stay for, son. You can go and join your brothers and sister outside. Ron looked as though he wanted to protest but threw Harry a vaguely apologetic look and pushed his chair back. Harry pushed his chair away from the table and quickly left the house. He looked at Arthur, confused about what more they could possibly need to discuss. Harry, Arthur sighed, rubbing his forehead. I had previously discussed this with the headmaster. At that time, there was no regent or steward assigned to represent you. But now you've claimed your ring, and you have Sirius and Remus here to advise you. You wish to discuss the life debt your daughter owes Harry, Remus concluded. Sirius raised an eyebrow at Remus, while Harry shifted uncomfortably at Arthur's nod of agreement. It wasn't that hard to deduce, Padfoot, Remus defended quietly. Harry remembered his discussions with Sirius about the life debt Sirius owed Hermione and him. He couldn't say he didn't care about the life debt, he did, but it wasn't good form to dismiss it. That would be like saying he didn't care that he had saved Ginny's life, which wasn't true. What life debt? Bill asked, frowning at his father. Arthur sighed and quickly explained about Ginny's possession, the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, and the diary. Why didn't anybody tell me? Bill asked, horror evident in his blue eyes. Molly glared at him. You were the one who chose to work abroad as a cursebreaker, William. You spent most of last summer with me, Mum. I'm sure there was a chance to tell me, Bill replied. No wonder Ginny spent so much time quizzing me about possessions. Clearly, Arthur interrupted as Molly bristled beside him, we should discuss this more in private after our guests have left. But in the meantime, we do have the life debt to settle. Sirius cleared his throat. What did you propose to Albus Dumbledore when you spoke with him? Arthur shook his head. It wasn't so much a proposal as a discussion. I tentatively suggested that we would be happy for Harry to consider the Burrow a second home and to have him during the summer instead of going back to his relatives in the Muggle world. Harry could guess where the discussion was heading. Let me guess, he shot down the suggestion, Sirius said, his tone dripping with sarcasm, earning him another disapproving frown from Molly. Albus thought Harry was too young to deal with responsibilities such as life debts, Arthur replied calmly, and Molly muttered her agreement, and that Harry was safest with his Muggle relatives. Harry felt his face flush with embarrassment and anger. He sensed Sirius's hand on his shoulder but kept his gaze fixed on the table, taking a deep breath. He really didn't want to lose control of his magic. "Well, that was then and this is now," Remus said soothingly. "Obviously your first suggestion, while a wonderful idea at the time, is no longer needed given recent events. And I'm afraid that is where we come unstuck," Arthur admitted. Ginny is our only daughter and frankly one that was very much wanted. She holds a great deal of value in our eyes. A place in our family would have been equal to that value and paid the debt she incurred. But I'm not entirely certain what else I have to offer beyond the land that comes with the borough or my sworn service to the House of Potter." Molly shifted in her seat, worrying her lower lip as she folded her arms. Harry knew they could demand the service of Ginny herself since it was she who owed the debt. He had no idea what he was supposed to say. "Or the sworn service of your heir," Sirius suggested, his expression thoughtful as he stared at Bill. Bill sat up straighter, although a hint of worry lingered in his eyes. "If that's what is required, I will fulfill the debt on behalf of Ginny." Harry tapped Sirius on the arm hurriedly and gestured toward the living area. "Can we speak for a moment?" Sirius nodded. "If you'll excuse us, we'll be just a moment." The House of Potter representatives made their way to the front of the sofa, and Remus erected a privacy bubble. "What are you? What's going on?" Harry demanded. "Ron says Bill loves his job. I can't take that away from him." "Of course not," Sirius assured him. "There are details to work out, but having a goblin-trained curse-breaker for our treasure hunt would be very useful." Remus nodded wisely. "It also gives us someone from our side in Croker's team. Bertie won't be able to refuse because of the life debt angle." Harry frowned. "It might be useful, but it's not fair to pull him away from his own job. What happens when the treasure hunt is over?" "I should be able to arrange something at Gringotts, like a leave of absence to fulfill a family debt during the treasure hunt," Sirius said. "Or how about an exchange of knowledge as part of the treasure hunt?" Remus suggested. Bill could spend time learning from the Unspeakables, and in return, the Unspeakables get some goblin knowledge. The vows he would need to take would be difficult but not impossible. He trailed off as he noticed both Sirius and Harry staring at him. "It's just a thought," Remus added. Sirius looked at him skeptically. "I can't see either the goblins or Croker going for it." "Well, we won't know until we sit down all the parties to discuss it," Remus replied. "I suggest we get Bill's tentative agreement, contingent on something being arranged with Gringotts about his ongoing employment." He hesitated for a moment. "You know, thinking about it, do you believe that given a choice, Bill would turn down the chance to hunt and destroy other objects like the diary that hurt his sister?" "No," Harry answered immediately. "Not if he's anything like Ron." They all turned back to glance at the dining table and saw the curious expressions on the faces of the waiting Weasleys. "Okay, new plan," declared Sirius. "We'll tell Bill about the treasure hunt, subject to an oath of confidentiality. We'll offer to help make an arrangement with Gringotts, and if that doesn't happen, once the treasure hunt is over, we will set Bill up in a new curse-breaking business funded by Potter and Black," Harry said, nodding slowly. "Okay," he added. They both turned to Remus. "I agree," Remus confirmed. He took down the privacy bubble, and they made their way back to the table. Sirius waited until they were all seated. "Let me start by saying that we all agree that if we go with a service arrangement for the life debt, we will do our utmost to ensure the impact on Bill's career is minimal," he began. Harry felt pleased when he saw Bill's eyes brighten with relief, as did Arthur's. "Exactly how we'll achieve that, we don't know yet, but I'm sure it'll involve a discussion with Gringotts." "What can you tell us about your employment contract?" Sirius asked. Bill motioned across the table. "Not much, as you would guess, since it is a Gringotts contract. I can tell you that I signed on for 10 years, that mastery in runic warding is part of the deal, which I obtained 2 years ago, and that there are penalties for non-completion." Beyond that, there are the usual odes that Gringotts requires of its employees. Sirius said. So you have 5 years left, and the penalties are financial? Bill nodded. Molly cleared her throat. If this is the only way to honor the life debt, the goblins would understand, wouldn't they? Harry realized from the hope in Molly's eyes that service to the House of Potter would mean Bill would be doing something less dangerous and would return to England. They probably wouldn't enforce the oath-breaking penalty, as a life debt would take higher precedence, Bill informed her. But they would certainly enact the financial penalties. He sighed. I could afford it with what I have saved. Harry stirred uneasily in his chair and looked at Sirius beseechingly. Any penalties would be covered by the House of Potter, Sirius said, catching on immediately. But we will try to arrange a leave of absence so the penalties aren't incurred at all. If you have to leave Gringotts, we will also ensure your career continues as you wish. Bill's eyes widened in pleased surprise, while his mother's expression fell at the thought of her son continuing in his desired profession. Harry suspected that Ron's brother had worried that service would end his career. In fact, Sirius continued, the reason I thought of you rather than your father to honor the life debt is that the House of Potter has a project where your skills as a curse breaker would be valuable. We will need a vow of confidentiality before I say anything more, and I need assurances that you practice occlumency. Well, I never. Molly protested. Arthur shot her a pleading look, and she fell silent. My occlumency is not very good, Bill admitted. If I wore my head of house ring, I would be protected, but I've never seen the need to wear it, and it's in the vault. I'm goblin trained, Bill added. They don't start teaching you anything important until you can do occlumency. He smiled at Harry. They like to know their secrets will remain secret. Why don't Bill and I head to another room, and I'll inform him of the project? Sirius suggested. If you are okay with only Bill being privy to the details of the service we require and whether it will satisfy the debt on behalf of the House of Weasley, Arthur. Arthur frowned but nodded. Well, as this mostly affects Bill, I'll leave the decision to my heir then. Sirius smiled widely. Bill, if you could lead the way. Bill got up and motioned for Sirius to follow him up the stairs. Harry guessed they were going to use a bedroom. Well, I'll start dinner, Molly said brightly, getting up. You will all stay, Remus. I'm afraid not, Molly, Remus replied politely. Thank you very much for the invitation, but we're expected home for dinner, and Dobby will be anxious if we don't show. Another time, perhaps. Molly frowned heavily but nodded. She headed over to the stove and began banging pots and pans as she prepared the meal. Arthur cleared his throat, seemingly ignoring his wife. Harry, has Ron mentioned the Quidditch World Cup? Harry smiled and nodded. He said you hoped to get tickets. There's still some finagling to do, but we're almost set on that score. You're more than welcome to come with us, Arthur said warmly. We're going to camp there the night before and after, so it'll be a real trip. Sirius said he'd talk to you about it, Harry promised. It sounds like fun. So far, it's just been a lot of work, Arthur said with a smile. I've had my colleagues at the Department of Magical Games and Sports complaining at me every lunch hour. Is your department involved in the preparation? Remus asked, jumping into the conversation when Harry hesitated, unsure what to say. Yes, the pitch site is very close to Muggles, so we're having to double-check everything, Arthur admitted. Why Bagman decided that place was a good idea, well, I shouldn't criticize really. His assistant Bertha Jorkins was supposed to be back from her holiday and helping by now, but she's still away. Bertha? Remus repeated. I haven't heard that name in years. Harry gave him an inquiring look. She was a few years ahead of us at school, Remus explained. Nice girl, but a bit of a gossip and rather flaky. It sounded like Lavender Brown, Harry mused idly. That's Bertha, Arthur said. Ludo's convinced she's just forgotten her return date, but I'm not sure she's the dippy. Molly snorted from her position at the stove. Bertha is that dippy, Arthur. She'd forget her own head if it wasn't screwed on. Harry laughed at the comment, and Arthur winked, whispering that Molly could be right. Footsteps on the stairs had them all turning back. Bill looked thunderous while Sirius appeared calm. They retook their seats. Molly hurried back, evidently determined not to be left out of the discussion. "Bill?" Arthur inquired tentatively. Harry had a feeling he knew why. Bill was furious. The thought of objects like the one that had harmed Ginny lying around was both horrible and terrifying. "I'll gladly perform the service requested for the House of Potter," he said tersely. "We agreed that I would join the project in exchange for a salary matching my Gringotts pay and accommodation in London where I'll be based. We're also agreed that the House of Potter will do its best to ensure my career doesn't suffer. We'll try to organize a leave of absence, but if Gringotts won't allow that, I'll leave. Sirius has agreed with me that we'll split the penalties 50-50. He raised a hand to stop any arguments. "For the record, the importance of the project is such that I would do it even without a life debt involved, hence the penalty agreement. But as the House of Potter insists." "And we do," Sirius added firmly. "There we go," Bill said, looking at his father, who nodded in return. "I trust you, William," Arthur said proudly. "Then I agree, as the heir of the House of Weasley, that the House of Potter shall have my service until the task we have discussed is complete, to honor the life debt between Ginevra Molly Weasley and Lord Harry James Potter." Sirius nudged Harry. "You need to accept." "I accept on behalf of the House of Potter," Harry said quickly, aware he was likely breaking several protocol rules. Molly clapped her hands and beamed at her eldest son. "Oh, it'll be so good to have you back. And really, Harry, you don't need to include accommodation. Bill will stay here." Harry wondered if Bill was as horrified as he looked. Sirius cleared his throat. "As the Potter Regent, I'm going to have to insist, as a point of honor, Molly. Service for the house has always included accommodation and board, and frankly, we have a lot of properties standing vacant. It would be doing us a favor to have one of them occupied and looked after." Molly opened her mouth to argue, and Arthur. "Thank you, Sirius, Harry," Arthur said quickly. "A young man of Bill's age needs his own space." He patted his son's shoulder. Bill smiled in relief and glanced over at Sirius. "I'll arrange a meeting with my bosses at Gringotts for next week." He turned to his father, who looked slightly guilty. "Don't think for a moment I took this under duress, Dad. I'm more than happy to help with the project Sirius has told me about. If there was no debt and I found out about it, I would have quit my job and volunteered." His parents were stunned by his admission. "Well," Sirius said brightly, "one further bit of business is this." He pulled a sheet of parchment from his robes and handed it to Arthur. "It's your family's invitation to join us for a blessing ritual tomorrow. I know it's short notice, but we hope you can make it." He turned to Harry. "Why don't you head outside and spend some time with Ron while Remus and I discuss arrangements with Arthur and Molly? We're done with the official business." Harry nodded, smiled at the Weasleys, and made his escape. Ron was waiting just outside the back door, and Harry quickly dragged him away from the house to the bottom of the garden. They sat down, and Harry frowned at the dampness under his palms. "Did I hear right?" Ron asked excitedly. "Is Bill going to work for you?" "Well, for Sirius, really," Harry pointed out. "But, yeah." Ron grinned. "That's great. Bill's really cool. Not like Percy at all." Harry smiled at Ron and wished he had a brother or a sister. He pushed away the note of jealousy and focused on his friend. "I heard you talking about the Quidditch Cup," Ron said. "You're going to come, aren't you?" "It's going to be brilliant." "Maybe," Harry said cautiously. "I think Sirius will say yes, but he has a lot of lessons planned for me this summer, so." Harry shrugged. He wanted to attend, but he had to admit that a big part of him didn't want to spend time away from his godfather. "What lessons?" Ron said, outraged. "Stuff to do with my being head of house, etiquette and culture and things," Harry replied, leaning back and staring up at the sky. "Blimey," Ron winced. "Rather you than me." Harry took a deep breath. "I'm also taking runes." Professor McGonagall agreed that I could drop divination and take an entry test. Ron stared at Harry as if he had grown two heads. But that means I'll be on my own. You're abandoning me. I'm sorry, but I can't take another year with Trelawney predicting my death every week. Harry retorted. Besides, you're not on your own. The other guys will still be there, Ron, he pointed out. And if you want, you could do the same and come with me to rooms. Sirius won't mind you joining the lessons. Nah, Ron shook his head. I'm good. He continued, I can't believe you're learning all this other stuff though. I need to know it, Harry said, a touch annoyed. I didn't realize there were all these traditions and forms of protocol. I have to learn it as the head of the house. Well, as long as you don't turn into Malfoy, Ron said, a strange glint in his eye that told Harry he was serious. Harry forced a laugh and reassured him that was highly unlikely. He wasn't surprised when Ron turned the conversation to Quidditch. He sighed quietly with relief as he listened, pleased with Ron's relatively easy acceptance of his new position and his decision about rooms. Sure, there had been a tense moment, but they had gotten past it. Harry ignored a lingering worry that Ron might have issues with him gaining a little independence and focused on Ron's rant about the canon's new signings. Chapter 18, Building Team Pronglet. The polite knock at the door to the formal parlor made Sirius pause mid-sentence. He muttered an apology to Miriam Granger and called out for Penelope to enter. She stepped inside, her blonde hair braided in a complicated style that Sirius had never quite understood. Dressed in formal robes bearing the black and Potter crests, she smiled cheerfully. The Tonks and the Malfoys are both awaiting your presence in your study, Lord Black, she announced. Right, Sirius grimaced. It had already been a long morning. He had performed the judgment ritual on the Lestrange in anticipation of the family meeting as soon as he arrived at Black Manor that morning. He had discussed it with Harry the night before, and his godson had been appropriately attentive, understanding the gravity of the decision Sirius had made. It would serve as Harry's politics lesson for the week. However, Sirius had decided against allowing him to witness the ritual or take part as the heir. He knew the likelihood of the Lestrange surviving judgment was slim, and he didn't want Harry involved in what was essentially an execution. Instead, Harry and Remus had collected the Grangers in anticipation of meeting the Tonks once Sirius had accepted them back into the House of Black. Miriam and Wallace wore good quality, if plain, muggle clothing, while Hermione donned formal dress robes in a deep mauve color that suited her perfectly. Minerva had also arrived and was delighted to be reintroduced to Hermione's parents, offering a long-awaited apology about various school incidents that helped smooth things over. They had all settled in the formal parlor for morning tea. Show time, Remus pointed out briskly, wearing a grin that reminded Sirius of their Marauder days. Good luck, Harry said with a cheeky grin of his own. Sirius had learned to recognize the subtle differences that set Harry's features and expressions apart from James's or even Lily's. Sirius gave him a reassuring smile. Sirius set his tea down and stood up. He walked out the door and down the corridor. If it hadn't been for the Malfoys, he would have had Harry with him as his heir. However, they had discussed it and decided it was too risky. Draco and Harry were likely to provoke each other, and Sirius didn't trust Lucius not to try to harm Harry, regardless of the protections the manor offered its heir. He paused in front of the study door and took a deep breath. He opened the door, strode into the room, and closed it behind him with a sharp bang that drew the attention of his waiting cousins and their families. He was amused to see them politely ignoring each other in the seating area. The Tonks were seated to the far right, while the Malfoys were closer to the door. Sirius ignored Narcissa's pale face and Lucius's dark expression as he moved forward to stand in front of his desk. Hello, members of the House of Black, Sirius said formally. Thank you for answering the summons to the family meeting. Andy and Ted offered tentative smiles, while their daughter grinned at him happily. The Malfoys displayed a mix of disinterest from Draco, horror from Narcissa, and glowering anger from Lucius. Your Lord Black? Lucius questioned furiously. Sirius held up his hand to show the ring. And you're a brat. Now that we've established that, perhaps we can get down to business. He heard a poorly concealed snicker from Nymphadora Tonks. Draco bristled. "Father, are you?" And Narcissa placed a hand on his arm, silencing him with a look. "My apologies, Lord Black. My husband and son are simply surprised. We had believed the new Lord Black came from the line of Marius Black." Sirius could see the wheels turning in her mind as she recalculated what would happen next. "Simeon?" Sirius offered with a toothy smile. "Well, in that case, you'll be pleased to know that in the event of my unfortunate demise, Simeon will take the influence of those outside our family. I will uphold that ideal. As such, I had decided to revoke the Lestrange's membership in the House of Black. They have strayed too far from our values." The room fell silent, the weight of Sirius's words hanging heavily in the air. "Next, I will be addressing the conduct of the Death Eaters. Their actions have not only tarnished our name but have also endangered our family. We will not associate with those who do not represent the values we hold dear." Draco's face contorted with anger, but Sirius continued. "I understand that this may not sit well with some of you, but change is necessary. The time for blind loyalty to our past is over. We must move forward with integrity." Narcissa's expression remained icy, but she said nothing. Sirius took a deep breath, gathering his resolve. "Lastly, I want to remind you all that we are a family, and as such, we must support one another. I expect loyalty from each of you, but loyalty must be earned. I will not tolerate betrayal." With that, he paused, looking around the room at the stunned faces of his family. "Now, are there any questions?" Subjugating themselves to others. Sirius noticed Lucius shift on the plush sofa where the Malfoys were seated. "The House of Lestrange is not present at this family meeting because they did not adhere to the motto of the House of Black." "Why would they?" Draco interjected, crossing his arms with irritation. "They're the House of Lestrange." Sirius glanced at Narcissa, who was turning a deep shade of red. Well. You haven't informed your son about the primacy rule between the houses." "Primacy? Why should that matter here?" Draco spoke before his mother could respond, prompting her to turn to him sharply. "Be quiet, Draco," Narcissa ordered. "You are not to say another word." Sirius noticed Draco glance at his father, who gave a sharp nod, signaling him to comply. "Perhaps you should explain about primacy, Narcissa, as it seems your son's education is lacking," Sirius said mildly. Narcissa shot him a glare. "He knows that primacy denotes the rank of a house in relation to another. But you apparently have failed to inform him that the ancient and noble House of Black has primacy over the House of Lestrange, which is simply an upstart pureblood Belgian family that immigrated to England during the 19th century." Sirius smiled again, all teeth and no humor. "Rodolphus Lestrange petitioned to marry into the House of Black. He got Bellatrix. The marriage contract is quite clear, the House of Black has primacy. Lestrange was contracted to honor that primacy." His eyes flashed with anger. "He failed when he took the mark of Voldemort." The room flinched at the name. "He failed when he allowed Bella to take the mark of Voldemort," Sirius continued nonchalantly. "And he failed when he allowed his brother to take the mark. On this single issue alone, I would have cause to declare them all oath breakers. Additionally, Bella never produced the 2 children as contracted and now never will." He wet his lips. Sirius took a deep breath. "The House of Lestrange has dishonored our family name and brought our house into disrepute with their attack on the ancient and noble House of Longbottom. They have created a debt of honor between our houses. This morning, I summoned the family magic for judgment against the House of Lestrange." He saw shock register around the room. "I had forewarned the warden at Azkaban, and he confirmed after the ritual that all 3 of them no longer have their magic," Sirius stated grimly. "Rodolphus and his brother died within an hour." "And Bella?" Andromeda spoke up for the first time. "Do we know?" "Without magic but stable." "Well, I say stable, nuttier than a fruitcake but alive," Sirius informed her gently. He doubted Bella would remain alive for long. Azkaban was hard enough when a body had magic to sustain it against the harsh conditions there. Without magic. The Malfoys exchanged concerned looks, but Sirius ignored them. Before the Lestranges died, I declared the marriage contract broken and seized their vault for the repayment of the dowry. As restitution, all monetary assets from the vault have been turned over to the House of Longbottom. The House of Black has also assumed financial responsibility for the education of the Longbottom heir. Draco opened his mouth to speak, but his mother glared at him. As a final act, I have cast Bella out of the House of Black. She is to be given no sanctuary or aid. Any assistance provided to her will be considered breaking the oath with the House of Black, Sirius said. It shouldn't really be a problem, as Bella is locked up, but just to be clear. Andromeda and Narcissa nodded. Lucius looked wonderfully uncomfortable. Andy, Sirius turned to his oldest cousin, you never did have a head for politics, but what do you make of my actions so far in relation to our new agenda? Andromeda tossed her brown hair back over one shoulder and regarded him with familiar grey eyes. Well, from the appointments of your potential regent and your heir, it's clear you are moving away from the pureblood and prejudiced beliefs of the House of Black. Lord Potter is a half-blood. Simeon is a pureblood, but he is also the son of a squib, if I recall correctly. And I'm fairly certain the young woman who showed us in here from the Floo is a Muggleborn. Sirius grinned at her. She is. You are upholding the tradition and honor of the House of Black by stating that our house bows to no one, including you-know-who, she continued. The family magic found in favor of your ruling reinforces the truth that it is an oathbreaker to have been marked by him. Her eyes flicked to her brother-in-law sitting across from her before returning to Sirius. You've made restitution to a light family. That's not too surprising given that the Potters and the Longbottoms have been allied for years. Not making restitution would create awkwardness since you are also the regent of the House of Potter. But the Longbottoms and the Potters stand for respect for wizarding culture and tradition, so this could also be a move to position the House of Black for our own alliance. Sirius nodded and waved at Narcissa. Anything to add, cousin? Narcissa cast a superior look at her older sister. What you did with the family magic to Bella and the Lestrange shows you're ruthless and won't allow the house to be placed lower than any other. What you did to secure your position as head of the House of Black, to clear your name and gain guardianship over the boy who lived, was cunning. These are traits that the House of Black has been known for and feared because of them. She tilted her blonde head. They are not traits that Albus Dumbledore would champion. I'd say you're repositioning us in neutral territory rather than allying us with the light. I have allied us with the House of Potter, Sirius stated calmly. But you're quite right that Albus Dumbledore is unlikely to appreciate my actions so far. As Lord Black. Narcissa's eyes shone with understanding, but she remained silent. He would approve of my next action, Sirius said, turning to Andromeda. Andy, I wish to reinstate you to the House of Black and welcome your husband and daughter. Is this something you would want? Andromeda looked at Ted, her husband, and nodded. We've discussed it. Since it is you, I would agree, but only if Nymphadora will not face an arranged marriage. That's a fair point, Sirius replied, noticing his cousin wince at Nymphadora's full name. You have my word, no arranged marriages. But, he raised his hand before she could object, I will insist on a marriage contract to protect our assets and honor. I can live with that, Mum, Nymphadora said. Could we also make it a condition that everyone calls me Tonks? It'll have to be your full name for the oaths, Sirius pointed out with a grin. But, Cousin Nymphy, I'm sure you'll remember what I used to call you. Her hair changed from brown to red, then purple, before settling into black. Sirius took out his wand and waved it over the desk. The black ritual bowl and knife appeared. He motioned for Andromeda to come forward. Familius Magicus, Sirius intoned, tapping the bowl. Silver mist swirled in the hollow of the vessel. He cut his palm. I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, declare Andromeda Ursula Tonks reinstated as a daughter of the House of Black by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. He noticed Draco's curiosity, realizing it was likely the first time he had witnessed family magic in action, as the Malfoys did not possess any. Andromeda grimaced as she cut her palm. I, Andromeda Ursula Tonks, daughter of the House of Black, I accept my reinstatement and the duties it entails, by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. She gestured for her husband to take her place. Sirius smiled warmly and extended his uncut hand for Ted to shake. Welcome to the madhouse, Ted. Ted returned the smile, his round belly and cheerful demeanor giving him a jolly air. No middle name for me. My parents didn't see the need for it. Sirius nodded and held his still dripping palm over the bowl. I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, declare Theodore Tonks a son of the House of Black by law, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. Ted took the knife from his wife. I, Theodore Tonks, son of the Tonks family, son of the House of Black, accept my place and the duties it entails, by law, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. Nymphadora then exchanged places with her father. I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, declare Nymphadora Janet Tonks a daughter of the House of Black by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. Sirius continued, I, Nymphadora Janet Tonks, daughter of the Tonks family, daughter of the House of Black, accept my place and the duties it entails, by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. The magic swirled upwards, enveloping the Tonks family for a moment before settling back into the bowl, forming a familiar totem. The snake bowed to Sirius and vanished. Excellent, Sirius said, waving his wand so that the ritual bowl and knife disappeared, replaced by 2 envelopes. I have some gifts. The 3 new members of the House of Black smiled while the Malfoys glowered in the background. Firstly, Andy and Ted, here are the details of your new vault at Gringotts. You've received the dowry that would have been given if the family had agreed to the match at that time. There is also the deed for the summer property in Spain, which I know was always Andy's favorite. It is entailed to the House of Black, though, and will return to me or my heir upon your death. However, it is yours for the rest of your lives. Sirius handed over the envelope. You'll need to speak to Remus about arranging a portkey and the state of the property. Andromeda took the envelope and, in a surprising move, hugged Sirius. He patted her back awkwardly as she sniffed and held back tears. Thank you, she said as she released him. Sirius cleared his throat and picked up the last envelope. NYM. Tonks, he corrected as she glared at him. A trust vault has been set up for you. Its value is equivalent to what you would have received had you been recognized as a Black from birth. You are employed as an Aura trainee now, rather than continuing your education, so there will be no additional funds. However, you should find this is a nice nest egg. Tonks hugged him as well and took her envelope with a grin. Thank you. You were always my favorite cousin when I was a kid. Sirius didn't mention that until his incarceration, he had been the only cousin who visited them when Tonks was small. He turned to Andromeda. A couple of things, Andy. Firstly, I'd like you to teach our heir about wizarding etiquette. He's lived among muggles, and it seems Dumbledore hasn't addressed this part of his education. I'd be honored, Andromeda replied. Excellent, Sirius said, relieved that he wouldn't have to do it. Secondly, I owe a life debt to a Miss Hermione Granger. She's a muggle-born witch, very smart, and Harry's best friend. He ignored the ruckus in the background as Draco snorted and Narcissa berated him. I've agreed with her parents that the House of Black will sponsor her. What? Draco shouted as he stood up. I've heard enough, mother, father. If the House of Black wants to ruin itself with muggleborns and half-bloods, let it. We Malfoys don't need them and are better. Sirius raised an eyebrow as Narcissa silenced her son, while Lucius pulled him back down to the sofa and placed him in a body bind. Their faces were flushed, and Sirius knew they understood that Draco's outburst would have consequences. As I was saying, Sirius continued, turning his attention back to Andromeda, I've agreed that the House of Black will sponsor her to repay the life debt. Obviously, I'm not appropriate. So you would like me to perform the duty, Andromeda asked. She nodded. I'd be happy to, but we should probably meet before the ritual. They're waiting for you in the formal parlor with Harry. Remus is also there and will brief you on another ritual we'll be performing this afternoon. Sirius tapped an ornament on his desk, and there was a brief knock at the door before it opened to reveal Penelope again. Penelope will show you the way. I'll see you after my discussion with Cousin Narcissa. Andromeda and Tonks smiled at him, Ted nodded, and they all left. The door closed with a dull thud behind them. Sirius turned back to the Malfoys. Lucius was nearly white with fear. Sirius knew that Lucius understood he was aware of the mark, and considering what had happened to the Lestrange, Lucius couldn't expect any different treatment. Narcissa was pale but gathering her strength. Sirius would bet every last galleon he had that she was trying to think of a way to escape the mess her husband and son had created with their behavior and turn it to their advantage. Draco continued to look defiant, but fear flickered in his eyes. He questioned why his parents were so subdued and why they hadn't fought back, hadn't attacked Sirius. He moved to stand before them again and folded his arms. His arms. So, Narcissa, do you want to list all the ways the House of Malfoy has broken its oath with the House of Black, or shall I? Narcissa stood up. What do you intend for us? She asked bluntly. Sirius tilted his head. That's a good question. Here's another. What can you offer me that would entice me to keep you alive? Draco's eyes widened dramatically. Yes, Draco, Sirius said. I see you're starting to understand the gravity of your situation, but let me clarify it for you completely. Sirius, please, he's a child, Narcissa said hurriedly. You should have thought about that before you brought him in here unprepared. You know the protections this house and this room in particular offer me. If you attempted to draw your wand on me, you'd be dead within a second. He's lucky that the defensive magic didn't take issue with his insults. Let's see how he does without the silencing charm now that he knows, Sirius said brusquely. He turned back to Draco, who had paled at the realization that Sirius was magically protected as the head of the House of Black. Sirius waved his hand, cancelling all magic in the room except his own. The House of Malfoy, which left France for England during their revolution, petitioned to join the ancient and noble House of Black. The House of Black agreed on several conditions, one of which was that the House of Malfoy honored the primacy of the House of Black. Sirius pointed at Draco. That included ensuring that any child knew their place in the pecking order and didn't stoop to insulting the head of the House of Black as you just did. Draco flushed red but remained silent, apparently having learned enough to hold his tongue. It also included not being branded with the mark of a half-blood bastard like Voldemort, Sirius snarled, turning to Lucius. Lucius's eyes widened fractionally. The Dark Lord is the heir to Slytherin, he blurted out. Through his mother, who was a... Gorm was a witch with little more power than a squib, Sirius said, recalling the research Remus had done. But his father was a muggle who abandoned both of them. Did it not occur to you to look up the genealogy of Tom Riddle? How does it feel to know that you've been bowing and kissing the robes of the son of a muggle? You, who would place blood purity above all else? The shock on Lucius's face was amusing. Who's Tom Riddle? Draco asked, unable to restrain his curiosity. He's otherwise known as Voldemort, Sirius replied absent-mindedly, missing Draco's horrified expression. And really, Lucius? Is this your defense for taking the mark? That it's acceptable because he was the heir to Slytherin. His tone dripped with sarcasm. The House of Black will not be subjugated to anyone, not even Merlin himself if he shows up. Loyalty to the house comes before all others. Sirius, Narcissa interjected quickly, you can hardly blame Lucius. He simply followed the rest of our family. Your father and mother both took the mark, as did mine. Regulus took the mark. The Lestrange took the mark. Everyone took the mark. Your grandfather didn't expressly forbid it. Did you take the mark? Sirius asked, pointedly looking at her arm. Narcissa sniffed and rolled up her sleeve to reveal her pale skin. He cast a spell to check for glamours, but it came back negative, and she looked at him triumphantly. Don't celebrate just yet, Narcissa, Sirius warned. You may not wear the mark, but you clearly failed to teach your son to respect the primacy of the House of Black. Lucius stood up for the first time. That was my fault, he admitted. Narcissa bowed to my wishes regarding Draco's education. And Narcissa should have invoked primacy, Sirius countered heatedly, realizing that Lucius was taking the blame in hopes of salvaging the situation. His wife and son from the mess he had created, a wife and son he expected would seek revenge for him in the future. She was the Black, he said. With respect, Sirius, who was I to turn to if Lucius objected? Narcissa replied defensively. My father was dead, my mother had gone to France, and your grandfather locked himself away in the country estate, refusing all visitors and owls. There was no agreed heir upon his death. The House of Black has been in disrepair and without guidance for years. Primacy seemed moot at the time I agreed on the issue of education. Do you fear your husband so much that you felt you needed to seek the intervention of the House of Black if you insisted on overseeing your child's education? Sirius asked. I do not fear Lucius, Narcissa retorted. I did insist on Hogwarts, and Lucius followed me in that regard. I would have stood my ground if I thought it necessary. I did not. The House of Malfoy was gaining prominence, unlike the House of Black, which was floundering. It was against the contract, yes, but at the time it seemed a sensible decision. Even you must see that. So Lucius has been a good husband then? Sirius asked, as though the answer did not matter to him. He noticed Draco looking bewildered at his father's continued silence. Lucius has been an acceptable husband under the terms of our contract, Narcissa said, without looking at either her husband or her son. He has always treated me with respect, if not affection. We may not have made the love match I hoped for on my wedding day, but my only complaint is that we only had one child as contracted. I would have liked more children. However, I know we both love our one son very much, Sirius, and are united in ensuring his safety and protection. Sirius paced a few steps before returning. Take a seat, he ordered. He perched on the front of his desk as Lucius and Narcissa sat back down on either side of Draco. Draco, I'm going to start with you, Sirius said. I have two issues with you. One is the issue of primacy. You've been raised to be loyal to another house before the House of Black, and that's a problem for me. However, I recognize that this isn't your fault. Narcissa let out a relieved breath and placed a hand on Draco's shoulder. The second issue I have is that you have problems with my heir and his friends, specifically Hermione Granger, who will be a daughter of this house after today, Sirius continued seriously. For his part, Harry has said he is willing to agree to a truce. I'm not sure, after your behavior today, that you would keep it. Draco looked down, unable to meet Sirius's gaze. Sirius knew he had guessed correctly. Draco would break any truce because he didn't want to declare one. So, what to do with you? Sirius murmured. I could claim you for the House of Black, deny you any communication with your parents, and send you abroad to be educated. Narcissa looked as alarmed as Draco at that suggestion. I could bind your magic and send you to live in one of our properties as a squib, Sirius continued, aware that he was scaring Draco and hoping it would help keep him in line in the future. Or I could ask you to take an unbreakable vow of loyalty to the House of Black and leave it at that. Draco glanced up at the sudden offer of hope. Narcissa, Sirius moved on, giving Draco time to consider the options. I find that you've broken your oath by allowing the primacy of the House of Black to be disregarded by your husband and your son. However, I will agree that you were left without guidance. Since you haven't taken the mark, I could consider your transgression minor. Like with Draco, I am uncertain as to what I shall do with you. I could cast you out. I could summon judgment and see what the family magic makes of your actions and whether it would accept the mitigation you offer. I could ask you to take an unbreakable vow, Sirius said, letting his words sink in. He then turned his attention to the last member of the Malfoys. Lucius, you've broken your oath. You've allowed your son to disregard the primacy of the House of Black. You've ignored your wife's primacy in your relationship regarding your son's education and the number of children she bore. You took the mark of Voldemort and submitted to his will. Sirius continued, if that were the extent of your crimes, you might be in the same situation as your wife and child. But I know the truth of how a Death Eater qualifies for that mark. Draco shot a questioning look at his father, which Lucius ignored. Sirius did not. Has he never told you, Draco? He asked. Sirius, please. Narcissa interjected once more. To gain the mark in the service of Voldemort requires a blood sacrifice, a murder, Sirius stated firmly. Draco's expression turned to horror as he stared at his father. You murdered someone, he asked. It was a war, Draco. People died, Lucius replied coldly, twisting his hand atop the cane he held. Do you think people just believed Lord Black was a mass murderer without reason? He killed 23 of the Dark Lord's supporters himself. I killed once in the service of the Dark Lord and did not kill again. He has more blood on his hands. I think my official count was 18, actually, Sirius corrected with a humorless smile. 20 if you count the Lestranges. Draco looked aghast. However, the difference between you and me, Lucius, Sirius continued, unperturbed, is that every Death Eater life I took was in defense of my life or others as a hit wizard. You, on the other hand, took the life of an innocent who wasn't even part of the fight. You targeted someone based on their blood status, tortured and killed them, and... So, like the Lestranges, you have brought Dishonor to the House of Black, Sirius said. There is no Dishonor. It was only a muggle. Lucius retorted. He flashed red, then white, as he realized he'd admitted to murder. Draco looked relieved that it was a muggle, as he had clearly been raised to believe that wizards were superior and muggles were no more than cattle. However, his expression shifted to abashment under Sirius's hard gaze. A life is a life, Malfoy, Sirius said with icy anger. I didn't have a choice. Lucius shot back, glaring at him. Are you really going to try that idiotic Imperious defense on me? Sirius challenged. Lucius glared right back. I was under the Imperious curse when I was captured at the Ministry the day after the Dark Lord was vanquished. But not when you killed the Muggle, Sirius pointed out ruthlessly. I might as well have been. Lucius protested. I was taken by my father and my father-in-law. I was surrounded by friends and business associates. I had about as much choice in the matter as someone under the Imperious. After the Muggle, I claimed that if I was to truly exploit my position with the Ministry and the Wizengamot for the Dark Lord's benefit, my wand had to remain clean of dark magic. I won't deny that I agreed with his politics and agenda, but I wanted nothing to do with the killing. There were other choices, Lucius, Sirius said. I'm not sure I believe that the Muggle was your one and only. I'm not sure you were that clean. We don't all have your Gryffindor courage, Sirius. Narcissa interjected fiercely. Where were we supposed to go for help? The great Albus Dumbledore. Her words were a sneer, and on one level, Sirius knew she was right. The war had presented two sides, each unwelcoming to the other, fanatical in their differences. He had no idea how the neutral families had managed to survive, caught between the two. We would have ended up like Severus, a slave to two masters, Narcissa continued without pause. Her words left her son, Draco, speechless. Sirius wondered what had shocked him more, that Severus had been a double agent or that Narcissa equated service to the Dark Lord with slavery. It was clear that Draco's worldview was being challenged. Look, Sirius, Narcissa said, taking a deep breath to steady herself, you asked what we could offer to persuade you to keep us alive. I meant every word in our letter regarding the announcement of a Lord Black. We have political connections and wealth to support the House of Black. She smoothed her robes as she spoke. The two houses you've mentioned are light, egalitarian about blood status but with a history of respecting wizarding tradition. I believe you will likely make progress in gaining the support of neutral families by showing independence from Dumbledore. Many of the old Black alliances will not resume, as they are committed to a pureblood agenda, but we could provide a bridge for mutual agreement and use our wealth to support that. You need us alive to do that. Sirius admired her determination and political insight. She had always possessed a flair for it, and she was right. It was why Cornelius and he had agreed that it would be better to keep Lucius in the game rather than eliminate him. Your argument is sound, Narcissa, Sirius said. However, I believe that knowing I didn't hesitate to eliminate the Lestrange and Lucius will bring most of the old alliances to heel. My reputation as a mass murderer may prove quite useful, don't you think? As for those who refuse to bow to the threat, Cornelius has shown himself to be quite the player. The amount of dirt he has on everyone is truly impressive. He held her gaze coldly. What else do you have for me? A tense silence filled the room as Narcissa looked away, unable to respond. Let me make this clear, Lucius said. I have something I will provide if you can guarantee that the House of Black will never be subjugated to the will of Dumbledore. He sneered at the last name, but his tone remained civil, albeit a bit tentative. Sirius examined Lucius's expression and found it surprisingly sincere. I won't allow the ancient and noble House of Black or Potter to be subjugated to the House of Dumbledore, Sirius replied. And you would take a vow to that? Lucius pressed. I would, Sirius answered candidly. Lucius nodded slowly, his hands tightening atop his cane as he debated internally for a moment before sighing and conceding. I believe a Dark Lord is alive. Narcissa's head snapped around to her husband so fast that Sirius thought she might get whiplash. What? She exclaimed, torn between anger and terror. Why do you think that? Sirius asked, refusing to show that he already knew. I won't say anything further until I have an assurance that you won't kill me, Lucius said firmly. My offer is information about the Dark Lord and espionage if required when he returns. Sirius considered his reply for a long moment. You talk as though I should want this information and your spying service, but I don't see why. Dumbledore is the leader of the light. I'm sure if Voldemort is still alive and will return, he'll lead the fight again. My priority will be to protect Harry, and I'll take him abroad rather than let that monster try for him again. It was a bluff, but he figured Lucius would fall for it. After all, Lucius had no idea how much Sirius already knew. If you truly wish to protect the boy, then you'll listen to my information, Lucius retorted, shifting on the sofa. There is a prophecy, one that labels Potter as the vanquisher of the Dark Lord. They are fated to fight, Black. What? It was Draco's turn to splutter with shock. Lucius's chin came up sharply. This is only some of the information I could give you, but I won't say another word until we come to an agreement. Sirius simply smiled. I already know about the prophecy, Lucius. Lucius looked momentarily startled. Then you know that you will need someone in Voldemort's camp when he returns, and he will return. Sirius, Narcissa spoke up again. I do not wish to have anything to do with the Dark Lord and request the protection of the House of Black for myself and my son. We will happily take vows. Narcissa? Lucius began. I will not go through it again, Lucius, Narcissa snapped. The Dark Lord is a madman bent on the destruction of everyone who isn't him. Regulus saw the truth and he paid with his life for it. I will not have the same happen to Draco. Draco watched his two parents argue with his mouth open. Obviously, it wasn't a typical event. Sirius made his decision and cleared his throat to regain their attention. Narcissa, Draco, you will take an unbreakable vow of loyalty to the House of Black. Narcissa tried to hide her relief, but it played across her face regardless. I assume, Draco, that you know of the penalty for breaking the vow? Sirius asked brusquely. Draco nodded quickly. Good. Sirius turned back to Lucius. I'll be honest with you, Lucius. My first thought was to simply kill you as restitution for the life you took. However, my advisors inform me that you have value politically, pretty much using the same argument as your wife. On the other hand, I don't trust you, and Narcissa would make an excellent regent for the House of Malfoy. Lucius paled but kept his gaze on Sirius. He pushed off the desk and rocked back on his heels. So what to do with you? He waited a moment before laying out the offer. You have to pay for the life you took. For that crime, you will donate 1,000,000 galleons to the Ministry for a new department. The Department of Muggle Affairs. He held up a hand. Sirius spoke firmly as Narcissa attempted to interrupt. I, or rather my steward, will take responsibility for your vaults and investments for the next 3 years. You will not protest this in any way, and you should be thankful I haven't had you thrown in Azkaban. Sirius? Narcissa said quickly, while Draco looked on with concern. Don't worry, Narcissa, I don't intend to impose strict spending limits, Sirius replied, glancing at Draco, where he did plan to set some boundaries. I understand you need to project a certain image. However, every transaction will need my authorization. You can spend Friday morning with Remus at Gringotts, transferring everything to him and agreeing on standard payments and funds. You may tell everyone else that you are simply choosing to use Remus as your steward. Narcissa nodded in agreement and directed a pointed look at Lucius, who mirrored her expression with reluctance. If you refrain from killing or assaulting anyone by the time my heir comes of age, and if you prove yourself useful, I may return your financial assets to you, Lucius, Sirius said. Very well, Lucius replied stiffly. Sirius clapped his hands together. Good. You will also, like your wife and son, take an unbreakable vow of loyalty to the House of Black. After that, Lucius, I will put you under Familius Magicus Veritas while you provide the information you offered. This was a type of truth spell that compelled any family member to answer the head of the house honestly. If I hear anything in your answers that I dislike, you will face judgment. Lucius scowled but nodded. Vows then. Sirius drew his wand and tapped the desk. A sheet of parchment appeared. Here are some I prepared earlier. He handed it to Narcissa. She raised an elegantly arched eyebrow at him. These are very specific. You're free to refuse, and I'll choose another option for you, Sirius said. Narcissa squirmed under Sirius's hard gaze but nodded. Sirius tapped the ornament on his desk with his wand again. After a few tense moments, there was a sharp knock on the door, and Remus entered the room. He took in the sight of the huddled Malfoys and smiled at Sirius, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Vows? Remus asked. If you could act as Bonder? Sirius requested with a nod. Remus drew his wand. Mrs. Malfoy, perhaps it would be best if you went first to demonstrate the process to Draco. If you could stand beside Sirius and join hands, please. Narcissa rose from the sofa, smoothed her blue robes, and glided over to Sirius's side. He held out his hand to her, and she clasped it gently. Remus placed his wand on their joined hands. Will you, Narcissa Druella Malfoy, be loyal to the House of Black, placing duty to the house above all others, keeping the secrets of the House of Black unless authorized, and working to ensure its success? Sirius began. I will, she replied. A thin stream of fire shot out from the wand and bound their hands together. And will you be loyal to me, Sirius Orion Black, the head of the House of Black, keeping my secrets unless authorized and following my orders? Sirius continued. Narcissa nodded. I will. Another stream joined the first. And will you be loyal to the heir to the House of Black, Lord Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, protecting him, keeping his secrets unless authorized to speak of them, and following his orders in the absence of mine? I will, Narcissa replied. The bond was joined by a third stream of flame. I, Remus John Lupin, swear as your bonder that I have witnessed the vow undertaken between you, Remus intoned. So have you sworn, so mote it be. He gently tapped their joined hands with his wand, and the bond of flame disappeared. Sirius released his cousin, and she returned to the sofa. Draco. He looked at both his parents, questioning if they were serious about going through with it. They responded with sharp nods. He stood up and took Sirius's hand, shaking slightly. He repeated the same vows regarding the House of Black and Sirius. However, Sirius altered the vow concerning Harry, recognizing the enmity between his godson and Draco would make a loyalty vow difficult, especially at Draco's young age. And will you remain neutral in your dealings with the heir to the House of Black, Lord Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, never attacking him unless in defense, keeping his secrets unless authorized to speak of them, and following his orders in the absence of mine in respect to the House of Black? Draco grimaced but nodded, making the vow. Once Remus confirmed it, Draco returned to the sofa where his mother comforted him by smoothing her hand through his hair. Lucius then took his place and willingly made the same vows as Narcissa. As soon as the bond disappeared, Sirius drew his wand and pointed it at Lucius. Familius Magicus Veritas. Immediately, Lucius was surrounded by the silver mist of the Black family magic. "Why did you join Voldemort?" Sirius asked tersely. Lucius struggled momentarily against the magic but eventually sighed. "I agreed with his plan to create a pureblood ruling elite, and he was the heir to Slytherin." "Why did you take his mark?" Sirius pressed, wanting to verify Lucius's previous honesty. "My father and father-in-law took me before the Dark Lord to be marked. They considered it an honor." Sirius raised his eyebrows. "Did you want to be marked?" "Yes and no." Lucius's expression turned furious as the words escaped him. "I believed it to be an honor but had no wish to perform the initiation rite of killing someone to earn it." "You've admitted to killing a Muggle. What other crimes did you commit in the service of your Dark Lord?" "I gave him refuge, kept dark items banned by the Ministry, bribed Ministry and Wizengamot officials on his behalf, and attempted to steal a prophecy orb from the Department of Mysteries." Lucius struggled against the magic once more before finally yielding. "I tortured Muggles captured by the Dark Lord when ordered and tortured other Death Eaters for their failures." Sirius could accept Lucius torturing Death Eaters, but the torture of Muggles, which he had anticipated, would cost Lucius a significant amount of galleons. He moved on to the next question. "What do you know about the prophecy involving Voldemort and Harry Potter?" "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies." Lucius intoned. This much was overheard by Severus Snape and told to the Dark Lord immediately after its pronouncement by Sybil Trelawney to Albus Dumbledore. Sirius stiffened. Snape had been the Death Eater to overhear the prophecy. He exchanged a furious and concerned look with Remus, who looked ready to kill Snape without needing to transform into a werewolf. The Dark Lord did not initially believe the prophecy, and I do not know what changed his mind. I suspect that when reports from a spy within Dumbledore's ranks informed him that the Potter child displayed magic regularly, despite a childhood binding, he determined to eliminate the threat. Lucius continued. "Wormtail," Sirius snarled, finding another target for his anger. He turned and paced away, collecting himself again while ignoring Draco's wide eyes and Remus's growl. "You said you believed Voldemort was still alive, explain." "I initially believed, like others, that he was dead," Lucius explained. "But Draco informed me of a strange wraith drinking unicorn blood in the forest during his first year, which raised my suspicions. Then, there was a report that Quirrell had died, and Draco told me that Potter had been in the infirmary for days. I began to suspect that he was still alive and working to return to power." Lucius paused. "In addition, my mark has grown darker within the last few days. It is a sign that he gained strength. Do you want him to return?" Sirius questioned harshly. "No." Lucius snarled. "I've worked hard to undo the damage to my reputation and my house from the last war. I have power and influence now. I make the laws and have been successful where he failed in promoting a pureblood agenda. Why would I want to allow someone else to benefit from my work, especially now that I know the truth of his origins?" Sirius nodded. "If I don't offer you another choice and he returns as you say, what will happen?" "There will be no choice," Lucius stated grimly. "He will expect us to return to his side. He will demand it, and he will kill any who disobey." He glowered defiantly at Sirius. "He will control us as surely as though he had us under the Imperious curse." He paused momentarily, "unless there is another choice." Sirius glanced at Remus, who nodded gravely. It was something to work with. Lucius didn't want to give up his own position. He had been the top dog until Sirius reinstated the House of Black. He still would be within his own alliances. But Voldemort would take that away and make him a servant again. Lucius didn't want to bow down before someone else. This meant Sirius had to be careful. If he humiliated Lucius too much, he would turn on Sirius and Harry, regardless of the vow. There were always ways to work within vows. Tell me about Tom Riddle's diary, Lucius, Sirius said, returning to perch against his desk, arms folded. Lucius moved to sit beside him. He was once again fighting against the magic that swarmed around him, but eventually, he let out a heavy sigh and gave in. One night, the Dark Lord summoned me, Bella, and Regulus. He told us we were his most loyal and favored followers. All of us were members of the House of Black, the only house with knowledge of the dark arts that matched his own. Sirius snorted at that. The House of Black had probably forgotten more dark magic than Voldemort had ever learned. We were to be rewarded. He sent Regulus and me to the outer chamber. Bella left holding some kind of cup, but I was summoned before I could see it clearly. Lucius continued. He gave me a diary and told me to guard it well. He instructed me to send Regulus in and ordered Bella and me to leave. We followed his command. I placed the diary in a safe location in Malfoy Manor, and I know Bella put the cup in her vault. Sirius waited impatiently as Lucius caught his breath, disturbed by what must have been the initial event that led to Regulus's death. After I realized the Dark Lord might still be alive, I removed the diary from its hiding place and opened it. The pages were blank. I felt a compulsion to write and introduced myself. The diary responded. It ordered me to tell it what had happened since I had received it. It claimed to be an echo of the Dark Lord and held the key to his return. It instructed me to give it to my son, who attended Hogwarts, so it could get close to Potter. I convinced it that it would be better to give it to someone else instead. Remus's eyes flashed, and for a moment, Sirius worried he might actually punch Lucius. Draco stood there, open-mouthed, shock rippling across his features. You gave the diary to Ginny Weasley, Sirius said. Why, beyond the fact that she was expendable in your eyes? Primarily because I was compelled. Secondly, her father was trying to get legislation through that I disagreed with. The political embarrassment of his only daughter being found in possession of a dark object would likely derail it. Thirdly, I knew through Draco that the Weasleys were close to Potter, Lucius said. And lastly, I believed it likely that her overbearing mother would find the cursed thing before it ever made it to Hogwarts, or that she herself would hand it to her father. You intended for it to be found? Remus asked, surprised. Sirius hurriedly repeated Remus's question, knowing that unless he asked, the Verita's magic would not compel the truth. Yes, Lucius said sharply. Draco attends Hogwarts. I had no wish for him to be hurt. I tried to get Dumbledore replaced when it was clear that he wasn't doing enough to stop the monster the Dark Lord had set loose. Sirius and Remus exchanged a look of surprise. Are you sincere in your vow? Sirius asked as the final question. Yes. Lucius glared at Sirius. I will not follow that bumbling old fool, but I will follow the House of Black, even one headed by you and Potter, rather than the Dark Lord if it means I keep my magic and my life is spared. Honesty was a beautiful thing, Sirius thought as he registered Lucius's selfish motivations. He cancelled the Veritas with a wave of his wand, and Lucius sagged as though tired. Sirius pondered his words carefully. My first order, Lucius, is that you will make restitution to the House of Weasley. I will approach them on your behalf with an offer to assume financial responsibility for Ginny Weasley's remaining education up to and including a mastery, and pay any medical bills associated with healing the possession of the diary, Sirius said firmly. I will request this be a private restitution rather than a public one, given the sensitive nature of what occurred. I doubt Arthur Weasley will argue. That will protect your political reputation. Similarly, the 1.5 million galleon donation for the new department in restitution for the death of the Muggle and the torture of others will be handled through me. This will protect you from the fallout of donating to a cause that would horrify your alliances. Lucius bowed his head in relief. My second order to all three of you is that you will do nothing willingly to harm me, my heir, or the associates and allies of the House of Black. Sirius glanced at Draco. I gave you some leeway in your vow regarding Harry because you're young and foolish. Draco flushed. But realize this is an order. Under the terms of the vow, that means you must follow it or lose your life. Therefore, you cannot harm Harry or Hermione with this order. You cannot call them names or taunt them, as that constitutes bullying behavior that harms them. Do you understand? Draco nodded rapidly. You will tell your Slytherin cohorts that you have been instructed by your parents to follow my orders in this matter. This is to ingratiate yourself with me in the hopes of one day changing my mind about who should be my heir, Sirius said firmly. That will protect you from any fallout at school from your changed behavior. Thank you, Sirius, Narcissa said. Draco, Sirius continued, you are young and could yet learn a different path. If you are loyal to the House of Black, you will be rewarded. You saw the generous gifts I gave to your cousin and aunt. If at the end of the year you have performed well, I will give you a reward. Do you understand? Draco darted a look at his parents and nodded swiftly to Sirius. Sirius turned to Narcissa. Is there an arrangement for your son? With the House of Parkinson, Lucius answered. The decision was mine, not Narcissa's. Then the arrangement is annulled, Sirius said firmly. The House of Black will let its children choose their own partners. Draco's face lit up, and Sirius figured he hadn't wanted the arrangement. It was a small boon, but perhaps it was. Shower and scrub off the Malfoy stench. Enough to help Draco realize there are benefits to being in the House of Black. Sirius continued, you will all keep what was discussed between us today a secret, only to be shared with those in this room and my heir. Malfoy, you have permission to discuss the dissolution of the marriage arrangement with the House of Parkinson. Finally, your main order is this, you will help me and my heir defeat Voldemort, also known as Tom Riddle, by assisting whenever I ask in the plan I have in motion. Sirius declared fiercely, understood. Understood, Lucius replied, regaining some of his usual arrogance. His eyes narrowed on Sirius. You were already aware that he was alive. Since I heard how Harry sent his rave packing again at the end of his first year, yes, Sirius said. But he will try to get a body and regain power. We're going to stop him. We will do everything we can to assist you, Narcissa said. Good. Narcissa, you will take part in a blessing ritual this afternoon for Harry, Sirius instructed. Of course, my Lord Black, Narcissa responded, bowing her head. Sirius regarded them with an intent expression. I am giving you this one chance, work with me, help me protect Harry, and you will be rewarded. Cross me or harm Harry in any way, and I will end you. He examined their faces with satisfaction as they registered his final words. Then he turned and tapped the ornament. Penelope knocked softly on the door before opening it. Please escort the Malfoys to one of the guest rooms on the first floor, Penelope, so they can freshen up before lunch, Sirius requested. The Malfoys got to their feet. Narcissa curtsied, and Draco awkwardly followed his father, bowing his head briefly before they left. The door closed behind them, and Sirius let out a slow breath, rolling his shoulders to ease the tension that had gathered there. Remus gave a small cough. You okay, Padfoot? I feel dirty, Sirius admitted. I feel like I need to take a shower and scrub off the Malfoy stench. Million showers and will never be clean again, Sirius said. Well, we have made a deal with the devil, Remus murmured. But politically this will be easier. Lucius is the key to at least neutralizing the pureblood supremacists within the Wizengamot. If he died, even with Narcissa as a regent, they would likely choose another leader who would make things much more difficult. He sighed. I'm not looking forward to telling Harry about the prophecy and Snape. Do you think it's wise to tell him? Remus demanded. They already have a difficult relationship. I don't know, Sirius replied. I don't want him blindsided with information that others are keeping secret like a sword of Damocles over his head, Moony. He sighed. We'll discuss it with Minerva, but not today. Today should be about the adoption and the blessing ritual. I won't argue with that, Remus said in heartfelt agreement. He peered at Sirius. Something else is bothering you. You mean apart from the fact that Lucius has just confirmed old Voldy is on his way back to getting a body and we really need to figure out where Peter went and what he's likely to be doing? Remus simply gave him a look that said he wasn't fooled. Sirius grimaced and looked away from his friend. Malfoy gleefully pointed out why so many people were quick to believe I was a mass murderer by reminding me of how many people I killed during the war. In self-defense, Remus pointed out, I don't even remember killing 10 of them, Remus. Sirius retorted, you were captured when you were undercover, tortured, and you were half dead when recovered, Remus said dryly. The evidence for self-defense was rather overwhelming. And what about the Lestranges? Sirius said before he could stop himself. I knew calling judgment through the family magic would probably kill them. Bella probably won't be alive this time next week. Yes, you did know, Remus acknowledged, and the fact that you feel regret makes you the good guy. There's a problem, Moony, Sirius confessed. I don't feel regret. I feel relieved that they won't be around anymore to hurt anyone else or to help Voldemort when he comes back, if we can't stop it. A part of me still thinks I should have just done the same to Lucius. Remus placed a hand on his shoulder. You did what you did to protect Harry. I'm not going to tell you that it was the wrong thing to do. He squeezed Sirius's shoulder. I'll never tell you that protecting Harry is wrong. And Sirius, I would kill to protect him too. Sirius nodded slowly, letting Remus's words wash away the doubts that had plagued him. Come on, we should get back. Hermione was in the middle of a discussion with Andromeda about ritual magic and its place within wizarding culture when I got your signal. Harry looked terrified being left alone with them, Remus said cheerfully. We should go rescue him. Yes, that was what it all came down to in the end. Rescuing Harry. And Sirius could do that. Chapter 19, Building Team Pronglet. Lunch had been brilliant in one respect and awkward in another, Harry mused. Sirius had taken the head of the table with Harry on his right side and Andromeda Tonks to his left. Her husband sat next to her, with Tonks beside him, followed by the Malfoys, Draco, Narcissa, and Lucius. Hermione sat next to Harry, her father next to her, followed by her mother, then Remus and Penelope, with Professor McGonagall, his Aunt Minerva, at the end of the table. Harry ignored the looks Draco kept shooting him and focused instead on enjoying the light meal and listening to stories from Andy about Sirius and his dad as young schoolboys. Sirius kept interrupting her reminiscences, ostensibly correcting her, but with a wink and a smile that told Harry he was joking and teasing. Andy took it in good humor, and Harry found himself liking the older witch more and more as lunch went on. She had a good sense of humor, a quiet intelligence, and a warm personality that made it easy to talk to her. The Grangers loved the Tonks, and the two families quickly bonded. As a Muggle-born, Ted had many common experiences to share with Hermione, and he was able to relate wizarding terms to understandable Muggle concepts. Ted was a healer in a small clinic on the outskirts of London. He compared it to being a GP, a family doctor, while those healers in St. Mungo's were the equivalent of Muggle hospital consultants and doctors. Hermione was very interested, confessing that her early childhood ambition had been to be a family GP. Harry was also intrigued after his time with Noshi, and Ted was eager to hear all about the Valley Clinic. If the conversation at the top of the table flowed, Harry couldn't help but notice the more stilted atmosphere at the bottom, where the Malfoys resided along with Remus, Penelope, and his Aunt Minerva. He caught faint hints that Tonks had tried to engage her cousin. Draco was engaged in a conversation about Quidditch while Remus, Penelope, and Narcissa debated ritual magic. Meanwhile, Lucius and Minerva discussed Hogwarts. It was evident that everyone was uncomfortable to some degree with their dining companions. Harry was grateful that there seemed to be a protocol in place, preventing the Malfoys from claiming any slight. As lunch concluded, they all made their way to the formal parlor to greet the additional guests joining them for the various rituals. Harry entered alongside Sirius. He had been briefed on the protocol that morning, and he anticipated that the next half hour would be quite challenging. Upon entering, they immediately became the focus of attention. Madam Longbottom, Sirius said, kissing her knuckles. He introduced Harry with impeccable ease. Harry quickly took her hand and expressed his gratitude for her attendance. Augusta Longbottom offered a stern nod of approval and gestured to her left, where Neville stood awkwardly in formal robes adorned with the Longbottom crest. Harry shook hands with his dormmate and noticed that Neville was wearing his heir ring. It's good to see you, Neville, Harry said warmly as Sirius continued with the introductions to Augusta. You're joining me for the culture and politics lessons, right? Right, and estate management, Neville replied with a smile. Gran thought it would be good for me and for us to get to know each other better. I didn't realize your parents were my godparents. I had no idea your mum was my godmother either, Harry admitted. Sirius nudged Harry's shoulder gently, prompting a grimace from him. We'll catch up later, Neville, Harry said. Neville beamed at him, and Harry allowed Sirius to guide him toward Arthur, Molly, Bill, and Ron. Arthur had decided that the rest of the Weasleys did not need to be present, even though they had all been invited. Ron glared at the Malfoys. Sirius intervened smoothly, pretending nothing was amiss. Arthur, he began. Molly, it's lovely to see you, and Bill and Ronald as well. You obviously know Harry. Molly broke away from glaring at Lucius Malfoy and smiled at Harry as he took her hand to kiss. Oh, don't you look smart, Harry? Bill winked at Harry, easing the tension as Harry made his way down the line of Weasleys. Ron, dressed in his school robes, leaned in when Harry took his hand. What is Malfoy doing here? Cousins, Harry replied succinctly. We're kind of stuck with them. Ron didn't look happy, and Harry thanked Merlin when Sirius moved them along again. Minister Fudge, I believe you've met my godson Harry before. Sirius said with a sly smile in Harry's direction. Yes, indeed. Cornelius smiled brightly at him. You're looking very well, Harry. Obviously being with your godfather suits you. Thank you, Harry said politely, and for coming today to be a witness. And for helping to clear Sirius. Cornelius waved a hand. My pleasure, Harry. I'm only sorry I didn't listen when we met at Hogwarts. I'm afraid I took far too much note of your Professor Snape. I can promise it won't happen again. Thank you, sir, Harry responded formally. Cornelius, please, Cornelius said, still smiling. Sirius stepped into Harry's relief, and a moment later they stood in front of Amelia Bounds. Good to see you again, Harry, Amelia said as he kissed her knuckles. You too, he replied with a genuine smile. Thank you for coming and for everything you and Aura Moody did for Sirius. Amelia merely smiled at him and allowed Sirius to handle the rest of the introduction so they could greet Wilbur Croker. I'm glad to finally meet you. Call me Bertie. He gave a friendly smile to Harry. Harry smiled back, liking the older man instantly. Thank you for attending the adoption. My friend Hermione will probably have 100 questions for you. She's really. That's a good trait to look for in a woman, Harry, Bertie teased. Glad to see you starting early. Harry felt his cheeks heat up and was grateful when Sirius stepped in to introduce the Tonks to the head of the Unspeakables. The last two attendees were Brian Cutter and Mary Barron, their solicitors. Harry had met them both before, after he and Sirius returned from the States, and their greetings were quick. Sirius led everyone back to his study, which had been transformed by Creature. All the furniture had been cleared out and replaced with rows of comfortably padded but straight-back chairs facing the mantelpiece, which displayed the ornate crest of the House of Black. Just in front of the fireplace, a pedestal had been set up with a ritual bowl and knife. The guests took their seats, and Harry sat at the front with Remus on one side and Minerva on the other. He glanced over his shoulder at the Grangers behind him and gave Hermione an encouraging smile as she nervously chewed her lip. Sirius cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. Thank you, friends and family, for attending today. We actually have 3 rituals to perform. The first is a sponsor ritual between Hermione Granger and Andromeda Tonks. The second will be the adoption ritual between myself and Harry. Lastly, we will do a blessing ritual for Harry. He smiled at the gathering. So, let's begin, Hermione, Andy. Hermione walked to the front, and Harry felt a rush of pride. He was truly grateful that Sirius had come up with such a wonderful way to thank Hermione for helping to save his life. Sirius gave her a warm smile and directed her to stand on the left of the pedestal, facing Andromeda, who stood on the right. Sirius moved behind the pedestal and tapped the ritual bowl, invoking the family magic that erupted in its usual silver swirl. I, Sirius, Orion Black, head of the House of Black, invoked their magic to witness the repayment of the life debt between the House of Black and Hermione Jean Granger. In gratitude for her role in saving his life, he called upon Andromeda Ursula Tonks, daughter of the House of Black, to sponsor Hermione Jean Granger within the House of Black by blood, by magic, and by oath, providing her with the protection and sanctuary of the House of Black. Harry held his breath in the reverent silence as Sirius nodded at Andromeda. Andromeda picked up the knife and carefully sliced her palm, allowing a few drops of blood to fall into the bowl. I, Andromeda Ursula Tonks, daughter of the House of Black, swear to sponsor Hermione Jean Granger in the wizarding world, to provide her with knowledge, with tools, with love, to protect and give her sanctuary. I undertake this solemn duty by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. She passed the knife to Hermione, who quickly looked at Sirius to ensure it was all right to proceed. At his nod, she sliced her palm with a grimace and let the blood trickle into the bowl. I, Hermione Jean Granger, her voice trembled slightly, am honored to accept the sponsorship offered to me by the House of Black. I swear to consider Andromeda Ursula Tonks, daughter of the House of Black, to be my wizarding guardian, accepting her tutelage and wisdom. I accept my place as a daughter of the House of Black and the duties that it entails, by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. Andromeda held out her cut hand, and Hermione took it, positioning their clasped hands over the bowl. The family magic rose up, forming its snake totem, wrapping itself around their wrists so they were bound together. The snake hissed over their hands. I accept this bond, the snake said. Harry smiled at the totem but held back from speaking. Sirius grinned at the two women. I have witnessed this bonding between you and declare Hermione Jean Granger a daughter of the House of Black, he said formally. So have I sworn, so mote it be. He tapped the bowl, and the magic vanished. Andromeda turned Hermione's palm face up and quickly healed it before doing the same to her own. The room erupted in pleased applause. Harry looked around as he clapped enthusiastically. Tonks was grinning from ear to ear, her hair cycling through a variety of colors. Draco looked subdued but was clapping politely with his parents. Arthur and Molly both looked delighted, while Ron looked angry. Harry frowned and wondered what the problem was. He turned back to see Hermione walking towards him. He grinned at her, and she smiled shyly back. Okay, Sirius said loudly, regaining everyone's attention. Harry, if you'd like to come up, and Remus, who is an old friend of James and Lily, will stand as the magical witness. He smiled at their guests. I would just like to remind everyone that Harry is a Parselmouth, and as you've already witnessed, the Black family totem is a snake. Needless to say, the totem is thrilled to have someone to talk with after years of silence. So if you hear an exchange between them, please don't worry, panic, or assume that Harry's being turned into a dark wizard. Harry had mixed feelings about Sirius's openness, but he guessed it was better to be upfront than to have someone yell something horrible during the adoption ritual. Remus took Sirius's position behind the pedestal, facing the audience, while Sirius moved to where Andromeda had stood, with Harry in Hermione's place. Harry noted that the bowl and knife looked pristinely clean and realized Sirius must have handled that while his attention had been elsewhere after Hermione's ritual. Sirius winked at him, smiled, and Harry remembered to breathe. Ready? Sirius asked quietly. Harry nodded. They both tapped the ritual bowl at the same time and called upon their family magic. Gold and silver sparkles swirled into the air. I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, invoke the magic of the House of Black to witness our adoption of Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, heir to the House of Black, by blood, by magic, and by oath. I, Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, invoke the magic of the House of Potter to witness my adoption by Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, son of the House of Potter, by blood, by magic, and by oath. A surprised murmur went through the Audi. As they remembered that Sirius had been given sanctuary within the Potter family. It was unusual for both family magics to come into play during the adoption. I, Remus John Lupin, steward of the House of Black and the House of Potter, brother by magic, by spirit, and by heart to James Charles Potter and Lily Elizabeth Potter, stand witness to this adoption. Sirius picked up the knife and cut his palm, letting his blood drip into the bowl. I, Sirius Orion Black, son of the House of Black and the House of Potter, brother by blood, by spirit, and by heart to James Charles Potter and Lily Elizabeth Potter, invite Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, heir to the House of Black, to be my son by blood, by magic, and by law, my son by blood, by spirit, and by heart, my son by blood, by will, and by oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. Harry hesitated at the thought of slicing his palm open, but he did it with a faint frown, allowing his blood to join Sirius's within the bowl. I, Harry James Potter, son of the House of Potter, son of the House of Black, son by blood, by spirit, by heart, to James Charles Potter and Lily Elizabeth Potter, I accept Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, son of the House of Potter, as my father by blood, by magic, by law, my father by blood, by spirit, by heart, my father by blood, by will, and by oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. They joined hands, and the magic responded immediately. The snake bound them, just as it had Andromeda and Hermione, but it waited until the griffin flew up from the bowl, resting atop their hands, giving a fierce cry before it hissed. The griffin and I welcome this bond, youngling, the snake said. Thank you, Harry replied, looking up into Sirius's inquisitive eyes. The griffin and the snake welcome our bond, Sirius grinned. Thank you, he said to the totems. Remus smiled happily at the two of them. I have witnessed this bonding between you and know it to be true. Sirius Orion Black, you are now the father of Harry James Potter by blood, by magic, and by this oath, he said formally. So have I sworn, so mote it be. Harry and Sirius raised their wands and tapped the bowl together. With a final cry and a hiss goodbye, the totems disappeared once more. Applause filled the room again. Harry looked out at the sea of faces. Neville gave him 2 thumbs up, Hermione was clapping hard enough to hurt her hands, and Ron still looked less than pleased. Harry shook away the thought. Maybe Ron was just uncomfortable with the pomp and ceremony. His attention snapped back to his palm as Sirius carefully healed it. Sirius squeezed his hand gently before letting go. Okay there, Harry? Sirius asked quietly. Harry nodded. You ready for the next bit? Sirius asked, keeping his voice low. I think so, Harry smiled warmly. Padfoot. They had agreed the night before that Dad had too many associations. The House of Potter invoked the magic of the House of Black to witness this blessing. Sirius's voice was strong and clear. Harry felt a surge of energy as the magic swirled around them. He could sense the approval of his ancestors, both from the House of Potter and the House of Black. The room was filled with a warm glow, and he glanced at Remus, who nodded encouragingly. Sirius continued, this blessing will protect Harry as he embarks on this new journey with his family. He looked at Minerva and the other ladies of the House of Black, who stood ready to participate. Now, everyone, please join hands, Sirius instructed. Harry reached for Sirius's hand and then took Minerva's, feeling the strength of their connection. As they formed a circle, the air shimmered with magic. Together, we bind our families, our love, and our protection to Harry, Sirius proclaimed. Harry focused on the bowl, feeling the magic intensify. I, Harry James Potter, call upon the strength of my family to protect me, to guide me, and to keep me safe, he declared, his voice steady and confident. A soft light enveloped them, and Harry felt a deep sense of belonging. This was more than just a ritual, it was a commitment, a promise of love and support from his new family. As the light faded, Sirius squeezed Harry's hand, pride shining in his eyes. Welcome to the family, Pronglet, he said with a smile. Harry beamed back, feeling a warmth in his heart. This was where he belonged. The House of Potter, heir of the House of Black, stand witness to this blessing of my son. Sirius handed Harry the ritual knife. Harry drew it over his palm again, knowing they had to perform the action anew for the magic to take effect. He frantically tried to remember the ritual words, aware that the phrasing had changed in the old spell. I, Harry of the House of Potter and the House of Black, son of Lily of the House of Potter, give my blood willingly in this blessing." He placed the knife down beside the bowl. Sirius drew a small vial of blood and a velvet pouch from the pocket of his robes and handed them to Minerva. "I, Minerva of the clan McGonagall, stand in the place of Lily of the House of Potter, mother by blood of Harry of the House of Potter and the House of Black." She withdrew a gold locket from the velvet bag and held it over the ritual bowl. "This locket is the symbol of Lily, given to her mother by blood, Marigold of the family Evans, in celebration of motherhood." Harry took hold of the locket, the chain rubbing painfully against the cut and causing fresh blood to run down his palm. He knew he had to keep his hand holding the locket for the rest of the ritual. Minerva continued, "I stand in the place of Petunia of the family Dursley, sister by blood to Lily, aunt by blood to Harry, and who gives her blood freely in this blessing." Harry remembered how Remus had spent hours persuading his aunt to part with both the blood and the locket. He watched as Minerva poured the vial into the ritual bowl and set it aside. She clasped her right hand atop Harry's over the bowl, holding the locket with him. With her other hand, she dipped a finger into the bowl, reached across, and drew a rune of protection on his forehead. "I recognize the willing sacrifice of Lily of the House of Potter in protection of her son. In the place of Lily and Petunia, I welcome his new family by blood, the House of Black, and invite them to anchor this blessing by blood, magic, and oath," Minerva said with a smile. "So have I sworn, so mote it be." She stepped aside and walked around Harry, placing a hand on his right shoulder and looking toward the remaining women. Andromeda approached next, her face bright with a smile as she picked up the ritual knife and made a quick cut. "I, Andromeda, elder of the House of Black, welcome Harry of the House of Potter and the House of Black. I stand now in the place of Lily of the House of Potter." She placed her cut hand over Harry's and the locket, dipped her finger, and traced the rune on his forehead. "I renew her blessing by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." She let go and moved to stand behind him, placing her hand on his left shoulder. Harry tried not to flinch as Narcissa stepped up and made a neat cut on her palm. "I, Narcissa, mother of the House of Black, welcome Harry of the House of Potter and the House of Black. I stand now in the place of Lily of the House of Potter." She gently wrapped her hand around Harry's and used her other finger to draw the rune. "I renew her blessing by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." She walked swiftly to take her position behind him. Tonks was next, winking broadly at Harry as she went through the familiar motions. "I, Nymphadora, maiden of the House of Black, welcome Harry of the House of Potter and the House of Black. I stand now in the place of Lily of the House of Potter." She took hold of his hand and made the rune on his forehead. "I renew her blessing by blood, by magic, and by this oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." Hermione stepped up last, joining Tonks as she placed her hand on Harry's shoulder alongside her mother and aunt. Harry grinned at Hermione in relief. She carefully cut her palm and let the blood mingle with the others in the bowl. "I, Hermione, daughter of the House of Black, daughter of the family Granger, welcome Harry of the House of Potter and the House of Black, my friend by magic, by spirit, by heart. I stand now in the place of Lily of the House of Potter." Her hand clasped his, and he squeezed it comfortingly as he felt her tremble. She made the rune carefully, keeping her other hand steady. "I renew her blessing by blood, by magic, by willing sacrifice, by blood, by spirit, by heart, by blood, by will, and by oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." Harry's eyes widened as the magic flared brilliantly between them, a fountain of silver and gold swirling around them until they formed solid shapes on either side of Hermione. A huge gold griffin stood on her right, and a massive silver snake on her left. She looked at him with wide, scared eyes, and he kept a tight hold of her hand. He darted a look toward Sirius and then at Remus, but they both looked as stunned as everyone else. The griffin suddenly morphed into the shape of a misty golden woman, a woman he had only seen in pictures, his mother. She shifted forward and placed her hand over his and Hermione's. "Mum," Harry whispered, tears springing to his eyes. Sirius stood beside him, frozen at the sight of the spirit of his dead friend. I, the spirit of Lily of the house of Potter called forth by my son, proclaim my blessing of love and protection is renewed by the house of Black, Lily said softly. By blood, by magic, by oath. She stepped up and kissed his forehead. Warmth and love flowed through him, almost making him dizzy. It felt like the best hug ever. She smiled at Harry before moving away to stand behind Hermione's right shoulder. Harry drank in the sight of her and Harry only vaguely realized that the snake was shifting shape into a woman. He dragged his gaze away from his mother to look at her, but he did not recognize her at all. She was beautiful, with long flowing hair and dressed in an old-fashioned robe. She moved to stand next to Hermione on her left, reached out her hand, and placed it over Harry's and Hermione's. Her gentle gaze met Harry's across the ritual bowl. I, the spirit of Morgana of the line of Lefay, called forth by the magic of this son of Black, judge thee, Harry, child of Merlin, of the house of Potter and the house of Black. Thou hast been blessed with love but cursed with loss. Thou wilt stand betwixt the light and the dark. Thou wilt yet perish or master death. The spirit smiled sadly at him. This I see, my child. But thou hast spirit to arm thee, and heart to spur thee, and this gift of my blessing to shield thee. So have I sworn, so mote it be. She kept hold of his hand as she glided forward and placed a kiss on his forehead. It was icy and cold, but he felt a rush of powerful magic through his veins. She moved away. As soon as her hand met Hermione's left shoulder, the spirits of Morgana and his mother, fell in a shower of magic back into the forms of the totems. There was silence in the room. Harry was breathing heavily, and his eyes met Hermione's shocked gaze. She gently extracted her hand from his and stepped around to take her place at his left shoulder, leaving the griffin and snake behind. Harry swayed, and the hands on his shoulders steadied him. Sirius made a small movement, catching Harry's attention. I have witnessed this blessing and know it to be true by blood, by magic, and by this oath, he said shakily. So have I sworn, so mote it be. Harry raised his wand. He glanced at the snake, which bowed its head, before he stared at the griffin. Desperately wanting to see his mother again, the griffin let out a heartfelt cry, as if it too shared Harry's longing. Sirius cleared his throat, and Harry knew it was time to end the ritual. He tapped the bowl, causing the totems to dissipate into a cloud of light before vanishing. Merlin's bloody balls, someone exclaimed from the background. Harry's frantic gaze met Sirius's, and as Sirius stepped toward him, Harry felt darkness beckoning him. He fell into it gratefully. Sirius caught Harry before he hit the floor, adrenaline surging through him. Harry! Panic began to rise as Harry remained unresponsive. Sirius lowered him to the floor and searched for a pulse on his neck. He felt a strong beat against his fingers and let out a shaky breath. Ted appeared beside him, waving his wand in a familiar diagnostic pattern. Magical exhaustion, he said crisply. He'll be fine, he just needs bed rest. Which, considering he managed to call forth the spirit of Morgana Le Fay, isn't too surprising, Bertie added, peering over Ted's shoulder at Harry. He straightened up. By my authority, this magical event is deemed me to know. Everyone here will take a vow or be obliviated. Protests erupted, but Sirius ignored them as Remus finally pushed his way through to them. Sirius placed Harry's arm around his neck and lifted him into his arms, staggering as he rose from the floor with Remus's help. Remus, can you work on the vow with Bertie, please? I'll help, Amelia offered immediately, understanding the need for confidentiality. Is Harry going to be okay? Molly asked worriedly, hurrying over as Sirius started for the door. He'll be fine, Sirius said quickly. Minerva, can you come with me? Molly immediately moved to his side. I'll be happy to. I'm sorry, Molly, but the house is under fideus, and I'm not the secret keeper. Minerva is already aware of where it is, Sirius said, adjusting his hold on Harry as he shifted away from Molly's outstretched arms. Thank you for your concern, though. He walked out, with Minerva just behind him. You're taking him home? Minerva asked as soon as she closed the door behind them. Sirius nodded and sealed the doorway with a thought. No one would be able to leave until he returned to let them out. He's safest there. I'm going to need you to watch him, please, while I sort this out. Of course, Minerva replied, summoning her bag and outer robe that had been left in a closet in the hallway. They flew through to Griffin House, and Sirius took the stairs swiftly. Dobby popped in as Sirius laid Harry down on the bed. Harry Potter is injured. Magically exhausted, Dobby. Sirius carefully untangled the locket from Harry's hand and placed it on the bedside table. Minerva immediately healed the wound on Harry's palm while Sirius vanished Harry's clothing with a wave of his wand, leaving him in his underwear. He levitated Harry under the covers with Dobby and Minerva's help. He traced a hand over Harry's forehead. Lily and Morgana's blessing had cleaned away the blood room that had been drawn over and over. He hovered, wanting nothing more than to stay with Harry, with his son. It's all right, Sirius, Minerva said briskly. I'll watch over him. You return and make sure nobody can tell anyone about what just happened. The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back and have my vow. Sirius pushed a hand through his hair and nodded. He dropped a kiss on Harry's forehead and got off the bed. He made his way back to Black Manor, his mind swimming with what he had witnessed. He wasn't certain that he could make sense of it all. The power of Harry's magic had summoned the most notorious witch in the history of the wizarding world, who had blessed him and called him a child of Merlin. The totems had formed both spirits. Suddenly, he found himself in front of his study door, breathing heavily. He could hear a cacophony of voices within the room. Taking a breath, he gathered his poise and authority. He cancelled the seal with a wave of his hand and marched in, closing the door behind him. He was quite surprised by the orderly scene before him. A group consisting of Brian, Remus, Augusta, Bertie, Amelia, and Cornelius was gathered around the pedestal, scribbling on a piece of parchment as they agreed on the vow to be taken. Hermione spotted Sirius and hurried over, trailed by Ron. Harry, she asked. In bed, Sirius replied succinctly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Are you sure you're okay? She nodded, her bushy hair flying everywhere. It was just incredible and a little scary. The feel of the magic was... She blushed. I was just worried that I'd messed up the blessing. Hermione. Ron barked. It wasn't your magic that summoned the Dark Witch. Sirius's eyebrows shot up at the implied insult to Harry. Ron, Hermione's eyes gleamed fiercely. Morgana Le Fay was not a Dark Witch. It's a common misconception based on the patriarchal and chauvinistic myths and legends surrounding Merlin. They glorify him and portray her, the woman, as the villain when she simply stood for a different religious ideology. In fact, many believe that Rowena Ravenclaw followed the same religious belief, and she was well known to be a light witch, so I don't see. Indeed, Rowena was a priestess in the old way, Narcissa interrupted. She had glided up beside them without anyone noticing, causing Hermione to jump. Sirius could see Ron struggling to hold back an insulting comment and decided to lead his cousin away from the young ones. If you'll excuse us, he said politely, taking Narcissa's elbow and guiding her back to where Lucius and Draco stood apart from the rest. I take it you wish to speak with me. We wish permission to inform others about the agenda of the House of Black. Specifically, the decisions and announcements you made to us today will be shared with our allies before the Wizengamot session tomorrow, Narcissa stated. Sirius noticed that Lucius was deferring to his wife, clearly understanding her lead. You have my authorization, he replied. Narcissa hesitated briefly before continuing. We also wish permission to mention that we have witnessed the power of the boy who lived. Sirius stiffened and glared at her. Draco's half-disgusted expression, however, amused Sirius. Something vague, but along the lines of having witnessed his power myself and now believing he did defeat the Dark Lord should suffice, Lucius suggested. This will help sway my allies to the boy who lived. Of course, we won't discuss the details. Sirius met Lucius's cold gaze and saw the truth in his hard eyes. Lucius now believed it. It wasn't surprising. Ron had put it bluntly, but Harry's magic had indeed summoned the spirit of the most powerful witch of all time. You have my authorization, Sirius repeated, knowing that if he could weaken the Dark Lord's political allies, half the battle would be won. He sighed. You're already covered by the vows you took this morning, but you can stay and take this additional one or leave. We will take our leave, Narcissa said, her hand resting on Draco's shoulder. My Lord Black, she curtsied, while her husband and son bowed their heads. Sirius escorted them to the exit. Door opened where Creature appeared to take them to the flue. Sirius shook his head and walked over to Andromeda and her family. Like dear cousin Narcissa and her family, you're protected by your oaths to the family magic. If you wish to leave, you may do so, he said. Ted looked surprised, and Andromeda shook her head. I can stand on behalf of the House of Black for the vow for some people, speed things up. Thank you, Sirius said, truly grateful for her assistance. I won't ask how powerful he is, Sirius, Andromeda said quietly, but that was incredible. I felt the magic flow through him. It was unlike anything I've ever felt. Sirius nodded tiredly. He's just a kid, though, Andy. I would never have agreed to the blessing ritual if... I think everyone knows that, Sirius, Andromeda comforted him. She nodded toward the front of the room. I think they have a vow they can work with. Sirius made his way to the front, and Remus handed him the parchment. Harry? Remus asked. Asleep. Minerva's watching over him, Sirius answered quickly. He read the vow. Will you keep the blessing of the ritual by Lily Potter's spirit secret? Will you keep the blessing of Harry Potter by Morgana Le Fay and the word she spoke secret? He nodded. Okay, let's get on with it. Molly coughed to catch his attention. I'm sorry, but I'm still not really comfortable with the children undertaking this kind of vow. They are too young to accept the responsibility. Mrs. Weasley, we have been through this already, Bertie interrupted. Children as young as 12 have taken the vow before and lived long and fruitful lives because they understood that breaking the vow would mean serious consequences. If you are unwilling to trust that your child can keep the vow, then we will need your permission to obligate him. Mum. The uproar from Ron was immediate. I'm not sure that you have the authority. And as we've already established, I do, Bertie said forcefully, suddenly appearing as the powerful wizard he truly was rather than just an eccentric old man. As head of the Department of Mysteries, I can declare any magical event to be need to know. I have issued the declaration for the blessing ritual. And he has my support as Minister of Magic, Cornelius added, puffing up with responsibility. And mine as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia confirmed grimly. Arthur sighed and placed a hand on Molly's arm. I share your concern, Molly, but as Bertie has said, we've already been through this. I think Ron and the others of his age here understand how serious it is to keep a vow. Molly subsided again into a chair with a huff. Madam Longbottom, Sirius said. Would you be willing to go first? Remus will act as our bonder. Of course, Augusta replied. Andy, can you perform the vow for the Weasleys, please? Bertie, if you could be bonder? Sirius requested as Augusta took her place beside him. For the next half an hour, a stream of vow-taking blurred in Sirius's mind until the last was done. He had escorted people out as each family or individual completed the vow and were free to leave. The adult Grangers, being muggles, had to be obliviated of witnessing the spirits, although they retained their memory otherwise. Hermione was able to take the vow. Finally, only Sirius, Remus, and Bertie were left. They had encouraged Penelope to head out. I should take the vow too, Remus argued. You're under oath to both the House of Black and the House of Potter, Sirius pointed out exasperatedly, not to mention you'd die before you'd betray any of our secrets to anyone. Bertie looked on, amused. Remus sighed. Director Croker? I would normally insist on it, but... I agree with Lord Black, Bertie said. You are covered by the oaths, just like the Tonks and the Malfoys. He paused. And you would never betray the secret to anyone. We should get back home, Sirius said urgently, worried about Harry. Minerva's waiting for us. Sirius, if I could have a word. Bertie said with enough authority that Sirius recognized it as a demand rather than a request. Remus, can you head back? Remus nodded. I want to check on Harry myself. I can't help feeling this was my fault. Your research and calculations looked impeccable, Mr. Lupin, Bertie assured him. And I doubt any other wizard's magic would have been powerful enough to call forth spirits in such a way. Remus sighed. Perhaps you're right. It wasn't your fault, Moony, Sirius comforted him. Now, go on and check on my son. Remus's eyes gleamed with a brief flash of happiness as he recalled the earlier and less tumultuous adoption ritual. He patted Sirius on the arm as he passed, a silent message that it wasn't Sirius's fault either. Bertie waited until the study door was closed before turning back to Sirius. There's something you should see. Do you have the pensieve handy? Sirius frowned and called for Creature. A moment later, the pensieve was on the pedestal, and Bertie was filling it with a silvery strand. Falling into Bertie's memory was disconcerting, especially when he found himself in the past, in the old war office of the Ministry. It was quite a gathering, Sirius realized. Old Barty Crouch Sr., Millicent Bagnold, Dumbledore, a less scarred Moody, a young female aura he recognized as Annette Kelp, Charles Potter, James, and a heavily pregnant Lily. Sirius blinked back tears at the sight of his friends. He knew immediately what they were. Gathered to discuss him. Sirius tensed as he realized where he was in the past, in the hands of Death Eaters. Crouch! Croaker asked sharply. News? Our intelligence sources have nothing. Wherever they've taken Black, it's masked to our magic, Bertie replied, all business. What exactly happened? That's what I would like to know. I've been trying to find out for far too long, Charles said forcefully. Lord Potter, Bagnold said crisply, you are here as a courtesy, nothing more. Charles narrowed his eyes at the minister. And you are here because I helped to vote you in. Keep in mind, I can vote you out. And I would help him. The sound of his grandfather's voice made Sirius whip around. Arcturus Black stood framed in the doorway. Immaculate robes adorned with the black crest fell from his shoulders to the floor in a sweep of black. His graying hair was tied back in a style similar to Charles's, and the black ring glinted in the dim light. He entered the room as though uncaring of the glowers and stares. I understand my grandson is missing. Bagnold straightened up sharply. Who told you? Probably a Death Eater, Moody snarled. Arcturus merely smiled darkly at him. Somebody will tell me what has happened to my grandson and what is being done to retrieve him, or I will call for a full Wizengamot session and vote this entire administration incompetent. Sirius had to admit his grandfather had always had style. And I would help him, Charles said tersely, folding his arms and staring at his rival. Charles, on the other hand, had always had integrity. Sirius missed him badly. Arcturus inclined his head. Potter. Black. The two elder statesmen turned to glare in unison at Bagnold. Gentlemen, I'm sure this can be quickly resolved, Dumbledore said smoothly. Young Miss Kelp was just about to give us her report of events. She was unconscious in St. Mungo's until 1 hour ago. She may be able to shed some light on what has happened to our missing friend. Miss Kelp straightened up, adopting a stance that Sirius recognized from boot camp. I was sent to work with Hit Wizard Black undercover 2 months ago. I posed as his girlfriend. 2 nights ago, at a party, we came across a Muggle smuggling operation where women were being sold as sex slaves to Death Eaters on the continent. I believed we should perform our duty and protect them. Hit Wizard Black ordered me not to intervene, citing that it would blow our cover and that we should wait and report it so a rescue mission could be mounted by others. I disregarded that order, believing Black did not want to intervene because he did not want to save Muggles. Sirius recalled how Miss Kelp had spent every moment of the assignment questioning his orders due to his name. She was suspicious of his family history and did not believe he was on the side of the light. At midnight, I entered the room where the Muggles were being kept without Black to release them, she continued. I inadvertently set off an alarm. I was dueling 2 guards when Hit Wizard Black showed up and took out 1 guard. I stunned the other guard, but not before Wizard Black had been hit by some kind of spell. He was alive but unconscious when I checked him. I rescued the muggles, and as I heard more guards approaching, I used my emergency port key to travel directly to St. Mungo's with the muggles. I was hit by a hex, rendering me unconscious just as the port key activated. Sirius snorted. He had requested several times for Kelp to be replaced, believing she was prejudiced against him and would not follow his orders in a critical situation. He had been proven right. "Let me get this straight," Moody snarled before anyone else could speak. "You disregarded a direct order from a senior officer who, by the way, was following protocol and was correct in his assessment. You took it upon yourself to mount a half-assed rescue mission, forcing him into assisting you to save your life, and then you left him behind, unconscious and defenseless? You ruined months of undercover work and compromised Black's cover." "Sorry," older Bertie muttered beside him. "I should have started the memory later. Still, you'll enjoy what happens next." Kelp stiffened. "With respect, sir, I believe Black is a Death Eater and..." Lily moved faster than Sirius thought possible given her pregnancy and punched her. "You miserable witch. Sirius would never be a Death Eater? You just don't like him because he's a Black." "Lils," Jane said, pulling her away. "Calm down. It's not good for the baby for you to get upset." He led her to a chair. "Charles, I can see why your daughter-in-law is called the smartest witch of her generation." Archerus's icy stare landed on Kelp. "You will be charged with the endangerment of the Black Heir." "See?" Kelp spluttered, pointing a shaking finger at Archerus. "He admits it. Lord Black has simply confirmed that Sirius is the blood heir to the House of Black, something that everyone here already knew, you foolish girl." Backnold snapped. "Sirius is also a son of the House of Potter, and he is no Death Eater." Charles stressed, "He has spent every moment of this war fighting for the light. You will be charged." Kelp flushed bright red. "I saved those muggles. And condemned the best hit wizard on the whole damn team." Moody growled. Now, perhaps we shouldn't be too hasty," Dumbledore intervened. "Miss Kelp may have misjudged the situation and Mr. Black's character, but surely we cannot afford to dismiss any able-bodied aura in these grave times." "I agree," Crouch stated. "Of course you do," Jane said sarcastically. "Exactly how many times has Sirius asked for this woman to be removed from his team? I bet he's done it every report. He would know she was prejudiced against him and would request a transfer rather than risk the mission. Only you suspect him just as much as she does, so you disregarded his requests and kept her on the job probably to keep an eye on him. I hold you responsible for this." "You seem to have forgotten that I'm your boss, Potter," Crouch said coldly. "And you seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the heir of an ancient and noble house." Charles snapped. "The girl will be charged," Archerus stated firmly. "Remove her from my presence." Moody grumbled under his breath. "Come on, Kelp. Let's get you to a holding cell and a healer for that shiner." He turned to wink at Lily as he marched Kelp out. "Excellent right hook, Mrs. Potter." Lily blushed. "It was a very good right hook," Sirius commented, blinking back new tears at the sight of his old friends defending him. "She punched me once." "That doesn't surprise me," Bertie said dryly. "It all descends into a bit of a shouting match now." And it did. Backnold and Crouch argued that they didn't have the resources to track Sirius down. James countered that they did, along with his grandfather and Charles, who both offered to fund searches across Europe since he had been captured in Romania. Younger Bertie was trying to calm everyone down along with Dumbledore. It was mayhem. "Enough!" Lily cried out. Silence descended as they all turned to the pregnant woman. "This isn't helping to find Sirius, and we have to find him." Lily burst into tears, wiping them away angrily. "He's been in their hands all this time, it'll be a wonder if he isn't dead." And Jane started over to her, but magic was stirring, the air thick with it. "And we need to get him back, we need to." Lily's robe swirled around her, her hair Magic whirled around Lily like a tornado, with her at the center. "Lily!" James cried out, panic etched on his face. Sirius felt his own panic rise. What was happening? Suddenly, Lily stiffened. Her hand snapped out, palm facing downwards. She directed the swirling magic down her arm and through her palm, causing it to fall in two separate streams of gold and silver. These streams took the form of two very familiar family totems. Arcturus jerked, offended that the black family magic had been summoned by a muggle-born woman, even one who had married into another ancient and noble house. "No, Arcturus!" Charles reached out, preventing Sirius's grandfather from drawing his wand. "I don't think it's Lily that summoned them." Sirius's eyes widened as he turned to look at his dear friend. She looked formidable. Her red hair streamed backward, her robes billowed, and her green eyes sparkled with magic. "Mummy upset. Mummy wants Padfoot now," Lily said in a childish voice. "Go get Padfoot." The griffin and the snake exchanged glances. The griffin stooped, and the snake wrapped itself around it. The griffin took flight, soaring around the room once before surging to the outer wall and disappearing. Sirius tore his eyes away from the sight of the totems being commanded in such a way. James took a hesitant step towards his wife. "Lily?" "That's not Lily, James," young Bertie commented warily. "Indeed not," Dumbledore agreed, his eyes twinkling. "To whom are we speaking?" "Daddy calls me Pronglet," the voice said cheerfully. "Mummy calls me Harry." "The baby?" Arcturus asked in disbelief. "It's the baby. It has both Black and Potter blood," Charles said shakily. "That must be how it summoned both our family magics." Young Bertie turned to look at Lily with open curiosity. "Incredible. There is no doubt that the child will be a powerful wizard if it's unborn." "Spirit can manifest in such a way," Dumbledore agreed. "Pronglet?" James asked, maintaining a calm demeanor, but Sirius could sense his old friend was worried. "Pronglet, is Mummy okay?" James inquired. Lily's head nodded sharply, but then her eyes widened dramatically. "Oh. Oh?" James paled. "Mummy called me Harry James Potter." "Mummy mad at Harry?" Her lips trembled as tears filled her eyes. "Well, you did take over Mummy's body, Harry," James said reasonably, forcing a shaky laugh. "I'm sure Mummy understands that you only wanted to help." Charles added warmly, "But you will need to give Mummy her body back now and return the Potter family magic to me." "Your grandfather Potter is quite right, young Harry," Arcturus interjected. "You'll need to give the Black family magic back to me, your grandfather Black. It's quite dangerous for you." Lily, or rather Harry, pouted. "I'm sure, young Harry, you will get both back in time," Arcturus said with a smile. Sirius gaped at his grandfather. "In fact, I give you my oath, Harry James Potter, heir of the House of Potter, heir to the House of Black, that the Black family magic will one day be yours to command," Arcturus promised. "And I give you my oath, Harry James Potter, heir of the House of Potter, heir to the House of Black, that the Potter family magic will one day be yours to command," Charles stated formally. "Merlin!" Sirius breathed out in shock. They both named Harry as an heir back then? Before his birth even. Bertie nodded beside him as his younger self continued to watch. "I believe they both meant for Harry to follow after you and James, but yes, they couldn't deny what was rightfully his, what he had successfully summoned. Magic back now." A finger pointed to the center of the room. The griffin flashed in and deposited a form wrapped in a silver snake, which slithered away to reveal Sirius. Lily lay naked, half dead, and bloody. Her eyes rolled back, and she swooned. James caught her just before she hit the floor. "He's injured," Arcturus exclaimed, waving his wand over Sirius. "We have to get him to St. Mungo's." "Lily needs a healer too," James shouted. "And I am declaring this a need-to-know event under my authority as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," younger Bertie stated firmly. They fell out of the memory and back into Sirius's study. Albus made a portkey, and everyone was whisked away to St. Mungo's. You healed but couldn't remember anything except being captured and tortured. Charles died not long after, and we had a war to contend with. I had not forgotten, but I hadn't thought of it for some time. Bertie sighed heavily and sat down in a nearby chair. Sirius paced back and forth, trying to make sense of what he had seen in the memory and in the blessing ritual. He stopped. He called the family magic to him when he was an unborn child, and it obeyed. He shook his head, closed his eyes briefly, and reopened them, a fierce protectiveness turning the grey dark and foreboding. Did everyone in the room take a vow not to disclose what had happened? No, Bertie replied. Arcturus and Charles, in a surprise move, teamed up and immediately used their family magics to obviate everyone except James and Lily. They also left me out because both agreed that someone outside of the family should have the memory of what had happened, and I had been quick to declare the event need to know. Since your exoneration, I have wondered whether the obliviation caused Albus, Bagnold, and Crouch to distrust you more, especially after the place where the Death Eaters had kept you was discovered and the Mender were found dead without any explanation of how you achieved it after being tortured so badly. I assume that the family magics that retrieved you enacted justice upon discovering you were harmed. Sirius sighed. He guessed it was possible, but it was all magic through the wand. Bertie looked at Sirius with determination. Your ward, your son, has an amazing affinity for family magic, a powerful connection. It's almost like he has a familiar bond with the totems, he said. It is fascinating. If you think I'm going to let you experiment on him. Sirius snarled. No, Bertie replied, raising a hand in supplication. I didn't mean that. He is a child and shouldn't be subjected to experiments. I agree, but you have to admit, on an intellectual level, it is fascinating. You sound like Remus, Sirius said dryly. Bertie smiled. I take that as a compliment. If it weren't for the werewolf laws, I would consider taking him away from you. He wouldn't leave Harry either way, Sirius said confidently. No, I guess not, Bertie agreed. My reason for showing you this memory is to give you fair warning. Now that Harry is recognized as the heir of the House of Black and has control of the House of Potter's magic, there may be more instances of this kind of thing occurring. Bugger! Sirius swore. Bertie nodded. Sirius began to pace, considering his options. In some ways, Harry's affinity with the family magics was a good thing. It would protect him, that much was clear. On the other hand, he revealed just how powerful and unique Harry was. They didn't understand enough about what was happening, about Harry's strange relationships with the totems, and whether it would ultimately be harmful for him. We're coming in next week to look at the prophecy in detail, Sirius said. I think it might be a good idea for us to explore Harry's affinity with the totems with you. We need to know more if we're to protect him properly. I suggest you do the prophecy next week, and I'll start some research in the meantime, Bertie replied. I'd like to have a theoretical basis to start posing questions. Sirius nodded. Sirius nodded in agreement. Thank you, Bertie. I'll let you get to your son, Bertie said. Sirius walked Bertie to the flue. He called Creature briefly, thanking him for his work that day and arranging the cleanup of the study. Finally, Sirius flew back to Griffin House. He made his way to Harry's room and wasn't surprised to see both Remus and Minerva gathered around Harry's bed. Dobby sat protectively at the end of the bed, and Hedwig perched on the headboard. Sirius conjured a chair for himself and picked up Harry's limp hand. How is he? Sirius asked. Sleeping peacefully, Minerva replied dryly. Sirius smoothed Harry's fringe back from his forehead. His scar had faded, only a thin, sharp zigzagging line remained, one that Noshi had assured him would fade completely in time. He traced it lovingly before sitting back tiredly. Dobby popped away and returned with a mug of hot chocolate. Sirius took it gratefully and fortified himself with a sip before he began to tell them about Bertie and the memory. Well, I'll do some research too, Remus said. It won't hurt to have a second viewpoint. Thank you, Moony, Sirius replied. I will discreetly check out the Hogwarts library tomorrow while Albus is at the Wizengamot. Minerva offered, smiling sympathetically. I believe Lord Black is going to have a busy day. Sirius grimaced and took a big sip of his chocolate, letting the warmth comfort him. Well, I should leave you to it, Minerva said, getting to her feet. Shall we do the vow now, or do you want me to come back early tomorrow? It's okay, Minerva, Sirius said. We trust you not to tell anyone, no vow. Minerva looked momentarily shocked before giving a brief nod. You'd better not tell that to Bertie. Try to get some rest, Sirius. She gently tucked Harry's blanket closer. Sirius departed the room, and Dobby popped off after him, presumably to see to dinner. Sirius couldn't think about eating anything, not while Harry lay unconscious. This isn't how I thought we'd spend this evening, Sirius said sadly. We can celebrate when he wakes up, Remus replied, motioning towards Harry. I know it's hard to feel like celebrating anything when you look at him, but today was a good day, Padfoot. He's your son, and nobody can interfere with that. Brian went straight to the War Office with Amelia to register the adoption. Despite the unusual events during the blessing ritual, it was successful. He's protected, and that protection is now anchored by black blood and the blessing of Morgana Le Fay. I know, Sirius said, picking up Harry's hand again. I want to protect him, Remus. You are protecting him, Remus said firmly. He'll be right as rain after a couple of days, well, except for the probable mortification of passing out in front of everyone. Sirius gave a weak chuckle. Thank you, Moony. I'll go check what Dobby's cooking and get started on that research, Remus said, pushing himself out of the chair. You'll be okay here. Sirius nodded. I'm just going to stay and watch over Harry. For a moment, it seemed like Remus was going to say something else, but he turned and walked away, leaving Sirius with Harry. Hedwig gave a hoot, launching off the headboard to glide across the room to her perch. Sirius stroked his thumb over Harry's knuckles, remembering how he had done the same thing at the clinic after the scar cleansing and how strangely the family magic totems had acted then. His mind drifted to the fragment of the prophecy Lucius had told him. The one with the power. Was the power Harry's strange connection with the family magics? As he watched him sleep, Sirius promised his son that he would do everything he could to find out. Chapter 20, Building Team Pronglet. Thank you for inviting me to breakfast and indulging my curiosity. Lucius patted his mouth with a napkin and looked over at Severus Snape coolly. Your curiosity or Dumbledore's? There was a hint of amusement in Severus's dark eyes. In truth, he's, of course. What possible reason would I have to care whether there's a new Lord Black? He sneered before his sallow face grew contemplative. It did give me a needed excuse to see you. Lucius tossed his napkin down and picked up the finer cup filled to the brim with the best coffee money could buy. The mark is getting stronger. Yes, Severus said simply. Shall we dispense with the usual song and dance? Lucius asked bluntly. Severus blinked, showing as much surprise as the Slytherin head ever allowed himself to reveal. Dispense by all means, Lucius. He's not dead, Lucius stated. No, Severus agreed. Dumbledore has been aware for some time that he is not. He lives as a wraith, out of body, but alive. Quirrell? Lucius asked, careful to make his tone casual. I believe a Dark Lord possessed him, although I did not know it at the time, Severus admitted. Potter drove him away again, Lucius commented dryly. He took a sip of his coffee, enjoying the bitter aromatic flavor that danced over his tongue and the sour expression on Severus's face. I assume the diary was a way for him to return. Severus countered. Dumbledore refused to share anything about it with me. Lucius nodded. He didn't share that it wasn't the only trinket, Severus didn't need to know that, and certainly it was something Lucius didn't want getting back to the Dark Lord that could be traced to him. Potter stopped that attempt too, he said in reply. Severus's left eye twitched, and Lucius hid his amusement by focusing on his coffee. Potter was. Severus felt a familiar sting, a reminder of his past, much like the boy's father had been. It was too easy to fall back into this conversation. And now the mark is darkening, Lucius said, returning to the original topic. Clearly, the Dark Lord is gaining strength. Pettigrew escaped from Hogwarts, Severus replied. Dumbledore believes he will seek out the Dark Lord to protect himself from the rest of the Marauders. It is the rat who will help the Dark Lord return to power. Lucius grimaced slightly. Pettigrew had been the Dark Lord's hidden asset, kept entirely secret. The thought that the cowardly boy had been a Death Eater was astonishing. You have a meeting organized with the others? Severus asked slyly. A meeting of my allies is not unusual before a Wizengamot session, Lucius replied, deflecting the question. What strategy will be discussed? Severus inquired. Lucius drained his cup and set it down. Tell me, Severus, if the Dark Lord returns tomorrow, what will he expect from those who followed him before? Severus made a deliberate gesture with his hand. That we will serve him. Yes, Lucius agreed mildly. He will expect us to throw ourselves upon his mercy, to be forgiven for not seeking him out and helping him return to power sooner. For believing a mere baby had destroyed him completely when he claimed to be immortal. If he returns strong, it would be foolish not to beg for his mercy, Severus pointed out. He never tolerated failure or disobedience lightly. He is a powerful wizard, Lucius said, studying Severus intently. So tell me, what should our strategy be? Mitigation of our apparent betrayal. A very public display of support, Severus suggested. Perhaps a bit of muggle baiting? The Quidditch World Cup would provide an excellent stage. Wouldn't it? Lucius mused. Indeed, until yesterday, that was my thought, Severus said, narrowing his dark eyes on Lucius. The Black family meeting, Lucius replied. The House of Black has invoked its primacy. It will not serve anyone, especially not a half-blood bastard of a muggle. Severus blinked. You don't intend to serve the Dark Lord? Lucius raised an eyebrow, silently reproaching Severus for already knowing about the Dark Lord's less than impressive origins. All I will say is this, after seeing the magic invoked in the rituals yesterday, I serve the House of Black willingly and will watch it crush its enemies. He smiled evilly. Severus took a sip of his juice, and Lucius could tell he was trying to process the new world order. I see, Severus said, smoothing his robes. One can assume it will not ally with him then, as in the past. You can reassure your headmaster of that much, Lucius allowed. He glanced at the clock and rose from his chair with elegant grace. You will see yourself out, Severus. I will, Severus replied. Thank you for an enlightening conversation. Severus, Lucius paused for a moment, contemplating the advice he was about to give. He wondered whether it served him to warn Severus. The truth of Lord Black will be revealed at the Wizengamot, but he was raised Slytherin, and you should keep that in mind. Severus blinked, and Lucius departed, knowing Severus had received the message. He liked Severus, though he would never admit it to him. Severus was deeply intelligent, a Slytherin capable of cunning and strategies that left no one the wiser to his true position. Lucius knew he had been seduced by his friends Avery and Macnair into supporting the Dark Lord, who had wanted Severus for his potions knowledge. That had elevated Severus in the ranks, despite his blood status. Severus spied for both sides, convincing both his masters that they had his true allegiance. Lucius suspected Severus's loyalty lay elsewhere, but Potter was his weakness. If Severus did not choose another path, Potter would be his downfall. Lucius made his way to his study, waiting patiently for his allies to arrive. Soon, he found himself seated at the large conference table in the room adjacent to the study. This room was simple compared to the grandeur of the rest of the manor. Dark green walls were complemented by cream accents. The furniture was polished cherry wood, and the chairs were upholstered in the same green as the walls. He cleared his throat and looked around the table as silence fell. Familiar faces surrounded him, Wilkes, Gibbon, Knott, and Selwyn, all lords from ancient and noble houses. Crabbe, Goyle, Avery, Jugson, and Parkinson held formal seats in the Wizengamot but came from minor houses. Yaxley, Roll, Macnair, and Travers worked for the ministry. Of the Dark Lord's favourites who were not in Azkaban, only Dolohov and the Carrows were missing as they were abroad, along with Snape, who was ostensibly a spy. "Thank you for attending this gathering on short notice," Lucius said. For the second time that day, he decided to skip the usual verbal sparring typical of a group mostly composed of Slytherin graduates. "I will not waste time. We have 2 items on our agenda, the new Lord Black and the changes to the mark of the Dark Lord that we wear." Avery visibly wilted at the mention of the Dark Lord, and Lucius was not the only one sending him a contemptuous glance. "I believe it would be beneficial to discuss the former first before we decide on the latter," Lucius said firmly. Selwyn's plucked eyebrows rose in surprise. What could possibly be more important than anything to do with the Dark Lord? "Indulge me," Lucius replied. "Me," Lucius said in a tone of cold steel, making it clear to everyone in the room that it was an order, not a request. He had long ago taken the reins of leadership from the so-called lords in the group and would not allow them to take it back. Leaning back in his chair, he braced himself for the nightmare of working within the parameters of the vow while conveying the required message. "Yesterday, my wife and I attended the Black family meeting. Is it the Squid Son as we had thought?" Wilkes sneered, his gruff features turning stony. "Lord Black is the rightful heir by blood, magic, and law," Lucius stated. A few in the room frowned, processing the meaning of his announcement. "But that would mean Sirius Black is the—" Gibbon stumbled to a halt, his eyes wide. A ripple of shock spread around the gathering. "You remember, of course, how many of us Sirius Black killed when he was a hit wizard, I trust?" Lucius posed the question idly. "Yesterday, he called judgment on the Lestrange, and the body count went up by 2. Bellatrix will no doubt be dead before the week is out. As it is, she has been stripped of her magic, her name, and the Lestrange fortune has been seized to pay reparations to the House of Longbottom." "Dear Merlin!" Avery breathed out in horror. "I only escaped a similar fate by the skin of my teeth," Lucius conceded. "Lord Black believes that to be marked is to have betrayed the purity of the House of Black." "The House of Black supported the Dark Lord," snapped Selwyn. "Arcturus was never marked," Lucius pointed out calmly. "He never indicated support or censure. The fact is that he evidently kept Sirius as heir, one presumes because he was the only Black in the line not marked. So I would suggest your argument is void, Stuart. It is disappointing for a house with the pedigree of Black to fall into the snare of the old fool Dumbledore," Wilkes began. "Oh, Lord Black has no intention of the house being subjugated to the will of Dumbledore any more than he intends it to be subjugated to the will of the Dark Lord." Lucius allowed a humorless smile as another wave of mutterings and shock spread through the room. "He will take a neutral stance?" Gibbon asked, his apparent hope too strong for a Slytherin. "Politically, I believe Lord Black intends to occupy the center," Lucius replied, gesturing for them to hold their questions. "His agenda is one of egalitarianism." He sneered at that notion. "Yet, he insists on following tradition and protocol in all other respects. You forget that he may not have a choice but to ally with Dumbledore if the Dark Lord returns," Not interjected. "Black was awarded custody of the boy who lived." "He may have been awarded it, but Dumbledore will never allow him to take custody," Judson stated with a harsh laugh. "Lord Black has already taken custody," Lucius said simply. "Potter has claimed his head of House Ring. Black is confirmed as the Potter Regent. Potter was announced as the heir of Black." Another round of shock rushed through the gathering. "He outmaneuvered Dumbledore and took control of the boy." Selwyn laughed with delight, banging a fist on the arm of his chair. "Now that is outstanding. Arcturus will be laughing himself silly in the afterlife." "So Black now controls both the holdings of the House of Black and the House of Potter," Nott said quietly. His statement silenced the room as they began to contemplate its implications. "The Potter Alliance will reform on the light side," Parkinson said with certainty. "Most of the neutrals will join if they are given another option besides allying with Dumbledore." Merlin's teeth. Gibbon stuttered. "Never mind owning the center, Black will own the Wizengamot. We may need to make concessions, but I believe there is a great deal of room to maneuver with Black's respect for tradition," Lucius allowed, tapping his fingers thoughtfully. His fingers gently tapped against the tabletop. "Well, bugger it." Travers finally spoke up. He pointed a meaty finger at Lucius. I say we wait until the Dark Lord returns and let him deal with Black and Potter. Once he's back in power, we can do what we want. Lucius glanced over at Travers with a cool demeanor. Do you really think the Dark Lord will allow us to do as we please? If he returns and wins, we will all follow his orders. You say that like it's a bad thing, Lucius, Wilkes remarked, his dark eyes gleaming with malevolence. Why did we follow the Dark Lord, Norman? Lucius asked politely. Because he promoted a pureblood agenda and promised us power at his side? Because he was the heir of Slytherin? Because he was to be feared as a dark wizard with knowledge of the arts beyond most of us and had the power to kill us if we disobeyed? Everyone shifted uncomfortably. Let me address each point individually. Yes, he promoted a pureblood agenda, but how many purebloods in our ranks did the Dark Lord kill simply because he was angry at them for some minor offense? Lucius saw the impact of his question. How many purebloods were subjected to the Cruciator's curse for the same reason? How many died in skirmishes and raids during the war he waged? On both sides, not added with his usual quiet assurance. Blood traitors they may have been, but we lost several families because we were ordered to eliminate them. It is interesting, isn't it, Lucius continued, how we managed to secure most of our agenda in the days after the war without bloodshed. You make a good point, but to what end? Selwyn replied bluntly. I'm older and perhaps wiser, Lucius said. I question the decisions made back then in a way I didn't in my youth. Travers glared at him. You are heading down a traitorous path. I admit, Lucius said calmly, that I would never have questioned the past in such a way if I hadn't. Recently, I learned that the Dark Lord is not a pureblood. The outcry was immediate. Lies! Travers shouted. Traitorous lies. He continued, the Dark Lord is the heir to Slytherin. Lucius simply raised an eyebrow. I did not claim he wasn't. He is indeed the heir. Tom Marvolo Riddle was born of Merope Gaunt, a descendant of Slytherin. His father, however, was a mere muggle who disowned both Merope and his son. The Dark Lord is no pureblood. What makes you think this Riddle fellow is our lord? Avery asked, his voice quavering. I was given a possession of the Dark Lords which bore his name, and Black filled me in on the rest, Lucius replied candidly. Well, Black lied to you. He has filled your head with a story. Travers insisted. Selwyn shook his head sadly. No, Lucius tells the truth. The Dark Lord hid his secret well. I only discovered it when my niece investigated the heir of Slytherin nonsense at Hogwarts about a year ago. She found Riddle's name and history in an old genealogy book in my family library. You also forget, Travers, that some of us are old enough to have known Tom Riddle, not said with authority. Lucius is quite correct. Why didn't you say something? Wilkes demanded. Not raised one dark eyebrow. Those of us aware of the Dark Lord's true name swore never to reveal it. I'm rather surprised that Selwyn's niece and Black found anything. I thought the records had been destroyed. Most of the gathering looked appalled to realize they had followed a half-blood in a war of his making that had decimated so many purebloods. Travers looked belligerent. And so we come to the final reason why we would follow him, his magical power and knowledge. Lucius stated, his knowledge of the dark arts is certainly extensive and vast. He motioned with his hand. But it is not equal to the House of Black. He courted all of. He's associated with the house so fiercely because he wants that knowledge, Lucius said. But he is unequaled in power. Travers pointed out. You cannot deny that. Lucius smiled cruelly. As much as we all don't want to admit it, he was bested by a baby. A baby that has grown into a powerful young wizard. Pa. Wilkes said. The boy who lived is a myth of Dumbledore's making. Lucius inclined his head. I believe the same, but yesterday I saw his power. Croco was present and declared the event need to know. Another wave of muttering swept around the table. The Potter boy is truly that powerful. Selwyn looked at him skeptically. The reports coming out of Hogwarts suggest an average child. Academically, perhaps, Parkinson countered, but there are rumors about his adventures. A troll? The whole mystery over what actually happened with Quirrell? A basilisk? Dementors? How many of these tales have we heard from our children and dismissed, assuming childish exaggeration or more myth-building by Dumbledore? I can confirm that those incidents occurred, Lucius murmured. Well, something doesn't add up, not observed. On one hand, we have a child who is average, yet apparently can take on dark creatures and come out the victor. He could be hiding his power, that would explain the average performance, Gibbon suggested brightly. That's a Slytherin trait, and the boy's a Gryffindor. Wilkes countered. There may be a reason for his hiding his abilities within his upbringing, Yaxley interjected. He lifted a hand from the table. Bones kept the black investigation close to her chest, but checking it out since she visited Potter at his Muggle residence, and the next day had Potter's guardianship changed to black. Abuse? Gibbon looked horrified. Yaxley nodded slowly. I believe so. There is a detailed report filed with the WO, but it is under seal. Muggles? Wilkes said darkly. Why? The old fool thought placing a wizarding child with Muggles was a good idea. It's beyond me. Lucius refrained from mentioning the many meetings right after the Dark Lord's defeat, where they had discussed tracking down and killing the boy, only to be stumped on how to navigate the Muggle world. Not gestured toward Lucius. You say you saw his power yesterday? Can you give any details? I cannot due to avow, Lucius replied frankly, knowing they would assume he meant one authorized by the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but it was incredible. So the boy's powerful. I fail to see what this has to do with anything. Jugson stated impatiently. You cannot see why we would wish to know these things before we begin discussing the possible return of the Dark Lord. Selwyn countered before Lucius could respond. Are you an idiot, Jugson? Lucius was amused to see McNair, Crabbe, and Goyle flush alongside Jugson. Evidently, they had all been thinking the same thing. From what Lucius has said, we now have an independent and powerful House of Black to contend with, along with the resurrection of the House of Potter, not summarized. Both of which are under the control, directly or indirectly, of Sirius Black who, despite being a blood traitor, is in every way as mean a son of a snake as every Lord Black before him. He's already shown ruthlessness in disposing of the Lestrange and cunning in obtaining the guardianship of the Potter boy. In other words, make him an enemy at your peril. Selwyn nodded in agreement. The bad news is that if the Dark Lord returns, the House of Black will consider him and, by extension, his followers as enemies, Parkinson added. However, the good news for us is that Lord Black doesn't seem inclined to bow down to Dumbledore as he did in his youth. No, the bad news for us is that if the House of Black stands against the Dark Lord and leads the fight instead of Dumbledore this time, the current Lord Black has no compunction about killing everyone who may oppose him. You're threatening his charge, not contradicted. A charge who evidently has the power to defeat the Dark Lord himself. Selwyn coughed. So last time there was the Dark Lord or Dumbledore. This time, there will be the Dark Lord, Dumbledore, or the House of Black, a third option that wasn't available in the last war. Wilkes snorted. You're talking about betraying the Dark Lord. Travers insisted, we are discussing how best to preserve and further our agenda. Lucius replied easily, by abandoning our Dark Lord. Not smiled blandly. The only one to suggest such a thing has been you, Travers. He motioned towards Lucius. I believe we are merely drawing a picture of how the landscape is now and how different it is from when we all took the Dark Lord's mark. This meant Nott was on board and understood. They had another choice besides following the Dark Lord. Lucius gave him a cautious nod. I agree, Parkinson said. As do I, Selwyn confirmed. Wilkes nodded and rapped his knuckles on the table. Agreed. Gibbon hurriedly nodded as well. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged a look before mumbling their own agreements. Avery looked bewildered, sensing that a way forward had been agreed upon, but not understanding what it was. Not for the first time, Lucius wondered how he had ever been sorted into Slytherin. The others were frowning, but Yexley caught Lucius's eye and gave a small inclination of his head in acknowledgement. Speaking of the Dark Lord's mark, Lucius redirected the conversation. You've spoken with Snape? Wilkes asked bluntly. Yes, Lucius nodded. He has confirmed that Dumbledore believes the Dark Lord to be a wraith, that Peter Pettigrew has likely sought out the Dark Lord for protection against Black and is working to restore him to a body. Is Pettigrew capable? Wondered Avery. I don't recall him being anything special, despite being part of Potter's little entourage. Lucius thought that was the kettle calling the pot black. Pot, but he held back from speaking. Perhaps we should search him out and offer to help, Travers suggested. An excellent idea, Lucius replied, if you want to incur the wrath of the Dark Lord. He raised an eyebrow as Travers's face turned purple with anger. Surely, you cannot have forgotten that every mission assigned by the Dark Lord was a test for the one leading it. He flicked non-existent lint from his robes. The punishment for interfering in someone else's mission, especially one planned by the Dark Lord himself, is quite brutal. Several nodded in agreement. So we wait, Travers demanded. What if Pettigrew falters? Then we will discuss the matter again, Selwyn said firmly. But Lucius is correct, unless Pettigrew approaches us on behalf of the Dark Lord, we must assume his lack of contact is an order from him. But Pettigrew will be gaining favor while we seem to have abandoned him, complained Jug's son. Lucius raised an eyebrow. And how long will that favor last? Just how useful is Pettigrew to the Dark Lord? He's a wanted man, a fugitive with a price on his head. And Merlin help him if Black gets to him first. Jug's son appeared somewhat reassured. But our Lord will be angry with us, cried Avery, almost wringing his hands in despair. For not realizing he was still alive? For not seeking him out like Pettigrew has? Lucius nodded slowly and carefully. Perhaps. However, he cannot kill or maim us all when he returns if he wishes to regain the advantage he lost when he disappeared. We should do more. If we cannot help Pettigrew directly, then why don't we show the Dark Lord that we are still loyal? Travers pressed. Yes, Avery declared. Splendid idea. Lucius did not allow a smile to cross his lips. What do you suggest? Travers looked at him steadily. The World Cup is set near Muggles. It wouldn't be hard to. Count me in for a bit of Muggle baiting in our old uniforms, McNair drawled. I haven't killed a Muggle in ages. Lucius had always thought of McNair as an immoral sociopath. He doubted McNair cared about their agenda as long as he got to kill and torture. I'm happy to volunteer too, Roll said. Any other volunteers? Lucius asked. You won't volunteer yourself, Lucius. Travers sneered. Lucius met his hard gaze with one of his own. I have no doubt that Black will attend the Cup final with Potter and that I will be called upon to attend as family. It is in our best interests for me to ingratiate myself and my son with the House of Black. He paused for effect. There is no point in losing a valuable source of intelligence and wealth, after all. The others accepted his position. Besides, Travers, I'm sure you will do well in leading this effort, Lucius flattered him, masking his derision, and will not require me. What about the rest of you? Travers asked bluntly. Who else will take part and show their loyalty to the Dark Lord? Selwyn glared at him. What's your tone, Travers? He is not back yet, and you are reliant on our sponsorship and support within the ministry, or have you forgotten? Travers started to turn purple again. Too many of us will provoke too much notice, not contributed. A small strike team is best. It will be written off by Fudge as bad form but not serious. However, we can all honestly say to the Dark Lord, if asked, that we supported you all in your efforts. Although no doubt he will favor those who did take part, Lucius added slyly. I shall go. Avery immediately volunteered. Jug's son also rose to the bait. I will go too. 5 should be enough, eh, Travers? Travers nodded unhappily. Then if we are in agreement, let us adjourn, Lucius said. Some of us need to prepare for the Wizengamot session. He smiled. I believe when Dumbledore finds out who Lord Black is, there will be quite a show. This prompted a few chuckles, and the group filed out obediently. Lucius caught Parkinson's attention and asked him to stay for a moment. Dinner on Friday, Lucius? Not offered as he stepped out. Lucius inclined his head. Allow the arrangements. Yes, not, older than most of them, very intelligent and cunning, was a superb ally. He had always regretted that Draco had not cultivated more of a friendship with young Nott. Parkinson looked at him expectantly. I assume this is about the arrangement. Black has ordered it dropped. He stated that all the children will have the right to choose their own spouses, Lucius confirmed. My deepest apologies, Charles. It's a shame but not unexpected after what I heard today. Parkinson's dark eyes met his. I'll tell Pansy, or rather I'll have her mother tell her. Girls, you know. Lucius smiled tightly, thanked Parkinson for being so understanding, and wondered what that would cost him in the future. He saw Parkinson to the flue and then returned to the breakfast room. He sat down next to his wife, who was enjoying a late breakfast of Eggs Benedict. Results? Narcissa asked, sipping her tea. Most are with us. They don't wish to lose power to a half-blood who would just as soon kill them as have them as a follower, Lucius said candidly. He paused. Travers will be a problem. Your plan? I'm certain Lord Black will be grateful for intelligence on any suspected Death Eater activity, Lucius replied. He will no doubt pass such information to the relevant authorities. He sighed. Someone will have to get Avery out of it, though. His vote is too easily obtained for it to be wasted by him being thrown into Azkaban. Narcissa hummed. How is Draco this morning? Lucius had expected to see his son at the table. How do you think he is? Narcissa parried back. He is currently throwing his toys. Pram. I expect him to start stamping his feet by lunchtime. By dinner, he will believe you can fix everything. If Lucius were any other man, he might fear the sharpness in her tone. I will speak to him when I return from the Wizengamot, Lucius said stiffly. Narcissa looked up from her tea and sighed. It is as much my fault as yours, Lucius. Sirius was right. I should have insisted on taking the lead with his education. We have spoiled him, and now our owls have come home to roost. Your plan? Lucius asked. I will re-educate him over the rest of the summer in politics and etiquette for a member of the House of Black, Narcissa replied. I may coordinate with Andy as she conducts the etiquette lessons for Potter. It would benefit our son to interact with the boy neutrally before he is tested at Hogwarts, although it may be August before we can attempt such a test. Lucius narrowed his eyes. I believed we had agreed you would not resume a relationship with your sister. No. You told me not to speak to her some years ago, Lucius, Narcissa said coldly. While I understood your reasoning, it is now moot. Sirius will expect a level of reconciliation. She raised an eyebrow at him. Sirius will also trust her more than us, and Andy will be a useful source of information. Very well. Lucius conceded the point, knowing that if he ordered her not to proceed, she could seek the protection of her house. Remus Lupin has owled. We have a meeting scheduled at Gringotts with Kitbold tomorrow, Narcissa said. If you give me a letter of authorization, I will handle it. Remus and I had a civil relationship at Hogwarts. It surprises me, given how close you were to Severus, Lucius said, a little irked by her presumption. Her cool gaze told him he had disappointed her. I was attempting to save you the humiliation of the weight of the punishment Sirius had set for him. Lupin is a gentleman and will not humiliate me. However, if you want to go through our household expenses line by line with a werewolf, I will withdraw my offer, Lucius stated, feeling his cheeks heat, though his gaze remained steady. My apologies. I will write you the letter of authorization. He cleared his throat. I did warn Severus about the House of Black this morning. That warning will be disregarded as soon as he learns that Sirius is Lord Black, Narcissa said bluntly. Severus is wonderfully intelligent until the names Potter, Black, or Lupin come up. He is clearly blinded by his hatred of the father and cannot see the boy for who he truly is. Maybe, but some of today's discussion revolved around the possibility that Potter has been purposefully average at Hogwarts, Lucius replied, raising a hand. The Muggles might have abused him, Narcissa said, her eyes flashing. There will be a reckoning if I know Sirius, she continued, shaking her head. The power that boy has at his disposal. I could feel it running through him when I touched him during the ritual. That such a child should have been left with Muggles. She shook her head again. Not has invited himself to dinner on Friday so we can strategize. I'd like you to attend, Lucius said. Of course, Narcissa replied evenly. Lucius noted the time and grasped his cane as he rose to his feet. Are you ready to leave? We should make our way to the Wizengamot. I have no desire to miss any of today. Narcissa stood from the table. I will meet you at the flue. He watched her leave with a frown before heading to the flue himself. When his father had petitioned for a marriage to the House of Black, it had been Andromeda they both had in mind. Unfortunately, Andromeda had run off with a Muggle-born, and Narcissa had been offered as a substitute. She was beautiful, intelligent, and a true Black. He appreciated her cunning and political acumen. Lucius felt some affection for Narcissa as the mother of his heir, but he did not love her. When the House of Black had lost its former power, he had taken the opportunity to assert his authority. Now, however, he realized that Narcissa could easily crush him. A single word from her to Sirius could lead to him being stripped of his magic and cast out. He disliked the new power dynamic, but Lucius was pragmatic. Narcissa had defended him during the family meeting, helping him navigate terms with her cousin. It seemed she was content, if not happy, to remain married to him. Perhaps, Lucius considered, he should agree to her desire for more children. He had not been to her bed in many years, but Narcissa had always wanted a daughter. A pregnancy would limit her activities and make her more cautious. Hearing her footsteps approaching, he smoothed his expression. He would discuss this with her in a few days to avoid any suspicion. Yes, a pregnancy would ensure that Narcissa remained in her place. He might have to follow the House of Black due to the vow and the primacy agreement, but in his own home, he was the lord and master. Sirius watched Harry scoop up the last of his cereal. He took the bowl from him and set it aside on the bedside table as Harry slumped back against his pillows. Harry still looked exhausted. He had woken up that morning but had been shaky when Sirius helped him to the bathroom and back. The food seemed to have satisfied him, and he looked sleepy again. You just need to rest, Sirius said, trying to reassure both Harry and himself. Hum, Harry replied. Don't worry. I'm just going to sleep for the rest of the day. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair. Okay, back under the covers. Harry rolled his eyes but obediently snuggled down. You should go get ready. You'll be late. So I'm late, Sirius shrugged. It's considered fashionable. Not at the Wizengamot, and you have an appointment with Brian and Arthur first, Remus said from the doorway. Sirius nodded. He had owled Brian the night before to confirm the outcome of the discussion with Lucius Malfoy and to set up various sanctions. He wasn't looking forward to telling Arthur about Lucius's involvement with the diary, but he had agreed to do it. Go and get changed. I'll keep watch on Harry, Remus urged. Harry frowned. I wish I could go. You can watch the memory later, Sirius promised him. Just rest, okay? No more summoning ancient spirits. I wish. Harry's voice trailed off, and Sirius supplied the rest, that Harry wished he could summon the spirit of Lily again. I know, Pronglet, Sirius said gently. I like to think it was her way of saying she approved. Harry's face brightened. Yeah. Me too, Padfoot. Sirius leaned down and dropped a kiss on Harry's forehead. I'll be back before you know it. He walked away, and Remus entered to take his place. 30 minutes later, Sirius was washed, dressed, and ready for action. He wore his formal robes with the crests of Black and Potter on his breast. He chose leather trousers underneath for ease of movement and to make a statement. He was a maverick, someone they couldn't put in a box. His own wand, newly returned to him, was holstered, and he had hidden his great-grandfather's wand in a second holster on his other arm. He peeked into Harry's room before he left. Harry was fast asleep. Remus looked up from the book he was reading and walked over to the doorway. "Ready?" he asked quietly. "As I'll ever be," Sirius responded in a low tone. "I have my mirror, so if anything happens, I will contact you," Remus assured him. He patted Sirius on the shoulder. "Now, go be a marauder, Padfoot, and get up to no good." Sirius smirked a little and left. Sirius convinced himself it was necessary to stay beside Harry. He flew to Black Manor first, then on to Brian's office. Brian greeted him with a brisk handshake. "I should thank you for inviting me to one of the most wonderful events of my life." "It's rare to see that kind of magic," Brian said. "Me too," Arthur agreed, offering his hand. "It was very special." "It was all Harry," Sirius replied roughly, pointing at Arthur's finger. "You're wearing your ring?" "Yes, well, with all the vows, oaths, and alliance discussions, I thought it best to start wearing it again." Arthur's expression sobered. "How is Harry?" "Recovering. He woke up this morning but went straight back to sleep after some breakfast." "I didn't really want to leave him," Sirius admitted ruefully. "Molly will be pleased to hear he's okay." "She's been worried all night," Arthur said. "She's very fond of him." "We both are." Brian ushered them to their seats and signaled for Sirius to begin. Sirius laid out what had happened at the Black family meeting and Malfoy's confession in straightforward language. When he finished, Arthur went as red as his hair. Gone was the affable, easygoing man, in his place stood an irate protective father. It took Brian pointing out the futility of trying to bring Lucius to justice. He would simply claim he was compelled, before Arthur would listen to the idea of restitution. He refused the educational fund, stating he didn't want Malfoy having anything to do with Ginny. Instead, he accepted a political donation to his department. He left to walk and clear his head before the Wizengamot, with the advice that telling Molly might not be the best approach, although a howler to Malfoy might have been amusing. Sirius and Brian quickly reviewed everything else, confirming that all the correct procedures had been followed and documents filed before they flew directly to the minister's office. "Brian." "Sirius." Cornelius smiled broadly at them. He was decked out. Sirius, dressed in his Wizengamot robes, wondered who had decided that lilac would be a suitable color to represent the ministry. He nodded at Cornelius. "All set?" he asked. "Absolutely," Cornelius replied brightly. "I have to say, this place is abuzz this morning." "The news leaked out then," Sirius said, a smile forming on his lips. "Everyone is expecting the new Lord Black," Cornelius confirmed. "Albus is in the building and made a comment that indicated he knew it was expected for Lord Black to take his seat. The old Potter alliance has come together. I think Madame Longbottom has briefed that side. On the other side, I believe Lucius briefed the most important members of his alliance this morning. They didn't arrive together because that would be too obvious, but Selwyn, Wilkes, and Gibbon have all hinted they know something will happen." Cornelius grinned happily, and Sirius was reminded once again that he was in his element. "Good to know," Sirius replied neutrally. Cornelius clapped his hands, almost giddy with excitement. "Shall we make our way to the chamber?" "Lead the way," Sirius said, noting that Cornelius had yet to ask about Harry. As Cornelius chattered beside him, Sirius tried to recall the format and protocol for what would happen, but he soon lost track of his thoughts. He realized that Cornelius had understated the level of excitement in the ministry corridors. Everyone seemed to be huddled in groups and gossiping. His presence beside Cornelius raised some eyebrows, but nobody seemed to realize he was Lord Black. He found it amusing as they finally arrived at their destination. The Wizengamot chamber was a stunning piece of architecture. It was a domed circular room deep under the Ministry of Magic, designed to evoke the spirit of King Arthur's famous Round Table. The rows formed 5 tiers. The upper tier was the public gallery, open to all on a first-come, first-served basis, with no chairs available. The chamber was arranged with a simple standing room. The fourth tier was reserved for the press, ministry officials, family, and retainers of the Wizengamot members, with a bench for sitting. The third tier featured chairs upholstered in silver for the newest members of the Wizengamot, minor houses, and recipients of the Order of Merlin. The second tier was designated for the ancient and noble houses, which had gold upholstery. The lowest tier, positioned on the floor, held the chief warlock's gold seat on the right, alongside the scribe and the Wizengamot clerk, both without voting rights. 5 plain ministry seats were situated on the left. Sirius nodded to Cornelius and broke away, heading for the family tier where he and Brian would sit until called. He paused to greet Augusta, who asked about Harry and extended an invitation for both of them to dinner that weekend, a gathering he knew would include all the old Potter Alliance. He exchanged a nod with Lucius before finding Narcissa and Andromeda together at the end of the row, each saving a space beside them in the otherwise packed fourth tier. All the ministry heads were present, including Arthur, who waved at him. Sirius kissed both his cousins lightly on the knuckles, noting the stir that followed his gesture. He was certain the reconciliation of the House of Black had not gone unnoticed. He glanced up to see the public tier crowded with people. Brian took the seat next to Narcissa, and Sirius settled at the end of the row just as Dumbledore entered the room. Their eyes met, Dumbledore's widening slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement. Sirius returned the nod, knowing they would need to talk as soon as the session ended. Dumbledore's gaze traveled down the row, his eyes widening again at the sight of the Black cousins sitting together. As the clerk caught his attention, Dumbledore realized that everyone was waiting on him. "Take his seat and start the proceedings." "Seal the doors," he ordered as he took his place. "Seal the doors," the aura in charge of security repeated. The gathering quieted as the loud thud of the doors closing resounded in the chamber. "The July session of the Wizengamot is called to order," Dumbledore intoned. The clerk, Albert Dullard, rose and cleared his throat. "First order of business is any alterations to the membership of the Wizengamot. Our magic has registered that the ancient and noble House of Black has a new head of house. Lord Black will approach and take the oath." For a moment, it felt like everyone held their breath as they looked around the room for the much-anticipated Lord Black. Sirius stood and strode down the stairs to the floor of the chamber. He ignored the open mouths, the astounded and horrified expressions, and the supportive looks from Amelia, Cornelius, and Bertie. He stood opposite Dumbledore. Their eyes met again. Dumbledore looked gobsmacked. Sirius held up his wand for the oath, his head of house ring visible. Dumbledore continued to stare at him. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore still stared. Someone coughed in the tense silence. Dullard cleared his throat and finally arrested Dumbledore's attention. "Chief Warlock, are you well? Is there a problem?" "My apologies," Dumbledore said, turning back to Sirius. "This is just such a surprise, my boy." "Where were we?" "My oath, Chief Warlock," Sirius said calmly, though his heart raced as he wondered if Dumbledore would try to prevent him from taking the seat. Dumbledore nodded and gathered his composure. "I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Warlock, witness the calling of Sirius Orion Black to take the seat of the House of Black by blood, by law, and by oath. I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, swear to act with honor and fairness in the name of justice, law, and magic. I accept the seat of the House of Black by blood, by law, and by oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be." "I confirm your oath is valid, Lord Black," Dumbledore said, smiling warmly at Sirius. "Welcome to the Wizengamot." He lowered his voice to speak only to Sirius. "Perhaps we can talk later." "Later," Sirius agreed, remaining in the center of the circle. Dullard peered at him through thick round glasses. "Please take your seat, Lord Black. If you call the next change in membership, you'll see why I should stay here," Sirius replied politely. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose, but he nodded at Dullard, who looked uncertain about whether to continue. "Our magic has registered that the ancient and noble House of Potter has a new head of house." Harry James Potter is not yet of age, and a regent has been assigned in accordance with the will of James Charles Potter, formerly Lord Potter, Dullard announced. Sirius watched Dumbledore try to hide his dismay at the realization that Harry was no longer with the Dursleys. He must be in Sirius's custody for him to have claimed the ring. Elmer Sampson is released from his duty with thanks. Lord Black will stand and take the oath as the Potter regent. Sirius barely registered the loud outbreak of noise as he stood, and Dumbledore regrouped to call for order. Dumbledore looked up at Sirius, and Sirius could see the disappointment in the old wizard's eyes as he began to realize that Sirius had never been in Thailand. As Chief Warlock, I do have a point of order. It is usual for wills appointing regents to be validated by the Chief Warlock. Cornelius stood in reply. A copy of the will is here for your perusal, Chief Warlock. You have been abroad these last few days, which is why you have not yet seen it. Dumbledore took the proffered document and glanced at it. Sirius felt a sense of familiarity wash over him, and he suppressed his irritation. Dumbledore returned the will. Has it been confirmed that Frank and Alice Longbottom have refused guardianship? Sirius realized Dumbledore was attempting to block the proxy appointment and possibly the guardianship on a technicality. He opened his mouth to speak, but Augusta stood up so quickly that Sirius thought he might have missed her movement if he had blinked. Do not be absurd, Chief Warlock. Their claim to guardianship was ceded by me as their representative under the condition that they were unable to perform their duty. She practically snarled at Dumbledore. As per the will, the guardianship claim passed to Lord Black. Amelia also rose. As executor of record, I can confirm the guardianship was awarded and executed in accordance with the law, as Madame Longbottom claims, she said dryly. Harry's guardianship is complicated due to his Muggle relations having legal guardianship in their world, Dumbledore argued, rallying once more. Lord Potter's Muggle relations signed over their guardianship to Lord Black, believing it was better for him to be raised by wizards, Amelia corrected. All the relevant paperwork has been filed with the WOO, Chief Warlock. Very well. I find the will and assumption of proxy valid, Dumbledore conceded, handing back the copy of the will. We shall proceed with the oath. He turned to Sirius again, and Sirius noticed that defeat was already giving way to calculation in the old wizard's eyes. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Warlock, witness the calling of Sirius Orion Black to assume the role of regent for the House of Potter by law and by oath. I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, son of the House of Potter. A rush of whispers stirred in the background as people recalled he had been given sanctuary by the House of Potter, swear to act with honor and fairness. In the name of justice and magic, I accept the role of regent for the House of Pot. By law and by oath. So have I sworn, so mote it be. The empty Potter seat glowed gold above them. I confirm your oath is valid, Lord Black, Dumbledore stated quietly. Please take your seat. Sirius bowed his head to the Chief Warlock. He knew he cut an imposing figure as he took the stairs two at a time and walked to the empty black seat. All of the ancient and noble houses had risen to their feet in respect. He acknowledged each in turn, and when he sat, they all resumed their seats together as one. The chair was surprisingly comfortable, and a part of Sirius was awed by the tradition and spectacle of what had just occurred. He took advantage of the ensuing chatter to catch his breath. There is a change to the ministry appointees, Dullard announced loudly, silencing everyone. The Minister of Magic is called forth. Cornelius rose from his seat and took the central floor. It was with great delight that I promoted Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge yesterday morning to be our new ambassador to Guyana. As can be seen by the empty chair beside me, her promotion and new position unfortunately leave an opening in the ministry appointees to the Wizengamot. He smiled and looked around the chamber. I call forth Arthur Septimus Weasley to take the open ministry seat. There was a shocked silence for a moment before the chamber erupted into chaos, much to Sirius's amusement. He thought it was almost as good as a prank. Order! Dumbledore yelled. Order! Everyone stopped talking under his quelling gaze. Sirius watched as Arthur made his way down from the fourth tier. Arthur wore a slightly stunned expression, but there was no doubting his sincerity as he took his oath. Immediately, his ministry robes transformed into formal Wizengamot versions as he took his seat between Bertie. Next order of business. Dullard announced briskly. House notices pertaining to the Wizengamot. He sighed, anticipating the next events. The floor is ceded to Lord Black. Sirius hid his grin as he stood up again. He enjoyed the alphabetical order. I have several notices, as you can imagine, but I'll try to keep them brief. He paused for effect. It is my utmost pleasure that the House of Black announces the adoption of Lord Harry James Potter by Lord Sirius Orion Black. Chaos erupted. Dumbledore was once again open-mouthed with astonishment, and it took him a moment to restore order. The old wizard pinned Sirius with a hard glare. Who stands as witness to the adoption for the Wizengamot? I do. Augusta rose to her feet, scowling at the chief warlock. I do. Lucius added, also standing. The chamber broke into more muttering. The House of Longbottom and the House of Malfoy represented the two poles of the political spectrum. And for the ministry? Dumbledore questioned. For the 5 ministry representatives rose across from the old wizard. Sirius hid another smile as Dumbledore realized just how completely he had been kept out of the loop. Dumbledore frowned. I must, as an interested party in Harry's health and well-being, inquire whether the adoption was precipitous. He has only known Sirius for a brief period of time. Amelia bristled and held up a hand before anyone else could speak. The day after being awarded custody, Lord Black immediately took Lord Potter to the village clinic in the States. As you are aware, Chief Warlock, the clinic is encased in a time bubble. Therefore, while only a week passes outside the bubble, those receiving treatment within the clinic may spend many days and weeks there. I believe Lord Black and Lord Potter spent almost 2 months together. She took a breath. Additionally, from what I have observed, there is no one who places a greater priority on Lord Potter's well-being than on Lord Black. Their interaction during the adoption was a delight to behold. Very well. Dumbledore glanced at Sirius and inclined his head. Congratulations, my boy. The adoption notice is now officially recognized. I only wish I could have been a witness myself. The witnesses took their seats again. My second notice, Sirius continued, is to announce that Lord Harry James Potter has been accepted by blood, by law, and by magic as the heir of the House of Black. This time, the chamber's reaction was more muted. The news was likely expected following the adoption announcement. One moment, Sirius, my boy, Dumbledore declared. Surely there is a concern that this will ultimately lead to the extinction of the House of Potter. Upon my death, Lord Potter will become Harry James Potter, Lord Potterblack. He has agreed that at that time, the lines will have different heirs, assuming they are accepted by blood and magic, Sirius said firmly. Thus, both the House of Black and the House of Potter are assured continuity. But Tiberius Ogden, an old Potter ally, banged his cane and stood up. Chief Warlock, the head of an ancient and noble house, indeed any house, can designate who he wants as his heir. Unless you wish to challenge that notion, which I would say would be the height of foolishness, I suggest we move on. Well said, Lord Ogden, not stated loudly. Most mouths dropped open in shock as representatives of opposing politics stood in agreement. Dumbledore sighed and conceded. The heir notice is officially recognized. Sirius nodded briskly. My third notice is to register that Simeon Marius Black will be appointed as regent to the House of Black in the event of my untimely demise. There was a scattering of whispers, and Dumbledore frowned again. And what of the House of Potter, Sirius? He asked. Protocol would have me cover the House of Potter when called as proxy for that house, Sirius noted. These are only notices pertaining to the House of Black. He's quite correct, Chief Warlock, Dullard spoke up. I have a slot for the House of Potter noted on the order of business. Dumbledore mumbled his recognition of the regent registration, and Sirius launched into his fourth notice, Andromeda's reinstatement along with her family. After finishing that announcement, Sirius found Dumbledore beaming at him as he formally recognized the notice. Clearly, reinstating Andy had met with the Chief Warlock's approval. My fifth notice, Sirius paused, is to announce that the House of Black declared the House of Lestrange oathbreakers for accepting the mark of Voldemort. Everyone flinched except Dumbledore, who grew pensive as Sirius declared they had been subjected to judgment and the restitution offered to the House of Longbottom. When he concluded, there was total silence, a stark contrast to the noise that had followed his previous notices. Augusta stood proudly. The House of Longbottom has accepted the restitution offered and the apology of the House of Black. Dumbledore looked shocked. Sirius, I feel I must protest the use of judgment. Why? Augusta was on her feet again instantly. Do you suggest that my son and daughter-in-law are not worthy of such justice? My dear Augusta, Dumbledore tried to calm her, my point is that justice has already been served by the tribunal of the Wizengamot, which did not include those who had lost someone to the Lestranges. Griselda Marchbanks stood up. While a conflict of interest was to be avoided, those that were left to render justice did a poor job of considering the feelings of the victims and the survivors of their brutality. The Lady Marchbanks is reminded that such language is, Dullard began pompously. Yes, censure me for language and forget to tell the Chief Warlock that he should be referring to people by their titles as a show of respect unless there has been a change of protocol means I can start calling him Albus, Marchbanks snapped. Dullard flushed bright red, and Dumbledore looked abashed. Once again, Wilkes spoke up, I'd like to know if the Chief Warlock is challenging the right of the ancient and noble houses to practice their family magic. Judgment is harsh, but it is an acceptable way to deal with oath-breaking. Exactly, Ogden agreed. Chief Warlock, if the Lestranges truly didn't deserve to be stripped of their magic, the family magic wouldn't have done it. Clearly, magic thought justice hadn't been served simply by throwing those miserable wretches into Azkaban. He glowered at Dumbledore. Frankly, Albus, you question Lord Black's notices one more time in the manner you have done so to date in this session, and I will take insult on his behalf. For a second, Dumbledore's expression was a mix of anger and embarrassment, but it smoothed into a diplomatic mask. I apologize if I have caused offense, he said. The notice of oath-breaking, marriage annulment, and outcasting is so recognized. Everybody but Sirius resumed their seats. Sirius moved on to the life debt arrangement with the Grangers, announcing to all that Hermione Jean Granger was sponsored and considered a daughter of the House of Black. Dumbledore ignored the outbreak of noise and whisperings about that to confirm the notice. I'm also pleased to announce a new alliance between the House of Black and the House of Potter. We now stand together. Sirius's lips twisted wryly. As Potter Regent, I confirm the alliance between the houses and echo that we now stand together. A rush of whispers swarmed the chamber again as Dumbledore recognized the alliance. My final notice as Lord Black for today, Sirius said easily, is to reaffirm the agreement between the House of Black and the House of Malfoy. Lucius stood briefly. The House of Malfoy also reaffirms our agreement. He inclined his head in Sirius's direction. You'll be happy to know. To know, I'm done, Sirius said. He sat down, allowing the chamber to murmur about the revelations from the Black notices. Dullard collected himself, glanced at the order of business, and turned pale. The floor is ceded to Mr. Malfoy as proxy for the House of Lestrange. Lucius lightly held his cane as he stood. The House of Lestrange announces the death of Rodolphus and Rabaston Lestrange, as confirmed by the Warden of Azkaban yesterday. Silence fell once again at this announcement. It was not difficult to connect the stripping of their magic and the severity of Azkaban with the cause of their deaths. Sirius noticed that some in the chamber regarded him with a mix of horror. Dumbledore sighed heavily. The death notice is so registered. Lucius raised his cane. As the marriage between the House of Black and the House of Lestrange was dissolved and the union bore no heir, I declare line extinction. The Lestrange seat returns to the floor. So noted, Dumbledore replied. Nominations for the seat should be submitted to the clerk in advance of the August session of the Wizengamot, when nominees will be presented and the seat voted upon. A flurry of excited voices erupted, needing to be called to order. It had been a long time since a seat had become vacant. Dullard stood again. The floor is ceded to Madame Longbottom. Augusta rose and smoothed her robes. The first notice is to announce that Neville Francis Longbottom has been accepted by blood, by law, and by magic as the heir of the House of Longbottom. Dumbledore regained his twinkle as he recognized the notice. My second notice is to announce the renewal of the ancient alliance between the House of Longbottom and the House of Potter. We once again stand together, Augusta proclaimed proudly. Sirius stood. As Potter Regent, I confirm the renewal of the ancient alliance between the houses and echo that we once again stand together. The alliance is officially recognized, murmured Dumbledore. Sirius narrowed his eyes as he took his seat. Was there a hint of alarm or worry on the old wizard's face? Augusta sat down, and Dullard stood up. The floor is ceded to Lord Black as proxy for the House of Potter. Sirius rose from his comfortable seat once more. My first notice is to register that Minerva Elaine McGonagall will be appointed as regent to the House of Potter in the event of my untimely demise while Lord Potter remains a minor, as requested by the will of James and Lily Potter. Dumbledore nodded, acknowledging the notice as per protocol. The second notice is to announce the formation of an alliance of friendship between the House of Potter and the House of Weasley. Sirius nodded to a pleased Arthur, who stood up to confirm the alliance. Satisfied with how the notices had gone, Sirius sat down again. Once he and Bill Weasley reached an arrangement with Gringotts, the life debt could also be announced and settled. A brief recess was called, and Sirius was pleased when Lord Bones, another old ally of the Potters, turned in his chair to discuss renewing the alliance. This conversation helped prevent any further approaches, especially from Dumbledore. Legislative business then took precedence for a while. A new law governing transport regulations for portkeys was voted down because it attempted to restrict the rights of heads of houses to create and maintain portkeys to their own properties. A law regarding the rights of werewolves was withdrawn by the Minister for Revision, with apologies to the Wizengamot. Revisions consisting of minor amendments to the European Treaty on the Statute of Secrecy passed easily. A lunch recess was called. Sirius stepped out for a bathroom break and to talk with Remus. Harry had woken briefly, eaten some soup, and then gone back to sleep. He caught up with Augusta, who pulled him into the separate dining room. Sirius observed the members of the Wizengamot with amusement as both Bertie and Amelia intercepted Dumbledore on the other side of the room, preventing him from approaching Sirius. The afternoon session shifted to the ministerial budget review. Additional funding for security at the Quidditch World Cup was narrowly approved. Sirius noted with interest who had voted against it, confident that Amelia had made the same observations. Cornelius prepared to address his final item. Recently, I discovered to my dismay that the Muggle world has advanced rapidly in inventions, something they call technology, as well as in producing medicine and weapons thanks to something called science. He scanned the chamber as whispers began to circulate. There are machines in the sky that can capture images of our world, machines that can communicate these images instantaneously to all Muggles with the push of a button on something called computers, he said gravely. There are reports of weapons based on biological information. Imagine a disease that could target wizards alone. I fear for the safety of the Statute of Secrecy and our population unless something is done. Wilkes raised his wand and was acknowledged. Surely you exaggerate? I remain confident that we retain the advantage. The Muggles are just Muggles, nothing special, declared Jugson, who was also recognized. A wand went up, and it was a witch named Alison Bunting, a Muggleborn who had been awarded the Order of Merlin for saving a group of children in the last war. As someone who actually spends time in the Muggle world, I don't share your confidence, Lord Wilkes, or your view, Mr. Jugson. The wizarding world may hold some advantages, but what good is obliviation when the incident is recorded on a machine and played back like a wizarding picture in full Technicolor glory? Sirius noticed some people frowning in confusion at her words. I share Minister Fudge's concern and support his raising this issue, Bunting concluded. Not was next. I am concerned that our secrecy could be affected or that they're developing weapons for which we would be unprepared. Secrecy intact. Ignoring the advancements of Muggles is not an option. We must adapt and learn from them, he said, his voice steady. Another Muggleborn Order of Merlin recipient stood up. I'm less worried about the threat and more concerned that while Muggles progress, we risk becoming stagnant. Tradition is important, but we should embrace some Muggle ideas to revitalize the wizarding world. This statement sparked a small uproar of protest among the members. Griselda Marchbanks rose to speak. The unfortunate reality is that I agree with the minister. Our knowledge is outdated. The Hogwarts curriculum hasn't been revised in quite some time. Sirius lowered his head, trying to mask his reaction to Dumbledore's displeased expression at the criticism. Regardless of whether we can incorporate Muggle innovations into our lives or if they pose a threat, we cannot make decisions without considering the full context, Griselda continued. Well said, Lady Marchbanks, Cornelius replied smoothly. A Muggle-born which I recently met informed me that the Muggle Studies elective at Hogwarts is decades behind current knowledge. Arthur, as the head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts, do you have anything to add? Arthur rose. It is true that my office encounters an increasing number of unfamiliar items that lack references. We face challenges because we don't fully understand the technology and science behind these Muggle devices, making it difficult to assess how magic interacts with them. I, for one, would welcome a move to enhance our understanding. Bertie Croker raised his wand, and the chamber fell silent. It was uncommon for the head of the Department of Mysteries to speak during Wizengamot sessions. The Department of Mysteries has been monitoring Muggle advancements and is pleased to see the Ministry addressing the issue. Currently, our world only has an annual meeting between the Minister and the Muggle Prime Minister, which does not facilitate knowledge sharing. To truly protect ourselves, we need to foster a better relationship with those who help us maintain the statute of secrecy. Secrecy. His words had an impact. Sirius noticed that some of the previously dismissive expressions turned serious and contemplative. Ogden stood up and gestured to Fudge. What exactly are you proposing, Minister? A committee to determine the need for a permanent Muggle Affairs Department. This department would oversee the relationship with Muggle authorities, compile knowledge on Muggle technology and science, and work with the Department of Mysteries and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to prepare countermeasures and legislation as necessary, Cornelius replied promptly. I suggest 5 members of the Wizengamot, with Arthur as the Ministry Legislative Representative to chair, and either Director Bones or Director Croker, or their designated representatives. Greengrass was recognized next. Even if we agree in theory, from a financial perspective, I don't see that we have the budget without imposing a tax either on the population as a whole or on wizarding businesses. This statement caused some grumbling among the members. I am not prepared to support such a levy. Avery protested. Not to find out more about Muggles. Lucius was recognized, and Sirius knew it would be unusual if he didn't contribute to the debate. While I agree that the idea of Muggles being a threat is somewhat fanciful, I also respect Director Croker's viewpoint and that of the Minister, and therefore I support the concept of the proposal. However, I do not support awarding an additional budget. Perhaps we should use the current budget of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office. Sirius raised his wand, and Dumbledore hesitated for a moment before acknowledging him. He stood up. I support Minister Fudge's proposal. Our traditions are important, but it is urgent that we re-examine our relationship with and understanding of the Muggle world. He looked around the chamber. The late Lady Potter made me very aware of the advancements made prior to her death. My son, Lord Potter, has shared many tales of living in the Muggle world that have both amazed and horrified me. They reveal many things that, from a wizarding perspective, I would consider a threat, as well as many things that make me wonder. Why haven't we explored a wizarding alternative? The audience was attentive, their interest piqued by the mention of Harry. However, I agree with Lord Greengrass's assessment of the ministry budget. After reviewing it myself, it is clear that the funding for the ministry is at a critical and unsustainable level going forward. Do we want to impose harsh taxes on the populace and our businesses? No, but there is a realistic cost of government that is being ignored. How can we expect advancements in magic when we cut the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's budget to the bone? Sirius gestured towards Amelia. How can we enforce our laws and keep our populace safe from the potential rise of another Dark Lord when we don't allocate funds for recruitment and training to replace our retiring and injured auras? How can we only agree to the bare minimum funding for security for an international event that will bring thousands to our country? The chamber was hanging on his every word. The budget issues extend beyond this proposal, but to address that first, as the head of the House of Black, I am authorizing a personal donation of 1.5 million galleons into the ministry vault, specifically for the committee proposed by Minister Fudge. Once the committee reports on the need for a department, any remaining funds will go towards setup and implementation. A rush of noise filled the chamber. Dumbledore raised his hand. Lord Black, that is a generous offer. Are you certain? Absolutely. Sirius avoided looking at Malfoy, fearing he would burst out laughing since it was his money. Additionally, Chief Warlock, the House of Black is donating 500,000 galleons to be shared equally between the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of Muggle Affairs. Ogden stood up. I will match that donation for the Department of Muggle Affairs and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Lord Black. Greengrass stood up. As will I. Nott stood up. I will donate the same amount again to round the numbers up to 1 million for each. Dumbledore blinked. Well, this is a surprising day. It is remarkable to see such support from such diverse parts of our political landscape. Spectrum. Thank you, gentlemen. He glanced at Cornelius. I trust this is acceptable. Morven, Cornelius replied, smiling with delight. I'm sure Director Bones and Director Croker will be able to put the additional funds to good use. I will bring a revised budget to the August session. He cleared his throat. May we move to the vote for the proposed committee now that the funding has been sorted? The vote went smoothly, passing with only a few negative votes. This was the last order of business for the day. Sirius allowed himself to be ushered out into a waiting press crowd by Cornelius. He knew it was necessary, but he hated it. Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter? Rita grinned at him. How is Harry enjoying his new guardianship situation? I believe Harry's view can be determined from his agreement to the adoption we announced, Sirius replied bluntly. He couldn't come with you today. Rita pressed. Sirius smiled tightly. Harry's safety is paramount. As much as we would have both liked him to attend, we knew today would draw a great deal of attention, and we thought it best he remain at home. Lord Black. Another reporter called out, grabbing his attention. Any comment on the miscarriage of justice that saw you incarcerated in Azkaban? I am disappointed that the ministry I worked for failed to provide me with my basic legal and human rights, Sirius said, recalling the prepared statements Brian and Remus had made him learn. But I am grateful to the current administration for correcting the injustice, particularly the efforts of the Minister and Director Bones. Cornelius puffed up beside him. Your political agenda seems to contradict the reputation of the House of Black. What do you say to that? Another reporter yelled. That I am my own man, as my family discovered when I was the first Black sorted into Gryffindor, Sirius answered. Do you deny your actions led to the death of the Lestrange? Someone else shouted. Sirius pinned a cedar-looking journalist with a hard stare. Sirius Black gazed at the crowd, silencing them with his intensity. The Lestrange tortured 2 wonderful people, who were also my friends, into insanity. They nearly murdered them and certainly deprived a child of his parents. The Lestrange brought dishonor to the House of Black and were stripped of their magic. I have no regrets. He raised a hand for emphasis. One more question. Rita Skeeter quickly interjected, how do you feel about taking over Harry's guardianship? Sirius smiled sincerely. I'm honored to finally be allowed to do the job that his parents tasked me with as Harry's godfather. Nothing is more important to me than Harry. I will do everything in my power to protect him and ensure he has a happy life. He raised his hand again. If you'll excuse me, I must leave you in the capable hands of the minister. Thank you. He walked toward an open flue and was not surprised to see Dumbledore waiting for him. It was time for them to talk. Chapter 21, Building Team Pronglet. The atmosphere was thick enough to cut with a knife. Albus glanced around the comfortable study with wonder. He had never been to London Black Manor before. Arcturus had preferred the Black Country estate, not that Albus had visited often, given their differing politics and alliances. However, there had always been an invitation to the Black New Year ball before Arcturus had gone into seclusion. His gaze finally landed on the young wizard sitting behind his desk. Sirius surprisingly radiated a sense of belonging, rightness, and authority, despite having decried his family and heritage in the past. Albus sat on the other side, contemplating his options and what to do. There were two critical items Albus had to address with Sirius. One was to return Harry to the Dursleys as soon as possible because of the blood protection. The other was to regain some favor with the man who now held Harry's guardianship. He wasn't foolish enough to think it would be easy. Evidently, Sirius had been very busy since he had flown away on the Hippogriff. He had somehow broken the compulsion Albus had placed upon him for his safety, assumed the lordship, and manipulated events to gain custody of his godson. On one level, Albus admired what Sirius had done. He had gotten Cornelius to do his job, the ministry to award him guardianship, and he had sent Albus on a proverbial wild noble chase to keep him away from England while Sirius made his first alliances and completed the adoption. The love that had prompted Sirius to take on the mantle of the Black family history he had literally run away from must be great and powerful indeed, Albus mused silently. It would make Albus's task that much more difficult, especially given their current location. There had been a brief heated discussion on where to meet, but Sirius had gotten his way. He had bluntly told Albus that he didn't trust him not to try something, but the protections in Black Manor had enough of a reputation to ease some of his concerns. That Albus would understand the consequences of attempting anything within the confines of the Black home. Albus had previously conceded that the location was unimportant, but sitting in the study, he had to admit he felt almost intimidated by the magic surrounding him. A house elf had popped in and out with refreshments, and Dumbledore picked up his tea, smiling at the lemon biscuits that accompanied it. He needed to take the first step toward reconciliation. Albus cleared his throat. Firstly, Sirius, let me begin by apologizing for my part in the miscarriage of justice that you suffered, Albus said sincerely. He felt truly horrified that his inaction had led to Sirius's suffering as an innocent man. The days following the defeat of Voldemort were chaotic, but I confess that when the dust settled, I realized I could not remember a trial for you. I believed you guilty because you had been the secret keeper and determined that if there had not been a trial, it was not worth the pain of dragging up memories that would only cause more suffering. I let my anger and grief for James and Lily blind me to doing the right thing. I am very sorry, my boy. And your reason for sending 2 kids to save me at Hogwarts rather than providing me with the protection of the Chief Warlock? Sirius countered, leaning back in his chair and regarding Albus almost impassively. Ah, well, there I have no excuse. Albus could see that he had surprised Sirius. He noticed the slight flare of his nostrils and the widening of his eyes. Mea culpa, as the Romans used to say. Once again, in your regard, I chose what was easy over what was right. Why? Sirius asked bluntly. Several reasons, Albus replied, taking a sip of his tea. But I think you know the main one. The compulsion charm rather gave it away, Sirius pointed out dryly. Albus winced, knowing from their earlier discussion that he had been caught. Sirius held his tea as he spoke. He was likely aware of the compulsion Albus had placed on him at Hogwarts and felt genuinely embarrassed about it. I believed it was for the best given Cornelius's determination to have you kissed. I thought it better for you to be abroad and safe, dear boy, than close and... Near to Harry, Sirius interrupted. He took a large gulp of his tea, as though he needed fortification. I was going to say dead, Albus corrected gently, though he knew Sirius was right that keeping them apart had been one of his reasons. Harry would have been devastated if something had happened to you. Forgive me if I think your motivation wasn't quite as pure as you make it out to be. If you'd added a destination to your compulsion, no doubt I'd still be a fugitive, Sirius retorted. And I'm not certain you've ever made a decision for Harry that took into account his happiness. His eyebrows shot up at that. Every decision I have made in regards to Harry has been to keep him safe, Albus insisted. Safe is not the same as happy, Sirius argued fiercely. Albus conceded to himself that Sirius had a point. And I think we have very different definitions of safe. That thought rankled him. He felt the first stirrings of annoyance and frowned at the younger wizard. I have to admit, Sirius, he said quietly, that I'm surprised at the level of your animosity. He paused. I had hoped you would extend to me the same forgiveness and chance for redemption that I showed you after your foolish dare to Severus. Sirius looked at him with disbelief. Albus suddenly felt the anger in Sirius's grey eyes. It was like a potion simmering in a cauldron, one wrong ingredient and the whole thing would explode. Seriously? You're going to equate an idiotic dare made by a school kid, a dare provoked by Snivellus in the first place, and which was probably a setup to get Remus killed and me expelled. Something I'm sure you were aware of at the time was your failure as Chief Warlock when you incarcerated an innocent man for 12 years. Not only did you fail once, but you failed twice when you chose not to protect me at Hogwarts. And let's not forget the highly illegal compulsion charm you placed on me. Albus blushed, realizing too late that his comparison was unequal. He had erred in believing that Sirius didn't know he was aware Severus had set up the incident in question. Sirius waved a hand to stop Albus from launching his defense. But let's say quid pro quo. Your forgiveness of my impetuous youth and your decision not to expel me wipes out your part in my Azkaban torment and my continued status as a fugitive, even when you knew I was innocent. His tone was scathing, and Albus winced again. It wouldn't change my level of animosity because I'm not mad on my behalf. I'm mad on Harry's. Sirius stabbed a finger in his direction. At least, Albus thought wryly, they had gotten to the heart of the matter. There is no greater love than a parent for a child, Albus commented, his usual calm and good humor returning with the reason for Sirius's anger. I assure you once again that I have always acted in Harry's best interests. He ignored the voice in his head reminding him that he had used the boy as bait for Voldemort in his first year. Yes, that had happened, but Albus had learned from it and had not used the boy since. For a long moment, he thought Sirius might hex him, but the new head of the House of Black gave an angry huff and sat back. You know, I think you actually believe that. The reply disconcerted Albus. You really don't see what you've done wrong, do you? Sirius gesticulated at him. You don't see your mistakes as mistakes but as perfectly fine decisions. Sirius was quite correct, and with the exception of the business with the stone, Albus could not see any significant mistakes he had made regarding Harry. He believed Harry had been kept safe. However, Albus knew he needed to address the concern Sirius had about his decisions involving Harry. I am willing to explain my actions if it will heal this rift between us, Sirius, for Harry's sake, Albus offered eagerly. Sirius nodded slowly. Well, let's start with the first decision. Why did you send Harry to his aunt's that night in 1981? This was the perfect opportunity for Albus to explain the blood protection. Initially, the idea came from one of my last conversations with Lily, Albus admitted. She joked that if they ran out of safe places to hide, as a last resort, there was always her sister's house where she had placed blood wards. She confessed that she knew they were considered borderline illegal, but she had lost her parents and wanted to do everything in her power to protect her son. He picked up his tea and took a sip. On the night of the tragedy, my monitoring spells at Godric's Hollow indicated that Harry was still alive. So, when I sent Hagrid to recover Harry, my intention was to hide him with his Muggle relatives. This would provide some breathing space in the wizarding world to process what had happened before making long-term decisions. Albus continued, I believed there had to be 2 spies in the Order because of the information that had leaked. I thought you were the secret keeper and had betrayed them in that role, but I could not be certain about the second spy. It was essential to place Harry beyond the reach of anyone in the Order. The only people I knew for certain were absolutely trustworthy at that point were Minerva, Poppy, and Hagrid. I don't disagree with your reasoning, Sirius commented. In fact, I agreed with it at the time, except for the spy aspect because I knew. It was Pettigrew. You thought there were 2 spies. You didn't consider that your spy could be an animagus who could sneak into meetings where he was excluded. If I hadn't been thrown straight to Azkaban, or if you had visited me or ensured I had a trial, you would have found that out. Albus frowned but couldn't deny Sirius's charge. I have admitted that was a mistake, he said. Yes, equivalent to my school day misdemeanor of daring Snape. Sirius waved a hand as Albus bristled at the intentional jab about his earlier faux pas. Let's continue. I know you changed your mind and decided to leave Harry there for the long term by the evening of November 1st. Why? While Hagrid brought Harry to Hogwarts, I tracked down Petunia Dursley and examined the blood wards on her home. Lily was always an impressively bright witch, and they were outstanding wards. I added a few more to cover the general neighborhood, Albus recounted. Then I returned to Hogwarts and made my way to the infirmary, where Harry was in the care of Poppy. Poppy had some unusual readings. He considered how to frame the information and decided that being straightforward would gain him points with Sirius. Harry is protected by a blood protection ward merged with his very skin. Sirius didn't react. Albus searched his expression and made an uncomfortable realization. You already knew. Harry has talked about his adventures, Sirius said quietly. That was not good. And when Remus and I theorized about how Harry had survived, Remus informed me that he had discussed such a spell with Lily, Sirius continued, shocking Albus from his thoughts on damage control. Remus had. Albus repeated, sputtering. He set his teacup down with a shaking hand. Does he know the exact spell? Which reference book she used? Yes, as it happens, Sirius said. I'm sure he would have told you had you informed him about the blood protection back then. Albus winced, realizing he had missed important information because he had suspected Remus of being the spy and hadn't confided in him. In hindsight, it was clear that Lily might have discussed the spell with someone, and the most obvious person would have been Remus, given his academic tendencies. But back to you, Sirius said. You found the blood protection ward and... He gestured for Albus to continue. And came to the conclusion that Lily had meant for Harry to live with her sister. The blood ward around Harry and the house provides him with an unmatched level of protection. While he can call Privet Drive home, his blood maintains the ward around the house and gives it the same lethal nature as the ward around his skin. Voldemort cannot touch in there. Furthermore, the presence of someone with his mother's blood within the house ward anchors the ward around his skin, Albus explained eagerly. He hoped Sirius would now understand the necessity of Harry returning there. However, there was no sign of horror at having taken Harry away from such protection or dismay at the possibility of losing it. Albus frowned. If you have talked with Harry about his adventures, then you surely realize that blood protection has saved his life twice. Once that night when Voldemort attacked, and again when Harry confronted his spirit when it possessed Quirrell. I do realize that, Headmaster. You've confirmed the reasons we suspected. But I'm not sure how you concluded that Lily meant for Harry to go there, especially since she said her sister was a last resort and she hadn't spoken to her in years, Sirius replied. We'll come back to the protection in due time, but right now, I'd rather discuss why you left Harry with the Dursleys without any oversight, especially since Minerva warned you they were the worst kind of muggles. It was an insightful question. Albus. I didn't leave him without any oversight. Arabella Figg was soon stationed in the neighborhood to keep watch once I was certain she was not the spy. I believed that when Petunia took him in, she had set aside her differences with Lily and committed herself to looking after him, regardless of their issues. Firstly, I know stationing anybody was Remus's idea, Sirius commented. Secondly, did Figg ever enter the Dursley residence? Did she check his bedroom? Investigate his living conditions? Were the Dursleys aware they were being watched? I had promised Petunia minimal contact, and I did not see the need to inform her, Albus said defensively. It is true Arabella was never able to get inside the house, but she babysat for Harry, albeit occasionally, at her own home. And she never reported any concerns about how the Dursleys treated him. Sirius probed. It was clear what issue Sirius was highlighting, and Albus thought it best to tackle it head-on. She expressed concern that the Dursleys might not love Harry as they did their own child after her first babysitting experience, but she assured me he was fed and clothed. She never raised the matter again, and I believed Harry was doing well from the odd photo she sent. Albus sighed. I realize such an unloving environment isn't ideal, but he arrived at Hogwarts a normal child, eager to learn magic. I believe the Dursleys, for all their faults, have raised an admirable boy. Sirius shook his head. Unbelievable. He held up a hand before Albus could continue to defend the Dursleys and his hands-off position. He opened a desk drawer and pulled out a sheaf of bound parchment. He tossed it on the desk in front of Albus. That is a report about Harry's home environment, compiled by Amelia Bones and Alastair Moody, from the visit they made to interview him about the incident involving me at Hogwarts. Albus frowned as he warily took in the parchment. That's the reason I was given immediate custody of Harry, Sirius continued, his tone hard and unyielding. They didn't consider his home environment unloving, headmaster. They deemed it abusive. He gestured at the report. I haven't read it because I prefer for Harry to confide in me on his own, but from what little he has shared, I agree with the report's conclusions. He glared at Albus. He slept in a cupboard under the stairs until he received his first Hogwarts letter, which was addressed there. Albus was stunned. Surely Petunia wouldn't have done that to a child. Surely there had been some mistake. He received nothing but second-hand clothes and practically no birthday or Christmas presents. If he received something, it was a mocking item to make him feel unworthy of actual gifts, Sirius continued. I know from what Remus found out that Harry was locked in his bedroom the summer after his first year and starved. I took Harry with me when I went to get the healing the ministry ordered, and do you know what they found? Malnutrition and stunted growth. I wonder how that happened. I don't know what to say, Albus said dejectedly. What could he say? He had missed the signs of actual abuse. Certainly Poppy had informed him about the malnutrition, but he had dismissed it as the usual childish fussiness he saw with many students. That was why the Hogwarts food was laced with mild nutrient potions. He wanted to claim that Harry had exaggerated his experiences, as he had assumed with the story the Weasley twins had told their parents and Remus. But the official report, compiled by an aura that Albus trusted and the head of the DMLE, made a mockery of that thought. You could have told the Dursleys in your letter that minimal contact included a yearly visit by you or Minerva, if not Remus. You could have informed them that they were being watched by someone stationed in the neighborhood. You could have paid more attention to Harry's health and his living conditions. Situation like that, Sirius said, his voice filled with anger. Albus let him vent, knowing he deserved the criticism. He reflected on the reasons he had given for keeping his distance and found none that felt justifiable. He questioned why Arabella had not alerted him to the abuse. Had she been unaware as well? Do you know that when we were leaving the Shrieking Shack, before the Dementors attacked us, I asked Harry if he wanted to live with me? He said yes, immediately. Sirius gestured impatiently at Albus. No hesitation. What child does that? What must be happening at home for a child to believe they would be better off with a complete stranger? You can scold me all you want, Albus replied wearily, feeling the weight of his years. I won't stop you. You are right, I have made mistakes regarding Harry. I thought I was doing the right thing. Sirius looked at him with a hard expression but eventually relaxed, slumping back in his chair. Well, he won't go back there again. Albus felt a jolt of alarm. He must, he exclaimed without thinking, regretting it immediately as Sirius straightened, his expression filled with contempt. He will never return to the Dursleys. Sirius shouted. I understand that changes need to be made, Albus said quickly, but the blood protection is more important now than ever. I will speak to the Dursleys and warn them against any abusive behavior, and perhaps you can stay with Harry to supervise them. Are you insane? Sirius exclaimed, rising to his feet. Albus could feel the house magic responding to Sirius's anger, crackling in the air. Sirius walked to a window, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Albus remained quiet, recognizing that it would be unwise to interrupt him. You don't send a child back into an environment like that, Sirius continued, his voice steadying. Nobody should be forced to stay in an abusive home for any reason, Sirius said forcefully, once he had regained control of his magic. Forcing a child to be around people who openly hate him, even with a chaperone, do you really think that does no harm? Merlin, you're supposed to be an educator of children, He glanced back, glaring at Albus. Are you really going to repeat your mistake, headmaster? Are you going to put the supposed value of your precious blood protection ahead of Harry having a warm and loving environment to nurture him? His tone was sharply mocking, and Albus sighed. The blood protection is crucial if Harry is to survive when Voldemort returns. I am deeply sorry that Harry has suffered to secure his protection, but he owes his life to it. Yes, Sirius replied, turning to fold his arms over his chest. Let's talk about why he had to rely on blood protection again at the end of his first year, shall we? Albus flushed, aware it was his fault. He raised a hand in weary acceptance. I accept that I made mistakes that year with Harry and the situation with Quirrell and Voldemort. I believed the measures I had taken would guarantee Harry's safety, but I admit I underestimated both him and Voldemort. Sirius walked back to his desk and sat down. As an educator, I understand you prefer to let children express themselves and only stepping when they go too far. You want them to learn lessons by getting their hands burned a little in the fire so they realize it's hot, to have the opportunity and freedom to learn life lessons on their own. Albus had no idea where Sirius was going with this sudden change in subject, but he suspected it was not going to be good for him. So I understand why you allowed Harry and his friends to investigate the mystery. I'm sure they weren't the only ones. Declaring something a no-go area to children is like waving a red flag to a bull. The dryness of his tone was even more chiding than his earlier anger. James and I would have been up to the third-floor corridor. Sirius pointed at Albus. But to encourage their curiosity when you knew the danger, when you were responsible for the danger, was beyond the pale. You set a trap for a Dark Lord in a school full of children, headmaster. He spoke coldly. You used my son, James's, and Lily's son, as bait, and he ended up in no less than 4 life-threatening situations. You allowed a man possessed by Voldemort to teach. You placed dangerous creatures within the school. Within the school. You failed to fulfill your duty of care 10 times over. Albus couldn't argue with him. He nodded despondently. It was not one of my better moments, Sirius, and believe me when I say I learned from it. I would not do the same again. Well, the second-year disaster when Harry was almost killed by a basilisk wasn't your fault, I give you that, Sirius said. Dear Merlin, the boy really had talked of his adventures. Albus sighed heavily. But you didn't do much to ensure the safety of the school either. What were you thinking, allowing the school to remain open when there was a basilisk roaming the corridors? I could not locate the chamber to deal with the basilisk, and there was no information on who was being possessed. Albus defended himself briskly. If I had merely closed the school, neither issue would have been resolved, and the problem would just have reoccurred once the students returned. I confess that I did overlook Myrtle quite badly as a source of information, but alas, I assumed her place of death was meaningless as a clue. Sirius nodded. Okay, I can accept that. Although there were other precautions you could have taken, like hiring more roosters once the first lot were killed. But then there's the whole matter of allowing Harry to be mostly ostracized for being a parcel-mouth. He held up a hand. I know it goes with your theory of education. Children need to learn to handle rejection and not always being liked. But you fail to realize that not stepping in condones the behavior. The poor behavior of prejudiced children being mean to another child. Allowing such bullying to continue punishes the child being targeted. We have recently realized this and agreed on a new bullying policy, Albus said, ignoring that his agreement had been reluctant and only given after Minerva's sharp remarks on the subject. Does that include stopping the staff from bullying the students too? Sirius asked crisply. You're referring to Severus, Albus replied with a sigh. I have talked with him about his behavior with Harry. Sirius harumphed. Albus decided he had been defensive for too long. Shall we discuss why Harry was in danger last year? Sirius let out a small laugh. Oh, I accept my part. I know you were forced to take the Dementors as guards under severe protest, since Cornelius already confessed all to me. But you still didn't ward the passageways into the school. You didn't think to leave an alarm on the Shrieking Shack, or specifically alarm Gryffindor Tower. I got into the dorm. If I had really been after killing Harry, I would have succeeded. The criticism stung, and Albus realized in hindsight that he should have taken those precautions. It just hadn't occurred to him, as he had been confident that his security measures were sufficient. Perhaps there needs to be a security review, he murmured. I believed the usual wards would inform me if you entered the school, which they failed to do. I have come this close, Sirius said, holding up his forefinger and thumb to show a distance of less than an inch, to finding Harry a different school. Albus's eyes widened with horror. The financial impact if Harry withdrew would be tremendous, as others would follow in his wake. The damage to Hogwarts' reputation would be immense. Sentimentally, Albus wanted Harry to attend and enjoy Hogwarts as James and Lily had. However, Sirius continued, Harry loves Hogwarts. So he stays. I will be taking the black seat on the Board of Governors. He glanced at Albus, and for the first time, the fire in his eyes had faded. A security review seems like a good idea, especially since you're opening the school to the Triwizard Tournament. I would appreciate your help, Albus responded immediately. Perhaps I can convince Amelia to allocate some of the new funds towards the tournament. He smiled at Sirius proudly. That was well done today, my boy, very well done indeed. He acknowledged that Sirius had maneuvered through the Wizengamot skillfully, much like Arcturus. The House of Black had always wielded immense wealth and power to achieve its political goals. He found himself agreeing with most of Sirius's decisions. It was fantastic news that he had taken a stance firmly against the Dark Lord. However, his actions regarding the Lestrange were worryingly ruthless. Everyone deserved a chance for redemption. Sirius waved away the praise. We've meandered from the point. Yes, we have, Albus admitted. I concede that Harry going back to the Dursleys would be difficult for him, but I don't see any other way to maintain the blood protection. Measures can be taken to ensure Harry has minimal contact with them, but I'm sorry, Sirius, I must insist he return there. Sirius's eyes flared with anger. You just don't listen, do you? Firstly, you mustn't insist on anything. You don't have the authority under any of your many positions to tell me what to do regarding my son. I am his blood, legal, and magical guardian, not you. You are nothing more than his headmaster, and if you ever get your head out of your arse, you might even be a friend and ally. Albus blinked at the caustic tone and harsh words. There's no need for that, my boy. I think there's every reason because you don't seem to understand that Harry will never go back to the Dursleys. Sirius punctuated each word by stabbing his finger onto his desk. The blood protection? The Dursleys are no longer at Privet Drive, Sirius cut him off harshly. Albus froze and examined the younger wizard's intense expression. What did you do? I gave them a new house with new wards. Petunia was ecstatic about living in her dream town and without Harry. Sirius sat back, looking unconcerned. But the blood wards will fail very shortly, Sirius pointed out. With nobody of Lily's blood residing there. Albus closed his eyes. Then the blood protection is fine, Sirius said. Albus snapped his eyes open in shock. Remus tracked down the spell he and Lily had discussed. It mentioned that the blood protection would erode without an anchor of blood within a home. Luckily, Remus found an adoption blessing within the same text. Sirius explained, we did the ritual yesterday, as it has to be performed by the women of the house. Harry's blood protection is anchored by black blood now. And you couldn't have told me this before? Albus asked, genuinely irritated at how Sirius had allowed him to believe the blood protection was in danger and gone. No. Sirius wagged a finger at him. I was interested to know if you'd put Harry's best interests first and whether you'd be willing to listen to someone else's view. Ah. Albus felt a rush of chagrin and reached for a lemon biscuit in the absence of his comforting Muggle sweets. I rather failed your test, I fear. I wouldn't say you'd get a troll, Sirius said dryly. Just a dreadful. Albus sighed and munched his biscuit. He wasn't sure how he could patch things up. He'd been so certain that he knew best. On one hand, he was despondent at losing control of the situation, and yet, on the other, he admired Sirius's and Remus's ingenuity. They had achieved both securing Harry a happy home where he was loved and maintaining the protection he needed. Blood protection, something Albus had overlooked. If I were your professor, I would advise you to stop believing you have all the answers. Share your problems with others, listen to them, and most importantly, recognize that there are more important aspects of raising a child than simply keeping him alive, Sirius said crisply. Sirius stood up and walked over to the mantelpiece, gazing at the crest of the House of Black for a long moment. This left Albus to ponder his words of advice. He took a sip of tea to wash down a biscuit. So, how is your search for the Horcruxes going? Sirius asked suddenly. Albus's tea went down the wrong way, and he coughed violently, nearly choking for a long moment. After taking a breath to recover, Sirius handed him a conjured glass of water. Albus drank deeply, sighing with relief as the soreness in his throat eased. Sirius returned to his seat. Anything you would like to share? Albus stared at him, wondering just how much Sirius knew. Did he know about the Horcrux within Harry? He had mentioned they attended a healing clinic. Or was his knowledge limited to the diary that Harry would have described from his second-year adventure with the basilisk? Albus recalled that the discussion about the blood protection had been a test, and he had failed. This was his second chance. If he did not provide full disclosure here. I believe I have much to share, and not all of it is good news, Albus offered gravely. You know of the diary, I presume. Sirius nodded slowly. He propped his head up with one hand, his elbow resting on the table. His head of house ring glinted at Albus. As soon as I saw it, I knew what it was. Such a vile act, a vile trick to flee from death, indeed, Albus said, feeling renewed disgust at what Tom had done. I'm not certain, but I think the diary was an accident created by the death of Myrtle occurred when Tom summoned the basilisk from the chamber during his time as a student at Hogwarts. He poured much of his personality into the diary, and when he killed her, the damage to his soul caused it to fracture. A piece of his soul sheared away and became one with the diary. Albus sighed heavily. Whether Tom's interest in Horcruxes began before that incident or if he had already started to learn about them, I believe that when he realized the diary had become more than just a journal, especially when it wrote back to him, it sparked his curiosity and led to a conversation with Horace. Old Slughorn. Sirius grimaced. Sluggy had access to a lot of dark knowledge through his connections. If he didn't know about Horcruxes, I'm sure he knew someone who did and could point Tom in the right direction. And I fear he did, Albus replied. I tracked Horace down last summer, but he outright refused to admit to any discussion. His entire demeanor was one of heavy guilt. He sipped his tea. I believe once Tom confirmed what the diary was, he stopped writing in it, possibly around the middle of his 6th year. But no doubt Tom made others. He would not have stopped at just 1. 3 may have been his initial goal, but 7 is more likely. He had an obsession with that number. As for how many he created before his confrontation with Harry that night. Good Merlin, the prophecy. Another piece of vital information I had kept to myself for so long. Was I meant to share that too? Perhaps I could reveal what was already known by Tom. His eyes sharpened on Sirius. Tom believed, you see, that Harry was the one prophesied to vanquish him. The Death Eater who overheard and reported it to him only heard the first part of the prophecy, but it was enough to identify Harry and young Neville as possible candidates. That is why I encourage both families to go into hiding. Sirius nodded. You know the full prophecy. I do, but I would not want to burden Harry with the full weight of it at his age. Albus admitted frankly. For a long moment, he thought Sirius would press him further. A flicker of rage crossed Sirius's face before it faded into an expressionless mask, which only made Albus more anxious. So you don't have any idea how many Horcruxes Voldemort made before he became a wraith? Sirius returned to the topic of Horcruxes, much to Albus's relief. My intention this summer is to start reviewing Tom's life and backtrack to see when and where he could have made them, Albus replied. Sirius nodded almost absently. He opened another desk drawer, and a piece of parchment drifted out to hover in front of Albus. He took it and was grateful he had put his tea down. Regulus Black had just made his job much easier. "Well, this is splendid," Albus said, delighted. "I can make some guesses about the items and locations using this list, and the DOM is going to form a team to track them down and destroy them," Sirius said dryly. Albus looked up in alarm. You told Bertie about the Horcruxes?" "I told Bertie, Cornelius, and Amelia in general terms. I called them objects that kept Voldemort from dying," Sirius confirmed, to Albus's horror. "Bertie understood what I meant, obviously. The DOM has researched Horcruxes before and knows how to dispose of them. As I said, he's going to put a small team together. Bill Weasley will join it to provide his curse-breaking skills in repayment of his sister's life debt to Harry and to give me an inside man. He also knows the full picture. He's come across them in Egypt." Albus watched as Sirius's plans unraveled before his eyes. The risk of leaking such information was alarming. "All the team will be under vows, all capable of occlumency," Sirius said, as though he had read Albus's mind. "We're calling it Operation Treasure Hunt." Albus looked down and regarded Sirius with disappointment. "The likelihood of this hunt getting back to Voldemort has increased substantially. We could have kept this between us and hunted them down ourselves." "And how long would that take us?" Sirius asked pointedly. "I want this done quickly before Voldemort regains a body and is operating at full strength. Yes, there's a risk, but this is the Department of Magical Law Enforcement specialty. They're trained for this." He paused. "Just as the DMLE is now on alert that Voldemort didn't die and may be attempting a comeback. They're going to start tracking the known Death Eaters that walked for lack of evidence. The Wizengamot today," Albus realized, his mind racing. "You and Cornelius were laying the foundation to undermine Tom's political power." "And financial," Sirius added. Albus nodded slowly, envisioning how Sirius would use the power of the House of Black and the House of Potter to control the Ministry and the Wizengamot, reshaping the wizarding world, all for the protection of the boy Sirius loved as a son. Remarkable. He had always believed love was the power Tom knew not. "There's a war council," Sirius said, "and you're invited to be part of it. Everyone agrees your help and advice would be welcome. Penelope will send you the details of the meeting times." "I would be delighted to assist," Albus replied. He could still backtrack through Tom's life, but it seemed he would not do so alone. He remembered Sirius's chiding comments after the blood protection discussion and mused that it might not be a bad thing, although he still worried about so much vital information being so widely known. Albus sighed heavily. "The next piece of information I have for you, I suggest you do not share with anyone." He held Sirius's curious gaze determinedly. "The night Tom attacked Harry, I believe he created another accidental Horcrux within Harry." He gestured across the desk. "I bound Harry's core to prevent the remnant from becoming powerful and assuming control. Child. It does limit the amount of power Harry can consciously access, but he can overcome that, as his mastery of the Patronus charm shows." Albus searched for the right words but found none. "To defeat Tom, I'm afraid Harry must also die." Sirius replied bluntly, "Harry had the Horcrux removed at the healing clinic. He believes he simply had his scar cleansed of dark magic. They removed your binding afterward, and we've been practicing to bring his magic under control. If you want confirmation, you can write to Noshi Blackhawk." The news that Harry was cleansed of Tom's darkness and would not need to die rushed through Albus and stole his breath. Harry could live and grow old. A wave of relief surged through him, immediately followed by an overwhelming sense of guilt. Why had it never occurred to him to seek the counsel of someone like Noshi? "You must think me a monster," Albus said, blinking back tears of remorse. Sirius responded calmly, "Noshi told me you could have killed Harry that Halloween night, and you didn't, so no, I don't think you're a monster. I'm not happy with you. You could have sought help and advice, if not immediately at the time, certainly in the years since, especially before Harry got to school." There it was again, Sirius's painful lesson that Albus needed to share information and listen to others. He could have approached Noshi. He knew the man was a good soul and a consummate healer who took issues of confidentiality seriously. Albus shook his head. "You are right to be angry with me. I have made many mistakes. All I can offer as mitigation is that I believed I was protecting him and that I care for him tremendously." Sirius sighed and sat back, looking at Albus pensively. "I'm angry at you, Albus." The use of his given name did not go unnoticed by Albus. It was the first time since their conversation began that Sirius had chosen to use it. He felt a weight in the air. Stirring of hope. If Harry had wanted to pursue a prosecution against the Dursleys, and if it wouldn't completely destabilize our society, which sees you as a moral icon, I would have encouraged him to bring charges against you too for child endangerment and neglect, Sirius said briskly. Albus flinched sharply. "You hold 3 important positions in our society, but you have made serious errors in judgment as both Chief Warlock and Headmaster of Hogwarts," Sirius continued. "Any other person would have resigned after failing to give an innocent man a trial. Yet both you and Crouch have wriggled out of it, placing the blame on Bagnold, who is dead and can't defend herself." Another flinch. Albus could not deny it. Sirius motioned at him. "Your decisions as headmaster, particularly during Harry's first year, should have led to your dismissal." He fixed Albus with a hard grey stare. "A noble man would have resigned." He sat back. "However, if Voldemort is attempting to rise again, and if you are not headmaster, he would see Hogwarts as vulnerable. So, I can't demand you to do the noble thing in repayment for all the harm you've caused Harry." Albus exhaled softly. "And I'm mostly not the injured party," Sirius continued. "Harry believes you care about him, and I have tried to maintain that impression while explaining your actions or inaction when he questions them, like your decision not to check on him after placing him with the Dursleys. Honestly, I think he's already forgiven you. Personally, I think he's too forgiving due to the self-esteem issues that living with the Dursleys has left him with. But he has too few people in his life who he believes genuinely care for him, and I won't deny him any one of those people." "I will offer him an unreserved apology," Albus said quickly. Sirius nodded. "Understand this, Albus. Harry is mine to protect now. You're done making decisions about his home, his life, and his future. I don't believe prophecies are written in stone. I will do everything I can to remove Voldemort from existence so Harry doesn't have to face him again. If you get in the way of that, I don't care how powerful you are, you and I will come to blows." Albus bristled slightly at the tone, but he knew Sirius meant every word and was capable of carrying out his threat. While Albus was the more powerful wizard, Sirius had shown a sneakiness that had completely overturned all of Albus's plans in just a month. "I promise to work with you, Sirius, and I promise to do better in sharing and listening to others," Albus said. Sirius harumphed, clearly skeptical as he got to his feet. "I have to get back to Harry, and I think we're done for today." He gestured at the report still on the desk while placing the parchment on the Horcruxes back in his desk. "That's your copy." Albus stifled the urge to ask to see Harry. He wanted to know where Harry was so he could monitor him. He picked up the report and let Sirius walk him to the flue. They exchanged brief words of goodbye before Albus entered the flames. He walked out of the fireplace and into his office at Hogwarts. Fawkes trilled a comforting welcome. Albus placed the report on his desk, his fingers tracing over it thoughtfully. He wondered if he dared to read it, and he knew that he would. He had been a Gryffindor once, and it was only right that he learn of the consequences of his decisions. He glanced over at the set of monitoring instruments and waved his wand to shut down all but the one that kept track of Harry's life force. He wandered over to the window to look over the grounds, letting the soothing familiarity of the school ease him. His plans were in ruins. Albus considered the situation with wry amusement. It was no surprise when dealing with the Marauders, as he had no doubt that Remus had played his part in the scheme and would continue to do so. The group had been the best of their generation, with the exception of Pettigrew, who had been inclined to laziness. Their generation had been exceptional, featuring talented witches and wizards like Severus, Lily, and Alice. Albus could easily see the outline of Sirius's plan from the events at the Wizengamot. Sirius intended to shut down Ton's second attempt at power before it began. The Department of Mysteries would handle the Horcruxes, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement would manage the Death Eaters, and the Ministry and Wizengamot would reshape the political and financial landscape to make it unfriendly to Tom. This would create a less favorable environment for his followers, making recruitment more difficult. It was a good plan, despite Albus's concerns that it involved too many people knowing critical information. He felt almost adrift, no longer holding the rudder but reduced to a passenger in the boat. He had no doubt he would contribute, especially to the Horcrux hunt and the politics, as he still had some sway on the light side. His expertise would be valued, but he sighed heavily. He felt old and useless. Fawkes trilled and swooped over from his perch to sit on Albus's shoulder. Albus stroked his friend's head gently, grateful for Fawkes's unwavering support. Sirius's plan also aimed to keep Harry away from the fight, or at least tried to. But Albus thought Sirius was mistaken about the prophecy. He had never been a fan of divination before witnessing Sybil's declaration and could understand Sirius's perspective. Ultimately, it didn't matter because Tom believed the prophecy. So, Albus had no doubt that Harry would have to face Tom in battle again. However, Harry no longer had to be the one to bear the burden alone. Albus knew that he didn't need to shape Harry into someone who would sacrifice his own life. He didn't have to hold on to the hope that Tom would seek to use Harry's blood to create a body, providing an impossible chance for Harry to survive death. The relief of that thought made his knees tremble. It was a part of the plan that Albus had always hated. Knowing he didn't have to groom Harry in such a way that he wouldn't add another stain to his already burdened soul was a weight lifted from his shoulders. He pursed his lips, realizing the problem. If Harry was not to die in battle, he would need to confront Tom and either match him or defeat him. None of Albus's previous plans accounted for that scenario. Harry was a gifted defense against the dark arts student, naturally talented, but beyond that, Albus hadn't seen the need to provide additional training or education. In fact, he would have denied Harry such training if he had asked. Albus feared that if Harry discovered he needed to die and realized he hadn't been given any training to survive, it would emphasize how much Albus believed that sacrifice was necessary. Harry's lack of confidence in his own worth, stemming from the Dursleys, would have made convincing him easier, although Albus hadn't planned it that way and hadn't realized the extent of their unloving treatment. Albus sighed. Severus had informed him that the Dark Mark was growing stronger. Harry would undoubtedly meet Tom sooner rather than later, and he needed training more than Sirius would allow if he knew the reason behind it. But wasn't Harry's core unbound? Albus remembered how powerful Harry had been as a baby. Everyone in the Order had heard James boast about Harry turning into a puppy at 4 months old. Harry was a powerful wizard, and he needed someone who understood that power, someone just as powerful. Someone like Albus. He smiled. He would do everything he could to train Harry to fight Tom, all while appearing to help him control his power so that Sirius wouldn't suspect anything. Albus did not worry that he was pushing Harry into a confrontation with Tom. Instead, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He nudged Fawkes, who flew back to his perch, and hurried to his desk to begin planning Harry's education. However, he halted when he saw the report. The front parchment, marked with the Ministry's seal, stared back at him. Inside was the painful truth about what Harry had endured due to Albus's decisions. He knew he needed to read it. He had to understand the damage to Harry's confidence and what needed to be done to fix it. Taking a deep breath, Albus sat down at his desk, gathered his courage, and opened the report. "Oh, Harry, my poor boy," he murmured. Chapter 22, Building Team Pronglet. Severus Snape took pride in embodying everything that Slytherin represented. Although he was only a half-blood, he carried himself with the pureblood manners instilled in him by his mother, coupled with the cunning required to navigate his bigoted and intolerant Muggle father. Even his less-than-Slytherin behavior, such as openly deriding the Gryffindors and specifically the boy who lived, was a deliberate choice made for a Slytherin purpose. However, as he sat in front of the wireless, listening to the early evening news report about the Wizengamot session, Severus's calm Slytherin facade shattered. He was alone, with no one to witness his lack of composure. His wide eyes, gaping mouth, and pale face were marred only by the red flush of rage on his cheeks as he absorbed the shocking news. Sirius Black was now Lord Black. Potter was Lord Potter, having been adopted by Black and now standing as the heir of the House of Black. The alliance between the Longbottoms and Potters had been restored. It was a series of blows as the inane commentator droned on about how handsome Black had looked in leather pants and lamented that Potter hadn't accompanied him. Severus waved his wand in a gesture reminiscent of the Muggle equivalent of giving someone the finger, a habit learned from his coarse father, and silenced the infernal machine. The news left him more than a little horrified as he recalled Lucius's hints from that morning. Severus snorted as he paced the small living area in his quarters at Hogwarts. If Black had called judgment and stripped the Lestrange of their magic for wearing the dark mark, it made sense why Lucius had bowed to Black. The head of the House of Malfoy was nothing if not a survivor, a true Slytherin capable of talking his way out of every sticky situation. It would be galling for Lucius to have to conform to the will of Sirius Black, but he would comply if it meant keeping his magic. There had been an interesting slip of information that Lucius knew of the Dark Lord's origins. Clearly, Lucius found them lacking. Severus had learned the truth from Albus once he became a spy, and he found it amusing that the purebloods who prostrated themselves before the Dark Lord had no idea that his origins were closer to Severus's than their own. Severus's brief smile faded. Lucius was now aligned with Black and Potter and would work with him against the Dark Lord. That much was clear, even if the message had been couched in formal language that would give Lucius leeway with the Dark Lord if Severus ever mentioned it. Not that he would. Severus took pride in the fact that his own allegiances were well obscured. The former Death Eaters believed he was their spy among the light, while Albus thought he was a spy among the dark. Truthfully, Severus had only one allegiance, Lily Elizabeth Evans. He walked over to the small liquor cabinet and poured himself a small glass of oak-matured 20-year-old Scotch. Raised in the Muggle world, he preferred it over the dratted Ogdens favoured by the wizarding community. He downed the glass in one go, savouring the peaty taste. Lily had been his only friend as a child, the only one to see past his strange lank hair and hooked nose to acknowledge the intelligent, serious boy inside. He had revelled in introducing her to the wizarding world and cherished her innocent affection for him. All that had come tumbling down because of Hogwarts. In many ways, he regretted ever setting foot in that school. Perhaps if they had not been separated by house divides, if he had been homeschooled as his late mother had wanted, and avoided the influence of those who would willingly serve the Dark Lord. But he had long accepted that it was his own fault their friendship had been lost. Friendship had come to an end. During the summer before their 5th year, he had asked her to pretend they were no longer friends. He felt pressure from the rest of Slytherin House to conform to their prejudices. With the Dark Lord's rising influence, Severus knew he would suffer if he didn't comply. Lily had been sympathetic and agreed to his request. As the school year progressed, he noticed a change. He didn't shield her from the comments of his friends, instead, he often agreed with them. He stood aside as the Slytherin girls hexed her, doing nothing to help, even though Lily fought back valiantly. He could see her patience wearing thin. It disappeared entirely when he called her a mudblood. Shame burned his cheeks as the memory flooded back. He recalled James Potter humiliating him, turning him upside down, while Lily defended Severus. Yet, he had denied her support harshly. He hadn't meant it, he never thought of her that way. But the damage was done. When he tried to apologize, she told him she had had enough. He had made his choice clear, and she wanted him to stay away from her. He left her alone at Hogwarts, believing they would have the summer to mend fences. Instead, he spent the summer stewing over his mistake. Lily pointedly refused to answer the door at her Muggle home and instructed her sister to turn him away, something Petunia did with pleasure. In his anger, he blamed the Marauders for losing Lily. He spent the rest of the summer plotting. Upon returning to Hogwarts, he overheard Regulus Black talking with his friend Matthias Flint about his brother running away from home after their mother had beaten him half to death. This was the perfect bait for his trap. He easily provoked Black into revealing the secrets of the Whomping Willow. On the night of the full moon, he made his move. The werewolf and have Black expelled, leaving Potter alone and vulnerable. However, he had miscalculated. He assumed that Lupin's meek and mild manner would carry over to his werewolf form, but it didn't. The werewolf he had glimpsed was angry, fierce, and scared him half to death. When Potter had turned up and saved him, Severus had felt actual gratitude, and the anger at being grateful made him want to obliterate half of Hogsmeade. To make matters worse, Albus Dumbledore had seen right through him. He warned Severus against taking further action against the werewolf and refused to punish the Gryffindors harshly. Black received a few detentions and a ban from Quidditch, while nothing, absolutely nothing, happened to Potter and Lupin. Things took a turn for the worse at the end of his 6th year when Lily finally caved to Potter's pursuit and agreed to date him. After that, Severus willingly went to the Dark Lord, taking the mark that summer. He killed a poor Muggle man who had already been tortured half to death by Mulciber Sr., and who didn't even defend himself as Severus leveled his wand at him, pretending it was his father. The killing hadn't bothered him at the time. He had plotted to kill Lupin, believing that werewolves should be put down as soon as they were discovered, no matter what anyone, especially Dumbledore, said. But he came to regret it as he grew older and wiser, understanding the sin that stained his soul more deeply. In retrospect, he felt thankful. The Dark Lord appreciated Severus's talent with potions, so he had been excused from the usual revelry and Muggle baiting. In his foolishness, he had lamented not being able to attend, thinking he was missing out on truly serving the Dark Lord. Then he heard the beginning of a prophecy. He ran to. Severus bowed and kissed the hem of the Dark Lord's robes. "My lord, I have something I must tell you, but I believe it would be best to do so in confidence." The Dark Lord stared at him with hard red eyes, and Severus felt a sharp pain deep in his head. He flinched as the pain left him abruptly. The Dark Lord dismissed everyone from the room. "Now rise and tell me, Severus, what did you overhear?" the Dark Lord asked smoothly. Severus got to his feet and bowed his head respectfully. Dumbledore was interviewing a woman for the position of divination, and she gave him a prophecy. The one to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born as the 7th month dies, born to those who have thrice defied him. He paused to catch his breath. "Unfortunately, I didn't hear anything more before I was ushered out by the barman." "I see." The Dark Lord rose and circled Severus silently. Severus swallowed hard. Hadn't he done his duty? Wasn't his lord pleased with him? "Do you believe in prophecies, my dear Severus?" the Dark Lord asked suddenly. Severus had to swallow against a surge of fear before he could answer. "Honestly, no, my lord." "Then why such haste in bringing me this news?" The implication that Severus believed someone could be born to defeat his lord cut into Severus's mind like a sharp knife. He thought furiously. "I merely wished to warn you that the old fool Dumbledore had heard such a thing and may believe it." Severus hurried out, bowing his head again. The Dark Lord laughed harshly. It would be the first time. He and I have never put stock in the vagaries of tea leaves and dull predictions of cards. He whirled away back to his throne, his robes billowing out before he sat. "Still, there may be those who will believe, and it would be better to keep this drivel in mind." His red eyes met Severus's again. "You have done well. Severus, you will be rewarded in time." Some months later, Severus read the St. Mungo's birth announcements and realized that one of the babies born at the end of July was Lily's child. He tried to push it to the back of his mind, convincing himself that the child was also the spawn of James Potter and that he didn't care what happened to it or to Lily. Yet, he worried, knowing the depravity the other Death Eaters engaged in and the cruelty the Dark Lord was capable of against his enemies. Then Severus was called to dine alone with the Dark Lord, a tremendous honor. "You have seen the birth announcements, I trust, Severus?" the Dark Lord asked once the meal was over. "I have, my lord," Severus admitted. He knew that 2 babies could fulfill the conditions of the prophecy. Both sets of parents had defied the Dark Lord, and both children were born at the end of July. "I have been told that Dumbledore visits the families regularly," the Dark Lord sneered. "Obviously, he has succumbed to senility to place his hopes in such a flimsy thing as a prophecy." "He is desperate, my lord," Severus replied sincerely. "Your side wins more ground every day." "Yes," the Dark Lord muttered. "Desperate men do desperate things." He conjured 2 glasses of cognac and handed one to Severus. I believe Dumbledore will try to use one of these infants against me. I need a spy to determine which he will use." He swirled the liquid in the glass and pinned Severus with unrelenting red eyes. "You were once friends with the wife of the blood traitor Potter. To my shame, we grew up in the same neighborhood." Severus knew it was folly to lie to the man. "You are aware that Dumbledore knows it was you who overheard the prophecy?" The Dark Lord smiled menacingly as Severus nodded jerkily. "There will be consequences. Soon, there would be a vacancy for the position of potions professor at Hogwarts. You will apply for the job and, during the interview, request sanctuary within the walls of Hogwarts. You will express remorse for placing the son of your old childhood friend at risk after informing me of the prophecy. You will tell the old fool that you have changed your mind about serving me." "My lord," Severus stuttered. "He will know." "I cannot." "You will, Severus," the Dark Lord said bluntly. "You will train with Bellatrix in the art of occlumency before your meeting with Dumbledore. It will hide your thoughts and true allegiance from him. You will take your place among his band of blood traitors and inform me of everything, especially anything related to the prophecy." Severus had agreed. What else could he do? It turned out to be his salvation. Occlumency had been difficult, but working through his memories with Bellatrix, who laughed derisively at his upbringing and his friendship with Lily, had seeded doubts in his mind about whether he had chosen the right path. By the time he attended his interview and shed crocodile tears on Dumbledore's robes, regretting his choices, he had been wavering. He was thankful that his occlumency was strong enough to keep both Dumbledore and the Dark Lord from knowing what was truly going on in his head. Dumbledore's request for him to be a spy had been approved by the Dark Lord, who laughed when Severus reported back. "Let him think you are his," the Dark Lord smiled, "but you and I know you will always be mine." The dark mark had ached for days after that, a subtle reminder from the Dark Lord of who Severus had sworn his life to serve. As the months passed, Severus spent more time with Dumbledore, with the rest of the Hogwarts staff, and away from the Death Eaters. He witnessed the crushed faces of children who had lost their parents and families to the Dark Lord's thirst for power and blood. With each passing day, he became less enthralled with his identity as a Death Eater. He had embraced his role as a spy. Spying came naturally to him, and he quickly realized he held a position of power within both camps. He decided which raids to share, who would be saved, and to some extent, who would be lost. He controlled vital information, not all of it, but some. He secretly reveled in his position. However, the events of Halloween in 1981 shattered his delusion. It was a delusion he could now see with hindsight. The Dark Lord had summoned him and revealed his plan to attack the Potters. He needed a child to fulfill a ritual, and why not one prophesied to defeat him? Severus had almost panicked, but he kept his composure and asked for Lily as a reward, hoping to save her. Her husband and child were of no consequence, but Lily. He should have known she would die trying to save her son. He should have known the Dark Lord would not choose to stun her when he could kill her. The harsh reality was that he had led the Dark Lord to the Potters, to Lily. He had signed their death warrants by informing the Dark Lord of the prophecy. In the aftermath, Dumbledore had guilted him into promising to help her son. Severus hated that he made the promise in his moment of weakness. It served to solidify for Dumbledore that Severus worked for the light, but Potter wasn't the reason, his promise wasn't the reason. The Dark Lord had killed Lily, and for that, he would pay. Severus had always been Lily's, despite the fact that she had only briefly been his. He would avenge her death by ensuring the Dark Lord met his end. Protecting Potter was necessary for that to happen. That was the only reason he protected the boy. Severus poured another glass of whiskey. The truth was, he would always want to trade the brat who lived for the mother who died, Harry Potter, for Lily Evans. He knew Lily would hate him if he did. She would hex him to the end of the earth and back for thinking such a thing. He sighed heavily. Severus couldn't stop himself from hating the child Lily had died to save. Deep down, he believed that if Harry Potter had never existed, Lily would never have been targeted and would still be alive. His hatred grew stronger because Harry was a miniature version of James, except for Lily's eyes, which stared at him accusingly. Harry was entirely too Gryffindorish, too arrogant, and had little regard for rules or authority. He was also too thin and small. Severus rolled his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. He refused to consider that the headmaster was right in saying Potter was not spoiled. Of course, Black would soon rectify that, he thought darkly. A pop alerted him to the presence of a house elf. "What?" he asked. "The headmaster is requesting the heads of houses come directly to his office." "Very well." Severus set down his whiskey glass with a thunk, cast a brief mouth-freshening charm, and strode out of his quarters. No doubt the old fool wanted to discuss Black's lordship. Black was going to be insufferable. Severus snorted. What did he mean or was going to be? Black already was insufferable, he always had been. He was the last to arrive and slid into the remaining chair beside a grumpy-looking Poppy. A quick glance at his colleagues confirmed they were all disgruntled at being summoned so abruptly. Albus appeared oblivious to their irritation, sitting calmly behind his desk with a bulky sheaf of parchments in front of him. "Thank you for coming on such short notice," Albus said. "I called you together for 2 reasons, both of which relate to Harry Potter." "If this is an announcement that Sirius Black is also Lord Black," Phileas interrupted, "I think we're all aware. The wireless has been filled with news of little else." "In a way, it is, and in another, not at all." Albus held up one wrinkled hand. "Let me explain. I met with Sirius this afternoon after the Wizengamot session. As you have likely heard, he has already taken custody of Harry Potter." Albus's expression fell suddenly, and Severus felt a twinge of concern at how old Albus looked. The reason he was given immediate custody was because of this document. Albus tapped the parchment. "It is a report compiled by Amelia Bones and Alastair Moody about Harry's home environment with his aunt and uncle. It concludes that the environment was abusive and recommends Harry's immediate removal from it." "My word!" Phileas muttered in shock. Minerva bristled angrily beside him. "I told you," she snapped at Albus, her Scottish brogue thick with anger. "I told you when you left him there that they were the worst kind of muggles. But did you listen to me?" "No." Severus was taken aback by her ferocity. "He didn't listen to me either." Poppy almost snarled. "Every year, I've reported that the boy is malnourished and shows signs of physical neglect. He has stunted growth and health issues, and every year, Albus, you've waved me away with what were obviously empty assurances." Albus didn't defend himself. "You may berate me all you wish, Minerva, Poppy. I regret that I did not listen to you as I should have in my belief that I knew best. I erred badly." If the topic had been anything other than Potter, Severus would have found amusement in Albus's self-pitying guilt. The headmaster only had himself to blame for the hurts done to his golden boy. Albus had been the one to place him there and had cavalierly dismissed the signs of abuse. Pomona cleared her throat. "What specifically did his relatives do to Mr. Potter?" "In general terms, most of the abuse was verbal. He was never called by his name but rather freak your boy or some other derogatory term. He was regularly told he was a burden. Physically, he was set of chores that were above his age and inappropriately dangerous for a child. He faced slaps and hits with various implements from an early age but apparently learned how to duck and avoid them by the age of 6. It explains his talent as a seeker," Severus commented snidely. Minerva glared at him. "Continue, please, Albus," Pomona said briskly. "If we are to know how to help the child, we must understand the damage that has been done, just as we do in these cases. He was regularly denied food and was underfed as a matter of course. Beyond that, his cousin bullied him severely, injuring him on 2 documented occasions, although his magic usually healed him. Materially, he was neglected. He received second-hand clothes and no toys or books beyond the bare minimum required for schoolwork. He got no meaningful presents. He slept in a cupboard under the stairs until the age of 11, when he was given the smallest room in the house." Albus sighed heavily. Possibly that was because of the arrival of his first Hogwarts letter. The abuse diminished somewhat after he was collected by Hagrid, although each summer there have been reoccurrences in some form. "My word!" Phileas exclaimed again. How could they? They could because they had no reason to think they couldn't. Minerva said heatedly. You never once checked up on him, Albus? Not once. You kept all of us with any tie to his parents away from him for his own safety, and look. He wasn't safe at all. Arabella Figg was stationed nearby and meant to keep an eye on him. I have talked with her via flu since reading the report, wondering how she could have missed this, Albus said defensively. Unfortunately, we had a miscommunication. She believed I was aware of the full extent of his treatment at the hands of his relatives, whereas I thought they were perhaps unloving toward him but otherwise tolerant and certainly not abusive. Does it matter? Severus asked impatiently, flicking some lint off his robes. So the boy was abused. I fail to see why that merits special treatment, Severus said. It merits the same treatment as all abused children in this school. We always discuss the best approach to take with an abused child. Pomona responded sharply. You forget the majority of those come into my house. She was right. Most of the abused students sorted into Hufflepuff, where they received the affection and friendship they yearned for, along with the security and stability their magic needed to settle down. However, those abused children who retained some spirit usually sorted into Slytherin, as cunning and sneakiness were required to keep that spirit alive. Severus refused to think of Potter sympathetically or to pity him. Many had endured worse abuse than Potter, and his own childhood hadn't been easy. Yes, Potter might have reasons for some of his more irritating traits, including his lack of respect for authority, but he was still a detestable brat. And the rest usually come into mine, Severus retorted. My point is, why are we having this discussion now, in the middle of the holidays, when it should be scheduled for the start of year preparation when we discuss all such cases? Perhaps if I was allowed to finish, you would all discover the reason, Severus, Albus said tersely. Everyone, not just Severus, squirmed under the rebuke. Firstly, I agree with Severus that deciding what the educational approach for Harry should be discussed in our usual meeting ahead of the term start, Albus said crisply. However, there are medical concerns that need to be addressed immediately. Realizing there had been abuse, Sirius took Harry to the Valley Clinic in the States. They have corrected much of the physical consequences and I believe have dealt with some of the emotional issues. They also released a binding that I had placed on Harry's magic related to his scar. Harry has had a substantial increase in power and will need to relearn control before the school starts. I'll offer my services for charms, Phileas said immediately. I'm already engaged for transfiguration, he added. Minerva informed Albus frostily. Albus raised his eyebrows. I see. I wondered with the Potter announcements whether you were aware that Sirius was Lord Blacken of events generally. I had hoped you would have confided in me. Minerva harumphed. I had hoped that you would have used a modicum of sense in placing Harry. It seems we have both lived to be disappointed. Severus exchanged an unsettled look with Pomona at the chilly glare between the head and his deputy. Albus, Poppy broke the tension, I assume you wish me to write to the clinic and get a full accounting of his medical records. Yes, Poppy. Harry's healer was Noshi Blackhawk. Sirius has given us permission to approach him, Albus agreed. He shifted position and folded his hands on top of the parchment. The second reason I called you together is that Sirius raised concerns over the standards and safety here at the school to the point where he informed me he had considered withdrawing Harry. Severus snorted. If he wants to withdraw the brat, let him. Severus, don't be absurd. Phileas replied before Albus could. Apart from the severe damage to our reputation such an event would incur, where Potter goes, many would follow. We would be lucky to have a school left. And therein lies the heart of the issue, Albus said. I would like your ideas and thoughts on how we can improve things. I have already decided to invite our new Dada professor, Alastair Moody, to move in for the rest of the summer and do a full security review of the school's wards and grounds. Well, that's a start, Pomona said, adjusting her robes. Personally, I'd like something to be done about Binns. His and a number of other subjects don't perform well at OWL level and should be audited, Minerva agreed. Divination should be dropped and Muggle studies needs a complete overhaul. I am in agreement, Phileas said. I'd also add that potions is another area of concern. Many of my students hire tutors during the summer to address gaps in their understanding, Severus said, glowering. It's not my fault that most of them are dunderheads who can't grasp the basics of potions. Perhaps if you taught rather than simply bullied them, it would help, Minerva snapped back. And perhaps? Enough! Albus shouted. We are not here to criticize each other's teaching styles. He took a deep breath. If there are no more ideas. They all shook their heads. Then thank you for your time. Please come to me with any other suggestions as they arise, Albus said briskly. Severus, if you could stay behind, please. The others left, but Minerva lingered for a moment until it was just the three of them. Did you know, Albus, that I was considered as a potential guardian by Lily and James? Minerva asked bluntly. Albus sighed and nodded gravely. I didn't bring it to your attention, Minerva, because the will was missing and your claim was weak. While you did caution me against the Dursleys, you agreed before we left that it was for the best to leave him there. For the first time Severus could remember, Minerva looked truly devastated. To my everlasting shame, I did, Albus, and I will never forgive myself. She swept out before Albus could reply. For a long moment, there was silence, and Albus appeared lost in thought. Ah, Severus, my apologies for my wool gathering, Albus said, seemingly shaking off whatever had distracted him. I need to inform you that Sirius is well aware of the prophecy and the reality of Voldemort's imminent resurrection. You informed him? Severus spluttered, losing his cool for the second time that day. He was aware of the latter, and I believe in hindsight he knew or suspected the former, as he didn't press me about it, Albus replied. Sirius has a plan to defeat Voldemort, and I have agreed we will work with him. Severus felt his lip curl in disgust. Additionally, it is more important than ever for you to be civil to Harry, Albus continued. Otherwise, I have no doubt Sirius will call for an end to your tenure here or withdraw Harry. Of course, he was to be civil to the brat, no matter how cheeky and disrespectful the boy was to him. I implore you to put the enmity with Sirius in the past. As if he was simply to forgive and forget being bullied and thrown to a werewolf by Black. It didn't matter that Black had tried to murder him. For the sake of Lily's memory. Do not use her name in this. Severus snapped, surging out of his chair and striding to the window. He stared unseeing at the grounds beyond, unaware that Albus had done much the same earlier that day. Albus remained silent, and Severus was grateful for that as he brought his tumbling emotions back under control. Lucius reported that the House of Black is strong again. He will stand with the House of Black, Severus said calmly. Clearly, whatever else is uncertain, Black's abhorrence of the Dark Lord and his known ruthlessness will help decimate the Dark Lord's support among purebloods. He will work to end the Dark Lord once and for all. Agreed, Albus said softly. What is also certain is that Black will protect Potter. He paused for effect, even from you. Severus could see from the reflection in the window that Albus flushed with embarrassment. You need not worry, Headmaster, Severus replied tersely. I will continue to keep my promise and help protect Potter to defeat the Dark Lord since Black and I share those goals. But do not expect anything further, and do not ask me again. Thank you, Severus. If that is all, he asked with a hint of his usual sneer. Albus hesitated but nodded. Severus left the room quickly. Harry had a good half a bottle of scotch left in his room, and he intended to drink it all. He surfaced from his dozing at the sound of Sirius's voice greeting Remus. He didn't open his eyes immediately, feeling too warm, fuzzy, and tired to think about leaving the cocoon of blankets, even for his godfather. Padfoot, he reminded himself, even though he wanted to know how things had gone. He could hear Sirius conjuring another chair and dragging it close to the bed. He heard the small knock as Sirius sat down and bumped the bed, followed by Remus's low drawl confirming that Harry was sleeping just as he had been every other time Sirius checked. Harry felt Sirius's hand in his hair and relished the comforting touch, knowing that someone loved him. Just as he was about to open his eyes, Remus demanded in a quiet voice, obviously meant not to wake Harry, "Well, don't keep me in suspense." What happened? Harry kept his eyes shut. He didn't think Sirius would say anything he wouldn't tell Harry anyway, but there was always the possibility. He had learned with the Dursleys that they often talked more freely when they forgot he was in the room. Not that Sirius and Remus were anything like the Dursleys. Harry felt a rush of gratitude that he had gotten so lucky that Sirius had rescued him with Remus's help. He dragged his attention back to the present and tuned in. You should have seen his face, it was a picture. Sirius sounded very amused. Dullard had to ask him if he was all right before he gave me the oath. And when Albus realized you'd taken custody of Harry, things got a bit sticky. He insisted on seeing the will. I think he was going to attempt to say that the proxy and guardianship couldn't pass to me because Frank and Alice couldn't decline in person. Augusta was furious. I can imagine. Then he kept questioning me about the notices, the adoption which Amelia. Harry stood up for himself and told him where to go. Being the heir to the House of Black did not sit well with him, but Tiberius Ogden, of all people, told him off. He became quite snippy over the Lestranges. I'm surprised Augusta didn't tear him limb from limb, Remus murmured. Oh, I think if she could have, she would, Sirius replied. Anyway, she was up on her feet yelling at him. Then Griselda Marchbanks, who I may have to kiss for saying the tribunals did a poor job of justice, stepped in. After that, Bartholomew Wilkes told him off for challenging the use of family magic. Then old Tiberius told Albus he was going to take offense on my behalf if he didn't stop questioning me. It was a beautiful moment. Arthur got the ministry seat. Remus asked. He did, Sirius confirmed. That was another beautiful moment. The whole place was in an uproar. I think Cornelius almost peed his pants with glee. Harry heard the rustling as Sirius shifted positions. The best news ever, though, is that Umbridge is now somewhere in the jungles of Guyana, Sirius said cheerfully. Couldn't happen to a nicer toad, Remus replied in the same tone. Harry found it hard not to join in when they snickered like naughty school children. And the budgetary stuff? Remus prompted as they sobered. Sirius shifted again and Harry nearly jumped as Sirius picked up his hand. Better than we expected. Ogden, Knott, and Greengrass matched my donation to the Department of Mysteries and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. That's astonishing, I know. If it's a signal that they'll all ally in some way, or at least stay neutral, it bodes well, Sirius said smugly. And the DMLE and the DOM get much-needed funding. It also means that Lucius must have done some good in briefing his side, as much as I hate to admit it, Sirius acknowledged. Obviously, Augusta was brilliant on the opposing side. Harry and I will be having dinner with. The entire Old Potter Alliance met on Saturday at the Longbottoms' house. Richard Bones practically said, "Tell me when we can do the oath," during the break. Harry will be pleased to see Neville. He sent him a plant as a get-well present, Remus said. He signed it, your godbrother, Neville. Harry wanted to roll his eyes at Remus's amused tone. He was secretly thrilled that Neville wanted to be his godbrother and had embraced the idea that their mothers were their respective godmothers. They hadn't had the closest friendship at Hogwarts, and Harry blamed himself for that. He fully intended to send a thank you note back to Neville, signing it, your godbrother, Harry. You know, Frank used to do the same with James because Doria was his godmother, Sirius commented, and Harry could hear the smile in his voice. Minerva was James's, wasn't she? Yep, Sirius yawned. There was a brief lull, and Harry considered telling them he was awake when Remus cleared his throat. I assume you spoke with Albus after. Oh, yes, Sirius said dryly. We talked. And I was only tempted to use the house magic to incinerate him once, Sirius replied in the same dry tone. I take it he wanted Harry to go back to the Dursleys. He wouldn't take no for an answer until I pointed out the blood protection is now anchored by black blood, Sirius said. Harry felt disappointed. He had expected the headmaster to bring up the Dursleys, but he had hoped deep down that Sirius and Remus would be proven wrong about his insistence on it. He did say steps would be taken, that Harry would have minimal contact with them, and I could even go along too to make sure they treated him right, but... Sirius sighed. He cares for Harry, I can see that. It's just his focus isn't in the right place. Well, that was slightly better. Maybe some of it is his age, Remus offered. You think he's going senile? Harry asked. Almost snorted a laugh. His generation has a very different perspective on what is acceptable in raising a child, Remus said, adopting the tone Harry recognized meant Padfoot was about to get lectured. Historically, children, especially in the working classes, were expected to earn their keep. They contributed to difficult chores from a young age and were expected to be grateful and respectful to their parents for food, clothing, and shelter. If they received praise and love beyond that, they were lucky, but it wasn't a big deal. Really, it's only in this century that mind healers have emphasized that love and reward are important components in raising a child to be a happy, contributing member of society. I'm not sure I agree with you, Remus, Sirius said firmly. I think Albus knows full well that raising a child in an unloving environment is not good for them. He admitted he sacrificed Harry's happiness for the sake of blood protection, even if he didn't quite understand how harmful it was for Harry there. It was Remus's turn to sigh. A part of me misses the days when I used to blindly accept Albus as the greatest wizard of our time, all-knowing and all-powerful. Well, there's nothing worse than finding your idol has feet of clay, Sirius commented. It's natural, even when you realize the truth and see they're human, to search for reasons and excuses for their actions that maintain the image of a hero. You never did recover from finding out Elton John wasn't a wizard. Funny. I'm right that Albus wasn't your hero, aren't I? Remus asked idly. Harry listened with interest, wondering who Sirius had looked up to as an idol. You are, Sirius said. I was raised a black, remember? We weren't brought up to worship at the altar of the great Albus Dumbledore, defeater of Grindelwald. No, Uncle Alfred was my hero. He thumbed his nose at the whole pureblood thing, looked in on all the unwanted relatives. He was the epitome of cool. Sirius said, he didn't abandon me after I ran off. Then he went and got himself killed. That wasn't exactly his fault, Remus pointed out. Of course it was. The idiot walked straight into an ambush with a pack of Death Eaters. I take it they were trying to recruit him. Remus asked. Voldemort wanted every black for his collection, Sirius murmured. I think my grandfather made some kind of deal that he'd join Voldemort if he managed to convince everyone in the family to be marked. But he had to know you would never? Remus stopped abruptly, realization dawning on him. Oh. Well, if he did, that was kind of devious of him, wasn't it? Harry mused silently that it was very clever of Sirius's grandfather. He'd known Sirius would never be marked, so he would be safe from having to submit to the deal. Yes, the rest of us had to deal with the bloody plonker while he got to stay safe behind the walls of the Black Country estate. Yes, the defenses there are rather lethal, Sirius coughed. I did apologize for not warning you, he added. You're bloody lucky I wasn't incinerated, Remus said. I did give you the password to shut the wards down, Sirius defended himself. After I called you on the communication mirror and demanded it, Remus pointed out. While dodging a barrage of silver javelin curses, I might add. I apologized. Sirius retorted. Harry wanted badly to smile at their banter but shifted instead, drawing their attention. They both muttered admonishments for the other to lower their voice so they wouldn't wake him. So what was the outcome with Albus in the end? Remus asked. We agreed that he'd help. He's going to be part of the War Council and he had some thoughts about the treasure hunt. You should have seen him when I faced him with that, Sirius said. He wants to apologize to Harry about everything, so that's something. That made Harry feel better about his headmaster and the whole situation. Dursleys. He was right, Professor Dumbledore did care about him. Are you going to let him? Remus asked dryly. Of course, Sirius replied. If Harry decides that he wants to receive an apology. Emotion surged through Harry. He felt a strong wave of affection for Padfoot, who was so willing to do something because he loved him. But that was soon followed by annoyance at his headmaster for being human and making mistakes. There was also a shameful need to move past the revelations about how Dumbledore had placed him with the Dursleys and hadn't checked on him. He wanted to confirm that the headmaster truly cared about him and that it hadn't been an act. A small voice in his head, sounding remarkably like Healer Fey, whispered that this was just stupid. Why was it so important that the headmaster cared for him? He had other people in his life, other adults who genuinely cared about him, Padfoot, Moony, and Aunt Minerva. If he was going to forgive the headmaster, shouldn't it be because it was the right thing to do, based on a genuine apology, and not just because he wanted the man to continue liking him? Confusing, Harry mused. It was all too confusing. He shifted again under the covers as his body responded to his restless thoughts. Sirius's thumb rubbed over his knuckles as if to calm him, and surprisingly, it worked. He let his eyes drift open and found Sirius looking back at him with a warm smile. "Hello, sleepyhead," Sirius greeted him. "How are you feeling?" "Groggy," Harry said. Remus cleared his throat on the other side of the bed. "I'll leave you to catch Harry up, Sirius. There's a book in the library at the Manor I want to get before dinner." He ruffled Harry's bedhead hair with a smile and walked out. "Want the bathroom?" Sirius asked bluntly. Harry nodded. "A shower, I think." He felt grimy. "Let's go." "See how you do when you get on your feet," Sirius said. He released Harry's hand and pulled back the covers. Harry carefully swung his legs around and set his feet on the floor. He took Sirius's offered hand and pulled himself up. A slight rush of dizziness hit him, but he kept his head up until everything steadied. It was much better than the other times he had tried it that day. "Okay," Harry said. Sirius guided him over to the ensuite, and Harry exchanged Sirius's arm for a wall. "I'll be fine," Harry insisted. 5 minutes, Sirius replied. "Don't linger, and if you need me, yell, even if you're naked." "Understand." Harry felt his face redden but managed a brief nod. He used the facilities and took a quick shower, mindful of the time limit. He washed his hair and soaked and rinsed his body as quickly as he could. After stepping out, he wrapped a towel around himself and was grateful to see Sirius waiting to help him back to the bed. Sirius had prepared a clean pair of pajamas for him, and it looked like the bed had been changed. He ducked into the bathroom for a moment to tidy up and gave Harry some privacy to change. Harry pulled on the pajamas and climbed back under the fresh duvet with a sigh. Sirius called for Dobby, and a tray appeared for Harry, containing chicken broth with dumplings, a glass of milk, and a slice of chocolate cake. Another tray appeared for Sirius, who glared at the milk. Harry hid a smile and dug into his dinner. He had demolished the broth and was just starting the chocolate cake when Sirius cleared his throat. "So, how much did you hear?" Sirius asked. "All of it, pretty much," Harry replied honestly. "Did you really almost incinerate Professor Dumbledore?" "I got mad, and the house magic reacted," Sirius admitted just as honestly. "But we worked it out, and as you heard, he's keen to apologize to you." He held Harry's gaze. "I truly believe he didn't understand how difficult it was for you there. He was quite upset when I explained," Sirius said. Harry nodded slowly, using the time to eat his cake to avoid responding. He wasn't sure how he felt about an apology and forgiving the headmaster anymore. "Are you all right?" Sirius asked gently. "Just..." Harry poked at his cake. "I guess I was thinking about whether I wanted to forgive Professor Dumbledore." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Harry took a deep breath and met Sirius's eyes. "I was considering forgiving him because I wanted him to still like me, but that seems stupid, doesn't it? I should hear his apology and then forgive him if I think he means it." "Well, I wouldn't call it stupid so much as human," Sirius said gently. "Everyone wants to be liked, and nobody really enjoys confrontations or rejection. But you're right that if someone has wronged you, you should forgive them only if they're genuinely sorry, not for any other reason. If they're a true friend, then they'll be genuinely sorry." Harry nodded. "Will you arrange something with Professor Dumbledore then?" Sirius nodded. For next week. And you're okay with me giving him a second chance? Harry asked, remembering Sirius's words to Remus. I am, and I'm very proud that you thought about your reasons for doing so, Sirius reassured him. Second chances can be a good thing sometimes. Like with the Malfoys? Harry asked dryly. The Malfoys had been a topic of much discussion when they had strategized for the family meeting. Harry had been all for treating them the same as the Lestranges. Well, that's not so much a second chance as delayed judgment, Sirius grinned. Old Lucy seems to have realized it. Some of his prominent supporters were actually quite helpful today. I still don't like it. I doubt he's genuinely sorry. Possibly not, but we need him, at least until old Voldemort is gone for good, Sirius said. Sirius smirked mischievously. Then we'll go with the plan of dropping him and your Uncle Vernon naked in Diagon Alley with guilty tattooed all over them. Maybe we'll even handcuff them together. Harry couldn't help but laugh at the mental image. Can I just say ew? A yawn surprised him, and a moment later his tray was taken away, encouraging him to snuggle back under his duvet. Are you staying with me? Harry asked sleepily as Sirius retook his seat. Where else would I go? Sirius replied with a smile. Go to sleep, Pronglet. Harry smiled back, briefly thinking how nice it was to have Sirius, someone who cared about him, because Aunt Petunia would never have stayed. In the next instant, he was fast asleep.